Hello. Hello and good morning to all of you present here and all those who are also connected with us live on YouTube. A very warm welcome to Tata Steel's Steelathon Season 11. I, Ashmita Sarkar,
And I, Tanmay Mahapatra.
are your host for the first segment of Steelathon Season 11. We are thrilled to have all of you join us for this exciting journey that's about to unfold.
So, so before we begin the event, safety is of utmost importance to us. And for this, we need to be mindful. So we invite the safety manager of Taj Tal Kutir onto the stage to give us the necessary instructions for the same.
Good morning, all respected guests. Myself, Devashish Haldar, I am the Safety and Security Manager at Taj Talkutir. So I am here for the safety briefing. You are all welcome to Taj Talkutir. Currently, we are sitting at Royal Pavilion 2, and the fire assembly here is 3 gates, and the fire assembly point is just right next to your this gate, the lawn, and the nearest fire station is 3 kilometers. And the Eco Park police station, which is the nearest police station, is 100 meters away from here. The nearest hospital is Charnak. And for any emergency, you can call in our SIP cell number, that is 91473-83162. This hall is equipped with all safety amenities like the fire extinguisher, fire detector, and sprinkler. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And now, we welcome you to the Tata Steel universe, which is no less exciting and dynamic than your Marvel one. This year, we have a whole new avatar of Steelathon centered around the theme, Transforming Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow. In Tata Steel, we as a group are among the top global steel companies and one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers, with operations and commercial presence across the world. We are spread across 5 continents with an employee base of over 80,000, and that's why we call it our very own universe. Well, as an organization and our brand tagline is we also make tomorrow. And what better than this forum to talk to the leaders of tomorrow today?
Talking about today, well, let's bring the spotlight back to Steelathon Season 11 finale. Steelathon is Tata Steel's annual business challenge for premier B schools in India, offering the leaders of tomorrow the chance to work on real-life business challenges. The competition continues to provide students with the opportunity to get mentored by the eminent Tata Steel senior leadership and management. Today, we have the privilege of having our jury people leaders who are leading the way in making Tata Steel technologically one of the top players in the world.
A few weeks ago, 12,000 plus students from 28 premier B schools started this journey. And after rigorous evaluation of 3 rounds, the final 16 teams are finally here, ready to challenge for the winning title of Steelathon Season 11. A huge round of applause for all of you. This year, under the theme Transforming Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow, 3 tracks were introduced to the students with the sub-themes as follows. The first one being business track. Do you have a vision to reshape the business? The second one, value chain track. Can you reimagine the value chain with a vision? The third one, people track. Do you have a vision to change tomorrow? Let's watch a video to understand this year's theme better.
Welcome to Steelathon 2024, Tata Steel's flagship case study competition. This annual business challenge invites Premier B school students from across India to solve real-world business problems. This is more than a competition. This is a rare chance to receive mentorship from Tata Steel's senior leadership and management. Get ready for an incredible Season 11 of Steelathon as we unveil the powerful theme, Transforming Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow. Steelathon 2024 features 3 exciting tracks. Value Chain Track. Can you reimagine the value chain with your vision? Tata Steel is leading the way in creating a green supply chain from every efficient vessels to modern logistics solutions. We are seeking ideas that can revolutionize our supply chain while being environmentally conscious. Business Track. Do you have a vision for reshaping the business? We are dedicated to creating value for all stakeholders while balancing business growth and responsibility. Please share your ideas on how we can adapt to the evolving business landscape and build sustainable value. People Track. Do you have a vision for changing tomorrow? The global workplace is evolving, and so are we. Hence, we are enhancing the employee experience, promoting diversity, and fostering innovation to harness human capital for a brighter future. Steelathon Season 11 is your opportunity to make a difference today and build a sustainable tomorrow. Join us in the exciting challenge where your creative ideas and teamwork will bring about meaningful change. Join forces with us to channel our collective energy and creativity towards shaping a brighter future. Steelathon 2024, transforming today for a sustainable tomorrow.
Now, to tell us more about these tracks and take us through the Steelathon Season 11 journey, we welcome on stage Sneha, Head of Talent Acquisition Group, Tata Steel.
Hello. Yeah. A very good morning to everyone. We are in the presence of close to 50 students from top premier B schools of the country. And so this begs the question, how's the Josh? It is said, dreams without goals are just dreams. And on the road to achieving these dreams, we must be consistent. Because without commitment, we will never start, but without consistency, we will never finish. Similar has been the journey of Tata Steel Steelathon event. Can you change the slide, please? Yeah. So similar has been the story of Steelathon. It started somewhere in 2013, and in almost 10 years, this challenge has taken roots in all the premier B schools of the country. Steelathon brings in remarkable talent and innovative thinking. The journey of Steelathon has seen many ups and downs, and it is only with the support of all the sponsors, some of them who are present here today, that we are witnessing this 11th season. So please give a big round of applause for our sponsors, Mr. Piyush Gupta, VP TQM, GSP and Supply Chain, Mr. Ashish Anupam, VP Marketing and Sales Long Products, Mr. Prabhat Kumar, VP Marketing and Sales Flat Product, and Ms. Atrai Sanyal, VP HRM. The world of Tata Steel is one without boundaries, growing, challenging, and changing. A world that is built on continuous innovation, belief in people, and sustainable growth. As Tata Steel aspires to take leadership role in sustainability in steel industry, with technology being the key enabler, this gave us our theme for this year's competition, Transforming Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow. Along this theme, we had 7 case studies in business track with a vision to reshape business, 8 case studies in the value chain track with a challenge to reimagine supply chain, and 2 case studies in people track with a vision to change tomorrow. Among these case studies, for the first time this year, we had case studies from TS UK and TS Netherlands also. Next. A total of 1648 teams participated, and after a rigorous evaluation of 3 rounds, we had top 200 teams progressing to the pre-finale round, and now we are in the presence of the top 16 finalists. As the competition will progress, the winning team of each track will receive a cash prize of rupees 2.5 lakhs, and the first runner-up will get a cash prize of rupees 1.5 lakhs in addition to PPOs or PPIs. All the finalists who are here with us today will get PPI opportunities, opening doors for them for a future potential career with Tata Steel. However, as it is said, top of one mountain is the bottom of next, so just keep climbing. With this, I wish all the finalists a very best for their performance today. Looking forward to an exciting learning experience for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sneha, for that warm introduction.
So now that we have got a drift of the 3 tracks, let me take this opportunity to welcome our jury members for this finale. We have today with us some of the most inspiring leaders in their respective fields with a myriad of experience and a global taste of business management. The first jury which I would like to introduce is Mr. Piyush Gupta. With close to 32 plus years of experience in Tata Steel, from marketing and sales to finance to supply chain, Mr. Gupta, Vice President TQM, Global Strategic Procurement and Supply Chain, is an authority on every subject we can think of. It is a pleasure to have you here with us, sir.
It's our privilege to introduce the second jury for the day, Mr. Prabhat Kumar. Mr. Kumar is the Vice President of Marketing and Sales Flat Products at Tata Steel. He has held multiple leadership roles across functions in the organization since 2008, gaining deep exposure to the core businesses and managing key stakeholders. He is known for his astute business sense and keen analytical skills, which make him the perfect jury for the event. Welcome, sir.
We would like to welcome our jury member, Mr. Zubin Palia. Mr. Zubin Palia, Chief Group HR and IR, is one of the industry stalwarts on trade union management, collective bargaining, and has overseen the revamp of key HR processes in Tata Steel. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And a very warm welcome to all the judges here for being here and taking the swag of this event to another level. Thank you.
Now, we have an engaging agenda lined up for you, including a session with our esteemed leadership team. Before we dive into the details, let's take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey of Steelathon. Each year, we have seen remarkable ideas and solutions from our participants. Let's spend a moment reflecting on the last year's journey through this video.
Okay. All right, we'll continue. Coming to the ground rules for the presentations, we will be beginning with the value chain track and then move on to the people track and then the business track. Each team gets 10 minutes to present, and the first buzzer will go off at 8 minutes and the final one at 10 minutes. This will be followed up by the Q&A from the jury. And remember, as you learn from your campus, timelines are sacrosanct. At the end of every presentation, we'll also take audience feedback, where all of you will give us your live feedback by showing us what you feel about the presentation using the emojis on your table. So that's fairly simple, right? So let's begin with the grand finale of Steelathon Season 11.
So now we have a video. As we foray into a greener future, our steel recycling business is leading from the front. We believe Tata Steel will lead the way into a more sustainable and climate-conscious steel industry with its pioneering initiatives. To showcase it more, we have a video on the screen.
In the value chain track, we have 3 cases that give us an opportunity to the team to share their ideas on how we can do more with Tata Steel. And to just walk you through the cases that have made it to the final round. For case study 1, which is building a sustainable supply chain, the role of coastal and waterway networks. Tata Steel aims to double its steel production by 2030. However, it faces a challenge: how to efficiently transport raw materials and finished goods across India. Currently reliant on rail and road, the company seeks to leverage the underutilized potential of coastal and waterway shipping. This offers cost and environmental benefits but presents significant obstacles. The participants have analyzed the complexities of integrating these models into Tata Steel's supply chain. The challenge is to devise a strategy that optimizes transportation, minimizes environmental impact, and enhances delivery reliability. The team who has made it this far in the journey and will be presenting this case study to our esteemed jury and audience is Team Metallics from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. We welcome Shriya Malik, Kanchan, and Divakaran P onto the dais to present the case.
So we always want to know our teams a little bit better. For that, we have launched this series of Know Your Participant. So for Team Metallics, we asked them that how to represent your team's personality as a hashtag, and they have a very interesting one. We'll do it. Reaction to being Steelathon grand finalist with a song, Kar Har Maidan Fateh. Welcome on the stage, team. The stage is all yours.
All the best, team.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. We are Team Metallics from IFT Kolkata, and we'll be taking you through our PPT, starting off with the industry overview, and then India's coastal network analysis, and then finally moving on to the India's inland waterways and its solutions. India is currently world's second largest steel producer. India has a diverse modal mix, but contributes only 6% in the sea travel. We have also mentioned some of the major key steel manufacturers and have also indicated their heavy dependency on rail network. Tata Steel contributes to 26% of the market share, but they also have a very minute share of 1% that they send through the sea. Tata Steel currently owns 24 stockyards, and they play a key anchor role across its distribution network. Next is the understanding of the problem that we have is Tata Steel wants to diversify its logistical efficiency, leverage technology, and achieve net zero by 2045. The strategic priorities that we have taken into consideration while proposing our solutions are cost, lead time, and sustainability. We talked with consultants and goods shippers to calculate lead time at all operations of the value chain. And the assumptions that we took during this course was specific cargo types and Handymax geared vessels. Paradip Port currently has optimal draft level and has the capability to achieve competence of reducing its total turnaround time from 115 hours to 70 hours. We also analyzed different modes of comparison of various transportations and have identified that the ship have lowest cost as well as the carbon emission. During this whole process and identifying various parameters, we also came across some of the challenges that are time delays in loading and unloading times and infrastructure issues. But one thing that we need to keep in mind is that these challenges are beyond control of Tata Steel as they are being managed by third parties. Now we'll move on to the coastals part.
So we are proposing berth leasing, and we are saying that berth leasing can be a game changer for Tata Steel. So we are saying that berth leasing can be a game changer for Tata Steel coastal operations with a minimum guaranteed revenue and or traffic agreement. Tata Steel can lease a berth under Major Port Authorities Act of 2021 and reduce the idle time and improve their loading unloading process. A specific berth and storage can optimize their total turnover time and of our ships. So how we are going to implement it? So leveraging the core competency of TM International, we can take over the berth operations and build, operate, transfer on a lease agreement similar to Vedanta. Our competitors, JSW, has several terminals and they have currently built a specific berth for in Jantar port for specifically for the break bulk cargoes. Now moving towards the berth viability, we have first estimated the steel consumptions per year and Tata Steel's market share. So if 12% is sent via coastal shipping, we can see that nearly 2 million tons of cargoes can be accumulated and that can be handled by the berth number 17 PICT. Now moving towards the productivity, we have considered Singapore and other major break bulk cargo ports, and we have mapped the turnover time, and we can see that where we can improve. And we have seen that currently Paradip port is having 115 hours, and if we move to 70 hours, we can increase the number of ships to nearly 100. Now for doing the cost benefit analysis, we have taken 10 years as our leasing period and calculated the cost that will be incurred for the berth leasing. And versus we have also calculated like if for the 10 years we are doing shipping by a third party. And we found that NPV of leasing will be higher. So we are saying that if we decrease the total turnaround time, the number of vessels scattered will be more, and that will in return have a revenue increase for per ship. Now if we move towards the overview of the inland waterway analysis, so nearly inland carriers carried nearly 126 million tons of cargoes. To analyze the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route, which spans over 1720 kilometers connecting major hubs of India and Bangladesh, we have talked with barge operator consultant and good shippers, and we have also analyzed the key stakeholders that are the Inland Waterways Authorities of India, the dredging corporations of India. We have seen that currently goods like food grains, coals and bars are being transported through these routes. Even governments are also taking initiatives like Gati Shaktis, which is improving the route viability. So now the current pain points of this route includes the inconsistent draft due to sedimentations, the lack of night navigations, channel marking and the bunkering facilities at terminals. Now Divakaran will take over.
So in order to understand the root cause of why the sedimentation or depth is not required, we have to understand the current procedure. The current procedure is the government, they'll give out the TALP survey, which is a measuring of the depth, and then it will be transferred to the third party. But currently they use an outdated technology, which is sonar technology. It is very highly time consuming. This is the major key root cause which we identified as a for the depth analysis. Hence, we are proposing a LiDAR drone monitoring system. This is a bathymetric LiDAR which can measure the depth of this riverbed. So how it works is simple. We just have to fly it at a targeted area, and then post it will collect the depth of the ocean, river, and then based on the software, we can analyze and make a 3D modeling of the how the sea depth is. So the key features of the bathymetric LiDAR, it can measure up to 3 centimeter precision, and also it can measure up to 2 Secchi depth. So this is currently used in France and Japan, where you can see it accurately predicted the depth around 18 meters and also 2 meters in a different water condition. So what we are proposing for Tata Steel here is, if as an infrastructure this is implemented in the waterways which we go, it will be very easy for us in order to predict and model our journey. So next slide. So the next technology which we are trying to leverage is AR technology. So based on the previous technology and AAS and the Navigational Aid Act, we can create or predict a model in which it can help in night navigation and channel marking. Let's say assume in the left picture, right picture, we can see this is the normal look or normal naked eye vision when you are traveling in the night. However, if we implemented the AR solution, we will be getting the whole idea of how the ship is there, so that we can be more mindful of the collision. And one more main use case scenario is, so assume you are going in a channel marking based on automatic information system. We will be capturing the let's say cardinal mark or cardinal marking, which indicates the channel marking. So it will our predicted model, it will transmute the data and it will give an outcome that how much distance it is from the ship. So this can be viewed using a headlight display which we currently use on cars. So the main limitation which we identify is it's very highly cost intensive to create a model and deploy it in a large scale. So yes, so our vision in the back-end infrastructure is to make a precision data capture. However, in the front end, we want to holistically integrate into a current app. Currently, IWA, they have several apps, but it's not integrated. These are the apps which we inspired from the European navigations apps. So we are introducing Disha, the naval navigator, which can tell us features on board, real-time draft, night navigation, and route optimization for our each and every purposes. So finally, our idea to implement is, since this is a fundamental issue which not just solves Tata Steel's problem, but every stakeholders involved in this. So we wanted to leverage a public-private partnership in which you can leverage the corporate expertise and the government's investment. So we have identified 5 key functions which this partnership will do. So first thing is we want to do survey, which will be done by and private partners, and then dredging, which could be leased out to the third parties, and then app development, continuous river monitoring and predictive analysis in order to where the current sand movement is to predict a deposition. Finally, we have a working revenue generation model, which will be talked in the next slide.
We have the implementation plan for the next 5 years. It is divided into 5 phases, and the revenue generation model is being into 2 categories, which is public subsidy model and cost-sharing model. And according to the prioritization matrix, we might have seen that the cost for drone might be larger, but we have higher impacts for that in the long term. And because of these reasons, we want to implement these strategies into our supply chain to make our operations effective. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, team. So I could not get an idea as to how much are you proposing to carry through coastal and river waterways in 3 years or 5 years' time?
Sir, we are currently, so we made an estimation of the total, so based on the current demand and the diversity of demand of the total steel consumption in a different area. And then based on the, based on the 26% of the Tata Steel share, and out of the 26 shares, we are assuming 12% to be transferred in the coastal shipping. So the reason for the 12% is...
No.
Yes, sir.
Just say how many million tons would you do for coastal and river waterways?
Coastal 2 million, sir. River waterways, we just identified IBP route as optimal. So there we want to do around 1,000 or 2,000 per month.
Okay. Do you intend to use Paradeep for both river, coastal?
Only coastal, sir.
Why?
No, for the Paradeep port, if we are taking the IBP route, then Kolkata and Haldia port will be more feasible, as they will be the starting point of the IBP protocol route.
Why? You've got certain investment going at Paradeep, why would you not use it for
Sir,
inland waterways?
it's related to a little bit geography in sense, northeast is more like geographically unstable, but in Paradip, let's say these areas, the railway will be more feasible than the coastal shipping. So there is a rule, if it is less than 400 meter, the roadway is highly preferable, and then if it's less than 400 to 1200, the railway is, sorry, for less than 400 roadways, 400 to 1200 railways, more than 1200, it will be coastal shipping more efficient.
Is that the only reason why you don't want to use Paradip for waterways?
No, sir, that is the reason. And also the current rail availability or rail linkage, it is very...
Is that the only reason, linkage of rail?
That is the reason we thought of, sir.
Any other reason why we have not been able to do so much, whatever you are saying? I saw some of the reasons you have mentioned, but what's the fundamental reason why Indian steel companies are not using coastal and river waterways to what? You got some suggestions, everything. Why is it not happening?
So in terms of coastal, we have to think this is a break bulk cargo. So if a break bulk cargo has to be transferred, it has to be containerized, and see the main pain point here is loading or unloading is not unitized. So let's say if you take a container, we have everything in place, such as reef stacker, how you will do, the manual labor is less. But in break bulk cargo, it is very challenging. That is why we mapped with Singapore's process. They even have a, let's say, automatic.
Why is the reason why Indian steel companies are not taking on more and more coastal? It's such an obvious thing as per your work. Why are they not adopting so much coastal and riverways?
Because railway is more easier.
Any other reason?
Any other reason?
The Disha app which you are saying, so the idea was there. Who is going to update this?
Yes, sir.
Once you have done it with these 5 agencies, every year who will update? Like Google Maps is updated by all of us who use.
Even currently, it is the role and responsibility of IWAI in order to maintain a normal, let's say, update the dredging. So we have planned here is, let's say, there is a arm of Gati Shakti, BISAG. They are very forefront in these kind of technology. So we want to employ a specific team or in order to update this regularly.
For the port, the terminal which you are saying for Paradip, could you find out how much money is required for that investment to take in a terminal?
Yes, sir. So we mapped with the Vedanta's agreement which was done in the Vizag port. So based on our estimation, per year we need at least 200 crores in order to keep that berth with full TAT and optimal number of ships are available.
How many million tons?
2 million tons, sir.
For 2 million tons to pay 200 crores.
Sorry, sir. 200 crores is per revenue earned per ship. The cost of the terminal for 47 crores.
47 crores you pay every year.
Yes, sir.
For how many years?
47 including expenditure and also the lease and everything. For how many years? What we calculated is for a medium term, which is around 10 years.
So for 10 years you will pay 47 crores every year and you intend to handle 2 million tons.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it will be attractive?
2 million tons. So the selling price of each ton we have taken is around 65,000. So based on that we have calculated our NPV. For 2 million tons we are transferring, turning around in the port. 2 million times 65,000 cost of the ton. So it will be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a detailed study and really getting into the nitty-gritties of this coastal and waterways understanding of the logistics. When you have done this study, you have mentioned about Singapore. Any other benchmarking exercise or a country which is leveraging these kind of logistics to their best advantage? That's question number one. Second is, this entire piece is beneficial to whom? The company or its customers? In addition to addressing the cost angle, the lead time angle, there are challenges with respect to markets as well.
Yes, sir.
Which is very volatile. So how do you see these 3-4 parameters coming together and justifying the case that you have presented today?
So in order to answer the first question, we already also consider Canada, which their turnaround time is very much less than Singapore. However, the average container or amount of cargo they handle is around 10,000. But in Singapore, the average turnaround vessel is around 24,000, which we are optimally planning per trip. So that's for the first question. In Canada, Canada or Singapore, they tried, let's say, they optimized and they created a core competency in handling bulk cargo, like using magnetic or installing mechanized equipments in the stockyard to FAS. So that's the first question. Second question is, so currently our share is 26%, and we are not telling to cater all the demands in the coastal. So no matter how the next year will be, the forecasted will be done this year. So based on the forecast, on the certain orders, it's a B2B business, we will be having a certain orders. These certain orders we can transfer via in a coastal shipping, so that we know when we have to deliver, and we can hedge some days so that we can cater this demand.
Did you study the variability of the lead times through coastal roadways?
Sir, variability of the first. So regarding the train, the lead time which we taken is for Chennai and for let's say Mumbai. So we just made a we averaged it both, and we have come up with these numbers for lead time for train, road.
Yeah, but here I can see shipment, you have said it is 11 to 13 days, which is almost half the month.
Yes, sir.
And in the current times of...
Yes. So here the major pain point which I identify is turnaround of or container handling time in the cargo. So we are trying to optimize it so that the lead time goes down between 1 or 2 days less. And as I said earlier, so we are only planning to cater the certain demand with the coastal shipping so that it might be profitable.
So that is a very small portion of the entire journey.
Understood.
From plant to the customer. So that is the question I had in mind. Okay. But thank you so much for your answers.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. What is the kind of benefit, supposing, what is the maximum potential you see? Right now we are saying that 2 million, but what is the maximum potential you see that we can transfer to roadways? And if we divert from, say, the road route and the train route, what is the kind of benefit you see accrued for Tata Steel in rupee crores term?
The first thing is per berth, they have a limit, let's say for per berth, based on the turnaround time, they have a limit that they can handle this much amount. That is what we are calculated as a 2 million. If we hire one more berth, we can scale accordingly. And for the second thing, so pursuing coastal shipping, it will save us our scope emission. So that has one of the major highlighting features which.
So what in rupees crores it translates for Tata Steel?
Reducing the emission.
Money?
Okay. So again, we consider all the costs, sustainable, lead time, everything in the same time. In money, it will reduce. But as you can see, train and ship are like currently very close, and the lead time is very much lesser than train. So our personal opinion is, if we want to pursue, let's say, ship coastal mode, sustainability could be a major key.
Even if like our solution can look that in the first place, that is like a cost, a higher cost. But if we see a long-term impact, so in a long-term impact, we can generate more revenue from these solutions.
So can the entire CO2 emission of Tata Steel, with respect to from production till it reaches the customers, can be tagged, and can we get some benefit from there?
Currently, every emission will be, let's say, quantified or noticed. Here we can take, let's say, here it's a mitigation strategy or reducing strategy which we can pursue so that it reduces the emission.
Sure, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Team Metallics, for that wonderful presentation. So I think the audience has some emojis on their table, right? So if you all can show up the emojis, as in what is your reaction for Team Metallics presentation? Wow, there's a lot of love reaction as well as fire. Amazing. Very interactive Q&A session as well. So now moving on to case study 2. But before we move on, there's a small announcement. Like we mentioned, 8 minutes is the time for the first buzzer, that is your warning buzzer. And you all should wrap up the presentation by 10 minutes. Please do not exceed the time of 10 minutes. And I would also request the participants to hold the mic closer because we are not able to hear your voice in the auditorium. So now moving on to case study 2, which is Future Ready Road Transportation Management System to enhance delivery capability with minimal cost. Tata Steel needs to optimize its road transportation network to support ambitious production targets. Their current system relies on multiple transporters, leading to challenges like high lead times and high carbon emission. The case requires participants to design a future-ready transportation management system. This involves analyzing logistic data, implementing digital solutions, and considering strategies to manage driver fatigue and improve asset utilization. The goal is to enhance delivery capability with minimizing cost and reducing environmental impact. To present their insightful solution, we would like to welcome on the stage Team the Alloy Analyst from IIM Shillong. A big round of applause for Team Alloy Analyst. We welcome on stage Parijit Das, Kashish Sharma, and Sambata Dubey. To know the team a little more, their reaction to Steelathon by a movie song will be We Will Rock You by Queen. The stage is all yours.
All the best, team.
Yeah, hello everyone. So as was told, we are the team Alloy Analyst and we would be presenting on basically creating a future-ready road transportation system for Tata Steel. Please go to the next slide. Yeah, so as we all know that Tata Steel is India's largest steel producer with the current capacity of 21 million ton per annum and a future expansion plan of 40 million ton per annum. This creates a lot of challenges. One of the key challenges being managing their outbound logistic to ensure timely delivery to its customer. Now, currently, the modal mix for Tata Steel looks like rail takes care of 60% of their transportation of outbound logistic, while road takes care of 40%. For a already stressed road transportation system of India, if we continue with this modal mix in future with 40 million ton, it will create a lot more problem. So based on our analysis, the ideal modal mix for future would be rail taking care of 40% of the transportation and each of road and waterway taking care of 30% of the remaining material that needs to be moved. Even with this, there would be a need for increase in road transportation material movement from 8 million ton to 12 million ton in future and would require 6,000 full truckloads of movement of 20 to 25 tons truck per annum. This creates a lot of problem because the road transportation system in India, as per our value chain analysis, already stressed because of driver availability, driver attrition, the idle truck movement, empty truck movement, lengthy and manual safety checks, both within the Tata Steel premises, gate in and out, and various challenges during active movement. Please go to the next slide. Yeah, so our strategy basically relies on 3 pillars, that is optimizing fleet utilization and backhaul efficiency, reducing lead times and environmental impact, and improving driver empowerment and productivity. Through these strategy, what we want to achieve is improved asset utilization, increased drivers' satisfaction and reduce attrition, as well as real-time monitoring and better decision-making, data-driven decision-making in the future. All of these strategies are described in next slides.
In order to optimize fleet utilization and backhaul efficiency, we wanted to make a very transparent data collection system that would give us more visibility about the assets on ground. So the very first step would be onboarding all TSL third-party plus internal stakeholders on the platform. Additionally, then we would also suggest that to digitize the gate in and gate out activities in collaboration with automated safety checks. This will not just streamline our operations, but will also help us in reducing the lead time. Additionally, we also wanted to collect data on drivers' driving pattern in association with the VTO navigation details. This will help us in increasing the safety and productivity through a driver-centric management system. And lastly, with all of this data available and the demand visibility on the platform, it will make it easier for us to efficiently optimize the backhaul opportunities. Now, all this data we want to portray on a TSL dashboard that we want to use as an e-marketplace. For example, when we hover our mouse on the state of Uttar Pradesh, a pop-up box will appear which will tell us the demand left to fulfill for the month of September in Uttar Pradesh, and additionally it will also tell us how many trucks are required to fulfill that demand. On the home page, summaries of pre-transit, in-transit and post-transit trips will also be readily available. In addition to that, when we go to the state of Uttar Pradesh and when we click on any one of these dots, the entire information of the driver plus the truck will be available. In addition to it, we want to propose for a calculation of the number probability of reaching on schedule. This will be calculated with the driver's driving pattern plus the GPS and telematics system that we have in place. So as soon as that number reaches 75%, an automatic service request will be generated. Now, for this service request to be accepted, a few matching parameters like date, time, fitment in terms of truck required, fitment in terms of the type of material that has to be moved, demand capacity, etc., all has to be taken in consideration. And we expect that the matching time for this backhaul service request would be 24 hours. Now that we want to collect so much data, it's very important that our sensor deployment plan is in place. So we have bifurcated our sensor deployment plan in 4 categories. Sensors like GPS or telematics or geofencing will help us in optimization of fleet utilization. Sensors like wearable health monitors, fatigue sensors, driver-facing cameras will help us improve the driver's performance and also ensure their safety. Sensors like engine diagnostic sensors will help us improve the vehicular health. And sensors like LIDAR or AR/VR in safety checks will help us with the pre- and post-loading activities by reducing their downtime. From our calculations, what we could infer was that the maximum chunk of money that could be saved would be from insurance premiums and increasing the fuel efficiency.
Now, so far we have looked at truck and information movement. However, this would all be futile if we ignore the other component of the truck driver system, which are drivers. So drivers play a critical role in outbound logistics and therefore managing the challenges mentioned here, like harsh working conditions, poor road safety and lack of respect, which deter them from pursuing this profession, becomes a major challenge. We propose 2 key areas that needs to be focused on, which are driver empowerment and driver well-being. Our driver empowerment rests on 3 important legs, which is training and upskilling, reward and recognition, which can be based on driver scorecard and incentivization. The driver well-being part focuses on driver fatigue reduction through relay trucking model, for which we can rely and collaborate with NHAI to integrate relay points within our designated rest points as well. This would also require technological investment as well in terms of real-time tracking through GPS as well as digital handover systems and driver-centric apps for easy communication. The other area is through public-private partnership for roadside amenities as well as driver assistance through ADAS and drowsiness detection, GPS navigation, etc. Through these 2 things, we will be able to achieve a balance between rewarding performance as well as maintaining driver well-being together.
Next, we move on to route and network optimization. Our main objective is reduction of total cost and in turn reducing the environmental impact of transportation. Our constraints will be matching the demand and the delivery deadlines plus the route constraints plus the vehicle and warehouse capacity. Then we can move on to capacity utilization. What from our research we have found out that most of the transportation contracts have a minimum guaranteed tonnage, which means regardless of how much the vehicle is loaded, we have to at least pay the MGT to the transporter. So we can load the vehicles with a combination of long, tube as well as coil products. Next, we have identified some KPIs that should be used to assess the transportation system. They are total shipment volume, total distance traveled, lead time, idle time, total carbon emission, as well as total freight cost. The total freight cost can be divided into three segments. They are operation cost, value of time, and environmental costs. Further, we have listed down some factors that can be used to assess the transporters. These factors can be assigned weights using analytical hierarchy process. Every vendor can have a vendor scorecard on which they are judged based on these factors. And these scorecards can be used for transporter selection. Next, we have explored some sustainability initiatives that can be taken up to reduce the carbon footprint. One of them is utilizing LNG, liquefied natural gas vehicles, which have lower running costs, lower emissions, and higher truck life. However, the initial investment is higher. So we have also taken a strategy for decarbonizing this fleet. The steps would be, we would have to assess the number and type of fleet. Then we'll have to partner with a manufacturing firm. Then we'll make an infrastructure to support these LNG vehicles. We'll train our employees. And then at the end, we'll assess the reduction in carbon emissions due to these LNG vehicles.
Lastly, moving away from the as-is model where we continue to partner with 3PL providers, we have also tried to briefly look at if Tata should maintain its own fleet. So basically, Deloitte put out a report a few years back about supply chain vertical integration within the supply chain, which says that vertically integrating your supply chain can help you increase your revenue and profit margin by a significant percentage, that is 3 to 5% per annum. So taking that assumption forward, we have tried to do this calculation where in our recommendation at the end of those calculation would be that Tata adopt a hybrid logistic models combining both 3PL providers and Tata owned vehicles over a period of time. This would provide them advantage in terms of control over operations, improved service quality and cost savings in the long run. However, this does come with some challenges that are high initial investment, depreciation and maintenance cost and operational complexity. That's it from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a lovely presentation and very detailed work and really impressive. So, while you have studied the logistics of Tata Steel, one of the prime components of any such service is customer. How have you looked at it from that angle? That while we put in a lot of infrastructure in and around, but what is the customer expecting? The customer is expecting delivery within its tolerable limit or time and complete visibility during the entire transit. So, and at the same time, environmentally green. So what's your view on the subject?
So first of all, from empirical evidences and whatever little two surveys or personal interviews that we were able to conduct with different parties involved throughout the value chain, we have come to understand that when it comes to steel products, what's most important to your customers is like timely delivery and obviously delivery of undamaged quality products. That's the two prime things that matters most to them. But I know that for Tata, sustainability and obviously developing consciously is also important. That's why we have tried to balance both of these aspects, and hence was our initial model mix suggestion that you continue to diversify in order to reduce your environmental impact and also develop all of these to ensure timely deliveries to your customer.
Yeah, thank you. In one of my own ways of looking at these things, I came across a business model where I don't know whether you have seen, Rivigo was a concept in itself where the drivers well-being was the prime at that point of time. Have you studied such models, and why do you think it has succeeded, not succeeded?
Sir, this is basically, I think the firm name is Rivago or something like that. We have also tried to look at that, and we personally believe that relay trucking model should be something that should be implemented in future. Because currently in India, the drivers have, from the truck infrastructure that they drive in, roadside amenities that they have access to, everything contribute to them moving away from this field, which ultimately results in them going MIA and absconding from work for days at a time during transit, which ultimately impacts organizations like yours. So there's no other way we can go around. As I previously said also, you have to look at it as a system where you focus on your machinery as well as your humans. Because I don't see in the next 10 years automotive vehicle for long hauls, AGVs basically being implemented for long haul transport of materials. Within plants, definitely it's a valid and a good options that can be looked into. But for long haul, focus on drivers, therefore focus on models like relay trucking are important and crucial.
Sir, I would like to add to that our main agenda behind this driver-centric model was that in India, we do not treat drivers with respect. In India, we do not treat workforce with respect. And the people who make our country move, the people who are making our businesses move need more respect than that. And we wanted to treat them as human employees and not just as a discardable asset.
No, thank you. One of my best experiences on this subject has been when Volvo trucks with 80-ton moving at the speed of 60 kilometers per hour was the best, because it has a good cabin driver and long distance travel in a very shortest time. Did you get to hear that and why it fizzled out and did not succeed in India? Now that with so many national highways being developed, does it merit a comeback?
Sorry, we did not come across that particular example. We'll definitely try to look back into it after the presentation.
Thank you so much.
So I'm a little confused because the previous team said only 2 million tons by riverways and coastal, and you were saying 30%. So who is right?
Sir, we basically did our estimation, kind of like a scenario analysis where we try to balance cost and environmental impact. So according to that, the optimal movement should be 30%. However,
By road?
No, by waterways also, including both inland and coastal, combined should
But
be
do you
30%.
think based on their presentation which you listen, 30% is practical?
No, sir. So there might be some gaps there, which is why this is not something that you can do from the get-go, but
So
over
what is the
time.
practical number which you think road will have to be in Tata Steel?
Sir, road currently is moving 8 million ton, and in any case, it will have to go up to 12 is the amount that we have suggested, 12 million ton for when you reach a capacity of 40 million ton. However, you might have to go to 14 million ton as well, because the railway transport is also not not doing that well, and with
Understood.
increased capacity, it would.
Understood.
Yeah.
What's the key problem which you're trying to solve? We are doing 8 million tons, we can do 12 million tons. What's the problem at hand? Why do you think this case is there?
Yes, sir. So the problem at hand, from what we have understood, is basically fleet utilization, which we have divided into two parts, which is the
So
capacity.
fleet utilization is one. What
Yeah.
else is the problem?
So then, basically, the other problem is that, as I said, fleet will not move on its own. So managing your workforce parallel to, parallel to your fleet as well as backhaul is kind of the three key problems that we have identified.
And so what else? Backhaul, and understand, fleet utilization, which is same as backhaul.
Yeah.
What else is the key problem from Tata Steel perspective?
So one of them is lead time. So from
Means we have more lead time or we have
more lead time than industry standard.
on road,
On road.
and you want to shorten it.
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Sir, also if I can summarize it in one word, it would be to probably to reduce the unpredictability that is there in the road transportation system. So your railway.
So more reliability.
Yeah, more reliability, more transparency, and also from what we have understood through numerous of studies and surveys that we have gone through, also has to do with reaching more collaboration as well. So if
Come
you
to
are,
the last slide. And out of you have assumed 40 million tons. Is that a good assumption? Do you think road we only handle 40 million total?
no, sir. So we have 40 million was the amount
Total.
given to us total. So
You have taken 30% of that.
Yeah,
That's
yes,
12 million.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Do you think we handle only 40 million or 12 million from only Jamshedpur, Kalinganagar, or there is also something else? What about second leg, third leg, transportation?
Yeah, sir. So we have taken all of this
That is all in 40 million, or 40 million will be more? You will do first leg, and you will do second leg, and you will do third leg. So don't you do multiple transportation?
yeah, sir, multiple transportation, but the total amount of the material being transported that was given to us was that 40 million ton needs to be
That's why I'm asking you, is that correct? Because 40 million is only the first leg, out of which only 30% is what you have assumed. What about second leg? What about third leg? What about from your distributors, from your partners? There's so much of road movement which will happen.
Yes, sir. So based on our study, we saw that including your first, second leg movement and the third leg movement, your movement of material can range from anything as small as 15 kilometers to anything as large as 23 kilometers. However, according to the Ministry of Steel study, the road transportation is only economical within the range of 400 to 600 kilometers.
What have you assumed?
So we have assumed 550 as the amount of material that distance that needs to be transported through route, and other than that needs to be transported through other ways. So that's why you will have to implement a multimodal transportation across various routes.
And my last question, how many trucks of LNG or EV have you assumed in this scenario?
So this we have not, basically we have taken an average price of 40 lakhs per truck, and we have not actually diversified the number of trucks into LNG. This is a very basic financial model that we prepared for.
And on the left side of the slide, do you think you are recommending that we should use LNG, or it's too expensive to use LNG?
So this is an option that we are exploring. Further study, if we do conduct, we can have a better financial understanding of if it is viable or not. As per our overall understanding, we can use it, but if we should use it or not, we have to analyze it better.
But you will have to pay higher cost per ton.
For sure, sir. But in a long-term basis and considering carbon emissions, LNGs might be the solution to that.
Is that the only way to pay more cost per ton and then go to EV or
No.
LNG?
No, that is not the only option. This is the
What is the other way?
We can use EV vehicles as well. But
So
considering
then, how do you convince a transporter to give you the same rate per ton as an IC engine vehicle?
Sir, for this we can look into actually internally partnering. Basically, maybe you
Which
own,
means more money from your side.
No, which means you own those kind of vehicle.
Which
If
is
you are
your
not,
money only.
Yeah, more
Other
money.
than the own money, is there any other way you can partner with a transporter to buy EV or LNG rather than an IC vehicle?
Sir, from what we have understood in industry, your usual contract tenure is anywhere between 3 to 7 years. If we can maybe go into longer contracts with your 3PL providers, that could be a valid option to convince them to charge you a lower price.
Thank you.
Yeah, two questions. So one, you said that we go for a hybrid model where we start owning a few trucks and start managing it. As Tata Steel, can you just tell me at top level why we would not like to enter that space and what can be the hurdles for us?
So as we have learned from a lot of strategy classes, every company has its own core competencies. Tata Steel's core competency, I would say, is manufacturing high quality steel products. Going into logistics is a very different ball game. It's not like it cannot be done, but that would mean developing a completely new core competencies as well to reach efficiency comparable to companies who are operating only as a logistics provider. So that is, I believe, would be a major challenge. You will have to manage a very large workforce of drivers, basically, and then you will need management and all of that kind of that also. And then you need, anyway, we have suggested a lot of digitization initiatives as well to go along with it. So those could be multiple challenges that we face, major being that you will have to move away from your core competencies and build completely new competencies in a vertical quite different from yours.
So should Tata still do that, or can there be any other company within the Tata group who can look into?
Sir, I believe Tata Consultancy Services can be a good option for you in terms of managing your logistics through business analytics and in general your digitization initiatives. Tata Motors can be your good partner for in terms of providing you fleets and maintenance of those fleets as well over a period of time. That includes upgradation of the fleets as well.
Fine. So now when you are going into ecosystem management,
Yeah.
reverse freight plays a very important role in the rupees per ton on the transportation.
Yeah.
How can you build a good ecosystem with so many Tata Group companies with respect to the reverse freight?
Just a second, sir. We'll load the slide.
Sir, so our plan is that the Tata Group will ask all its companies to come on board on this dashboard. So this dashboard can vary company to company. For example, for our needs, our dashboard will be giving us all of this data, but supposedly, say for Tata Motors, their dashboard can have variety of other things that would be required by them. However, on the foundation of all of it, all the Tata companies need to be on this dashboard so that communication and visibility of transportation and demand can also be seen by each other.
That is one way to go. Either you bring all of the participants to same platform, or the other way is the service request kind of a platform that we have requested, which is I would say an evolved version of ERP, where you are basically sending automated requests whenever your conditions are being met to your providers, and a designated person from those different Tata Group's company and maybe a department of sorts can take care of these requests. And help us achieve the ease of communication that you and management that you were looking for.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Team Alloy Analyst, for that wonderful presentation and for acing the Q&A round. So, audience, how did you like their presentation? Can we get a show of emojis? Oh my God, we have 2-3 mind-blowing emoji reaction also. So, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the fourth judge of the day, Mr. Ashish Anupam. With more than 32 years of experience in marketing and sales and having held the role of managing director for Tata Group companies, Mr. Anupam is currently the Vice President of Long Products. We are glad to have him as our esteemed jury member. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So as we step into a completely new technology-driven world with AI, virtual reality and Industry 4.0, being the norm, how can Tata Steel be left behind? With our digitally forward people strategies, we are ensuring industry leadership and making path-breaking inroads into the future. Let's watch a video for it.
On our founder's 185th birth anniversary, we are envisioning a tech-enabled tomorrow for all, which will empower our employees, create value for our customers, and protect our planet.
So continuing with the program, This is a small announcement that the presentations have to be time bound because you're also judged based on the time you're spending. And for your help, if you need, there's also a timer in the right side of the stage. So you can take reference from that whenever you need. So moving on to the next case study number 6. Inventory management and safety stock determination across SKUs and ferroalloys and metals. Tata Steel's expansion plan needs refined inventory management for ferroalloys and metals, which are crucial inputs for steel production. Fluctuating commodity prices and the need to avoid production disruptions demand optimized stock levels. So the participants must design and improve inventory strategies, which involves analyzing SKU data, evaluating central warehousing versus decentralized approaches, and exploring vendor-managed inventory models. To present the solution to the jury, we have with us Team Knock Knock from IIM Lucknow. We welcome on stage Vishesh Prakash Srivastav, Batsal, and Swasti Arya.
To know the team's personality as a hashtag, Chalte Hai, Jana Hai. And for a song that they relate to, Badal Pe Pao Hai from Chak De India. Welcome team on the stage. The stage is all yours.
All the best, team.
So good morning everyone. We are team Knock Knock, and firstly we would like to walk you through the problem statement that Tata Steel, the challenge that Tata Steel faces presently. So Tata Steel produces 21 million tons of steel annually, and for that it has an important component of metals and ferroalloys. So the present procurement of metals and ferroalloys for the manufacture of steel is of the amount of 30,000 crores. And given the 9 SKUs in the category of metals and ferroalloys, what we identify is that 2 of the SKUs are imported and 7 are domestically sourced from across the nation. So what the challenge that Tata Steel faces is that we have to ensure that right amount of raw material is available at the right place and at the right time. So this is one of the challenges that Tata Steel faces, because if we analyze, then sourcing the raw materials for sourcing all these 9 SKUs, which are metals and ferroalloys, and even if a 1% leakage is there in the procurement, then it can cause an annual loss of 300 crores since the total procurement size is 30,000 crores. So looking into the procurement part of these metals and ferroalloys, what we analyze is that there are 5 major issues with the procurement that a company of the scale of Tata Steel should look into so as to enhance so as to optimize their procurement. So first is poor quality of the raw materials, poor quality of the metals and ferroalloys that may be incoming due to varied number of suppliers that are spread not only in India but also across the world. Secondly, volatility in lead times. Since 2 of the SKUs are imported while 7 are domestically sourced, so there is a variability in terms of the lead time that is present with the following SKUs. Third is the transportation issues. So if we talk about the logistics that takes place for the suppliers and how the metals and ferroalloys come to the Tata Steel. So what happens is that lack of safety compliance vehicles is one of the major issues which a company like Tata Steel would not like to have. Fourth is inconsistent demand, because we are seeing a shift in the kind of metals and ferroalloys that might be used to manufacture steel. So there is a shift in that also, which also Tata Steel has to take into consideration if it wants to remain at the forefront. And fifth is the non-availability of supplier or the limited availability of the suppliers, especially for the SKUs which we are importing. So these are the 5 major questions that need to be answered for the procurement of metals and ferroalloys, so as to ensure that the procurement of these things are agile, lean and scalable if we want to grow from 21 million tons per annum by 2030. Next slide, please. So as a preliminary assessment, what we did was some quantitative methodology in which we tried to identify what SKU is required in terms of safety stock in what quantity at different plant locations. So we calculated the safety stocks at different plant size that is required, but we also understand that this is not something very simple that can be calculated quantitatively. It also has various factors in mind, like a difference in lead time and the service level that we have to operate. So we did a 3-tiered approach to come and identify what SKUs should be centralized and which SKUs should not be centralized for Tata Steel. So firstly, what we did was that we looked into the factor of different SKUs, like what is the total demand, what is the monthly requirement, what is the lead time, how are we sourcing these SKUs, and how many suppliers are present for different SKUs. Second, we went a level deeper and tried to understand from where the suppliers are giving their material from. What are the quality and reliability issues with respect to the suppliers? What is the threat of pilferage for different SKUs that we require for the production of steel? And thirdly, we tried to measure the trade-off between the centralization cost, like we'll be saving on the safety stock, holding cost of the safety stock, but that will be coming along with the increase in transportation cost that will be happening. So we tried to measure this thing also. Next, combining all these things, what we propose Tata Steel to do for its metals and ferroalloys is that it should maintain a criticality index for these essential components of metals and ferroalloys. So the criticality index will be basis the parameters like what is the demand, what is the scaled lead time, what is the quality and pilferage issue, and the threshold holding cost that a particular SKU will be bringing in terms of saving. So this criticality index, we can have a threshold value, and if the threshold value is more than that, then those particular stocks need to be centralized, which we have identified to be 5 SKUs. Now, once we have identified which SKU to centralize, next important question is where to centralize. For that, we have used the center of gravity method and identified that, okay, Dhalabani in Mayurbhanj can be an ideal location, and we have also looked at through the lenses of railroad connectivity, alternate transport route, and optimal travel time to different plant locations that were given to us. So Dhalabani in Mayurbhanj can be one such suitable location which we can explore further. Next. So this is something which Tata Steel can and should do internally as a company. But also being a pioneer in steel manufacturing, Tata Steel should also take into some external or non-market strategies with the government of India, like setting one of which we are already in talks with, like the vendor park, and secondly also having a free trade warehousing zone in the eastern coast of India, because it not only benefits Tata Steel as a company, but also the suppliers would be willing to come, because India has a steep steel growth phase in the future, and Odisha is at the center of it. So having such a free trade warehouse zone in the east can be one such alternative.
Now, ushering in a digital age for Tata Steel, we propose Tata Sampoorn Srotr as a digital intervention based on 3 pillars of inventory management, predictive analysis that help to align the production needs with the inventory levels, helping in efficiency of the operations. Second is the supplier development analytics, which is a portal which will help us evaluate suppliers, their KPIs, as well as their alignment to sustainability goals in their procurement processes as well. Finally, the real-time inventory tracking can be done, which will optimize heavyweight raw material SKUs through integration with Tata Steel's existing ERP systems. This will help, all these 3 will help Tata Sampoorn Srotr ensure readiness for the 2x growth by 2030. Now, how do we implement Tata Sampoorn Srotr is through real-time tracking with RFID and IoT tags, through AI forecasting for consumption using a LSTM, which is a long short-term memory algorithm that basically tracks past data and has a memory gate as well, which can store relevant data for Tata Steel. And third is the optimized reordering. So AI should not be limited to just understanding when and how much material is needed, but can also place those orders automatically and trigger those. So of course these systems will have a advantage over the manual processes, will not only help reduce the manpower needed, but also provide more efficiency in the overall process end to end. Once Tata Steel is able to establish these systems in place and can start leveraging the data coming from these devices itself,
Tata Steel can also look into advancing and moving up the technology and adoption curve through batch level tracking, IoT sensors for parameters like weight, which will give us real-time feedback that can be automatically incorporated within the processes. Followed by AI-driven optimization, where reinforced learning will help us regulate those parameters and adjust those for an efficient use. Now, these will help ensure minimum variability in the process and help in almost lifelike predictions for future demand, which will help in optimizing the inventory requirement at a end-to-end scale. Then coming, how do we go about getting all of this excess or let's say the additional volume that is needed to grow 2 times is through suppliers, for which Tata Steel needs to move up the S-curve procurement maturity curve as well as the supplier negotiation approach. While most companies are stuck somewhere between the smart buyers and system cost optimizers, Tata Steel has been doing a pretty good job, and they are very close to achieving these. For this, we suggest a tiered network-like structure, which is a win-win situation for both. For Tata Steel, through risk mitigation, flexibility, and giving negotiation power, and suppliers will get more financial stability and increased credibility through association with Tatas. Now, how do we create a win-win situation is by association with vendor parks that we mentioned earlier, where these vendors can set up their shops closer to the plants of Tata Steel, as well as Tata Steel within that vendor park can set up a warehouse so that the VMI costs are optimized in an overall manner. And the segmentation for the suppliers would be basis performance and criticality versus risk index, performance, quality, competitive advantage. This is the solution from Team Knock Knock. Thank you so much. We're open to questions.
Did you study some other steel company who are of similar size like Tata Steel as to how are they solving this problem of ferroalloys?
No, sir, not exactly. We were looking on the present, what Tata Steel does presently, so as to optimize that with respect to what Tata Steel as a company can do. We did not study a company of similar scale, which is solving the problem of metals and ferroalloys.
Right, just to add to that, given that for some of these particular suppliers, there are globally they are sourced from a particular region. So let's say all ferroalloys or like a part of ferroalloys would be sourced from South America, which is then stored at Singapore for easy access to the Asia market overall. So most of the companies in India operating would source or import those material, at least the ferroalloys that are imported from Singapore as a hub. For domestic as well, there are certain, let's say, suppliers which are situated in Arunachal Pradesh or Bhutan, which are very concentrated. For some of these suppliers, for some of these SKUs, suppliers are not present, just traders are present in India.
So in your opinion, the problem to solve is identification of suppliers, or is it about inventory management?
So it's about inventory management, and it's a problem because of the scale, because of managing. So these are just, the case study outlines 9 SKUs for the steel making process. However, there are many more that are included in ferroalloys and metals which are needed. So the number of SKUs is large, and for each SKU, the number of suppliers is large, supplying a limited quantity.
And what will happen? You're already saying 30,000 crores.
Yes, sir.
What happens when we go to 40 million tons? This will become double or more or less in terms of SKUs? The solution what you're proposing, will it be good for 40 million ton stage also?
Sir, actually, when we are talking about the supply development, so since we are going from 21 million tons to 40 million tons is what is the vision of Tata Steel. So for that, we also have to ensure that the suppliers that are present, they also scale up in a similar manner. And we are not only competing for procurement for our company, but we are also competing with similar companies which are there in the market, which also have a similar vision of growth. So for that, we need to have a direct connect with the suppliers, and that is when this division or hierarchy of supplier development comes in, so as that there is more transparency in the process, and we are more aligned what we want from each other, what the supplier wants from us and what we want from the
So in that case, suppose you were to set up some warehouse in Orissa, where Jindals are also located, would you allow that supplier to feed both of you, yourself as well as Jindals, with that ferroalloy?
So the vendor park concept would not work on exclusive procurement because Tata Steel does contracts for these SKUs on a 3 to 6 month basis, and it can keep changing depending upon the quality of the material that is being supplied. So of course, Tata Steel, given that it is a key holder or key stakeholder in helping set up that vendor park, it would have, let's say, a right to procurement, first right to procurement. But of course, these suppliers would also need additional incentives to come closer and set up shop in that region, in the eastern belt, which can be leveraged by allowing them to supply.
So you will allow supplier who on your vendor park and your warehouse to feed your competition?
So the vendor park is owned by the government, and the area has been earmarked for which
For Tata Steel.
Right.
So in that vendor park, suppose a vendor has come in and set up a shop, you will allow that vendor to feed your competition also?
Only the excess volume that is left over with the supplier after it has supplied.
If you are doing good inventory management, then there will not be any extra left over.
So extra with the supplier, not extra with Tata.
You will not allow that because there is only limited space available. Fundamentally, you are allowing your warehouse to be used by your competition.
Sir, actually what we mean by vendor park, that it is an earmarked space of say 100 acres, where Tata Steel can have its own warehouse and the suppliers can also have, their material transported to that vendor park. So after we have, estimated our requirement and we have stated our requirement and we have procured whatever we need, since it is a 3 to 6 month contract and whatever we need, but for the suppliers to set up their, their warehouse in the vendor park is a major capital investment. So they would not set up their park in that, they would not set up their vendor park in that, they would not set up their warehouse in that vendor park if we are not, giving them, if we are not very sure of whether they'll be having the contract in the next cycles or not. So for the cycles that we have the contract, definitely we will be the first one to procure. But apart from that cycles, if we are not, if they are not our suppliers in a particular cycle, then they would be free to supply to other.
What is the meaning of decentralized and centralized, what you have introduced? What does decentralized mean?
So, sir, there are 4 plant locations. So, if we are keeping, all the SKUs or at all different plant location, so the requirement is catered to each plant individually, whereas also we have to keep some safety stock. But if we are keeping it at a centralized location, which is say at some distance from each of these 4 plants, then the stock amount that we have to keep is a little lower than what is the cumulative sum of the other 4, because we are gaining the advantage of an increase in demand at one place.
So the decentralized stock is at the plants?
Yes.
Like a small kitchen store?
Yes.
And centralized is a big warehouse?
Yeah.
And you want to structure it on the basis of latitude and longitude?
No, so what we propose is a criticality index that should be taken into consideration. So this criticality index for each of the SKUs, not just these 9, but for all the SKUs should be measured. And the criticality index is a direct indication of whether to centralize or not centralize a particular SKU, because it has taken into...
Did you estimate the rupees crores inventory which will be locked up?
Sir, we have estimated in... Next slide, please. In the next slide, for the 5 SKUs that we are proposing to centralize, we have estimated that there will be a savings in,
No, how much rupees crores inventory?
Sir,
for a 30,000 crore purchase, what you have written, what is the inventory which will be holding value-wise?
Sir, not in rupees crores, but in the quantity terms, we have estimated what reduction in safety stock would be required, would be there.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much. I just go to the basic question. The problem statement was, as we grow, there's a chance that we may explode on inventory. To rationalize. I think that's the problem statement, isn't it? Right. And how you want to so my questions are three, very simple. Okay. You're talking of all of consumables and commodity. I think that's the game. Did you ever think that can we go to zero inventory? Is there a possibility of go to zero inventory somebody? It's a consumable, it's not a specialized product. And can the supplier do replenishment? Because as a consumable, in a store, I'm not responsible for how many Coke bottles should I have. It's a supplier's job to replenish it. So why can't I get to zero inventory?
So it's a two-pointed approach. The first is without these ferro alloys and metals, the steel production will be hampered and the plant cannot stop. So definitely we'll have to keep some amount of safety stock that is needed because there are supply chain disruptions across the world for n number of reasons.
Why should I keep it? My question is that.
The supplier, so either Tata Steel can keep it or Tata Steel suppliers can keep it. The supplier will then charge a higher VMI cost, which is also a factor that they'll charge, let's say if they set up, even if they set up at the vendor park, as said in the case statement, they will be charging Tata Steel a higher cost.
I mean, you're coming to that. So therefore, did you do that analysis that if they charge X more,
yes,
and given the working capital cost I bear, and also mind the fluctuations in the market I bear, correct? Which is good. And I'm just saying, did we do an analysis? Because it's a consumable. Same product, same SKU goes every day.
Yes.
It's not changing. Correct? And as somebody else in the previous meeting said, it's not my core competency making ferroalloys. It's not my core competency. My core competency making steel. Okay? Can he put every day, replenish as I use, and free me off? I get out entire working capital.
So the real issue there would be then which supplier to do VMI with. We have earmarked suppliers. So as we were mentioning earlier, let's say there are 10 cycles of procurement. For 8 of these, we'll have 3 or 4 common suppliers across. We know and have an understanding with those suppliers. Even if they have 3 to 6 month contracts with them, they know that they have supplying good quality.
What's the problem of having long-term contracts?
So that way we'll be tied up with the inventory as well as the
I will not be tied up with inventory. I will be tied up with the supplier.
The supplier may or may not be able to supply that volume as well as the rates at which that they are supplying the ferroalloys and metals will be stagnated, as well as the standards that need to be met. So let's say if they're supplying in smaller batches, if one batch is rejected, the supplier for these things, for these especially like let's say aluminium, they can go back and add in like a pure aluminium bar to improve the overall batch quality of the aluminium scrap and come back with a new batch that gives me better results and which actually passes the criteria set by Tata for these particular ferroalloys and metals.
So you said there's a risk, isn't it? By giving to one supplier,
definitely,
Tata
sir.
Steel is taking the risk of
Yes, sir.
dependent on that.
VMI would be very easy if we were into long-term contracts, as seen. Like
that's my
not
question.
just
So
in this industry,
if you give
but
him a
every-
comfort that you're marrying with me for long, he will also give you the best service.
So, but
And did you analyze that? I'm just trying to
but
figure out
from
that.
our perspective, what we feel is that since quality is one of the major issue with respect to the procurement that we are doing, since there are varied number of suppliers, so we cannot depend on just a few suppliers because the quality, might change and we need to review it regularly. So for that we have a short-term contracts, and that is why we thought that this is the best way.
So tell me another thing. So good. My second question, which is my last question, is, so Tata Steel moves from 20 to 40 million. Therefore, the procurement also doubles or triples or whatever it is, correct? Now, did you do an analysis that the inventory per day or, the blocked inventory which we have today, in terms of days, with the paranoid consumption, because you had some variables also, market not doing, transportation, you did all that, correct? We'll put some variables to that again, correct? So today, if I'm keeping raw material, let's say of 10 days of my production, or 15 days, weighted average I'm saying, what will it become after 15, when we become to 40 million? I'm saying in days of production. Rupees crore is a matter of price also, correct? Price may go up and down, all will happen. It's a commercial game, correct? But if a business game, if I'm a production guy, are you relieving me that yesterday I'm keeping 10 days of my production, all put together. What will this become based on all the analysis which you have done? After moving from 20 to 40, will that 10 become 20? Will that 10 become 5? Or will the 10 become 12? What is your analysis as?
So what we believe that if we increase the production from 20 to 40, then since because of the efficiencies introduced due to firstly centralization, second is digitization, and second is better procurement from
Hoga kya usse? What is the end effect?
It will not double, but it will be less than double. Exact calculation.
But it will increase. Days of consumption, I'm saying. Days of consumption. Not in actual terms. See, actual terms obviously go up because production more. See, the main game is days of consumption. Because I'm also increasing production. Correct. So in days of consumption or days of production, what will that number become? Or where will it be? Give me a rough sense.
So sir, if we are increasing from 20 to 40, and suppose presently we are keeping inventory of 15 days, so that will reduce to 13 or 12 days maybe.
So 12 to 13 days.
Yeah, because we are improving on efficiency.
It will not excite me as a business guy. I'm increasing my turnover, I should reduce by half at least.
So the actual...
All this which I do for one day, should I do it?
No, sir, this is a directional indicative number. For actual analysis, we'll be needing some more data to analyze.
Just to add to that point, as of right now, it's a very static number based on which the safety stock is kept at each plant. It's the common, like, let's say, X number of days across all those metals or ferroalloys. So the first point should be to make that number dynamic, because which will introduce nuances of each individual SKU. Because for each SKU, we have variety of suppliers. For some of them, we have very good relationship with the suppliers. And for some of them, let's say they are replaceable and exchangeable also. So, one day if I don't get aluminium shorts, I may use aluminium wire instead. The production guys can do that. But for some other ferroalloys, it can be crucial and very critical in terms. So accordingly, that safety stock number or the days of consumption will need to be dynamic. And for that, we can include, like, as we started, a very preliminary model. Quantitatively, we can find that out. And then on top of that, we can bundle it up with AI technologies and brilliant AI ML algorithms to make that number dynamic, and which can actually be revisited and re-triggered automatically. Once there's like a significant change, let's say if there's a 20%, 15% change from previous parameters, it can automatically suggest like a relook at the entire safety stock levels, be it centralized or decentralized.
No. See, your point is right. It has to be dynamic buffer management. It has to be dynamic, obviously. Things, because there'll be too many variables playing up and down, risk playing, and as you become bigger, the risk which you take is higher. I quite agree to your point. But I'm just thinking, if I'm becoming double, today I'm holding 20 days of inventory, so there's X working capital, X crores I'm blocking. I'm increasing, but the raw material doesn't change. Huh? You're going to make the same steel, the same blast furnaces.
Yes.
The SKUs are not changing. It's only increasing in size.
Yes.
Then my question is, what should be the inventory?
So there'll definitely be a decrease, but the exact calculations, we can go further into that, because for each plant level also, different SKUs for each of those 4 plants. And once we centralize, a high spike in one plant can be compensated by, let's say, enough safety stock in one plant already being present.
Okay, my last question is, do you also see merit, or Tata Steel doesn't do today, that in streamlining the SKUs within the sites itself? Today you might, for example, you showed Mira Mandli, whatever, Jamshedpur, Kalinganagar, Gamaria and whatever you showed.
Yes.
Are there a possibility, did you do that analysis, that we are using different SKUs or different grades, and is there a merit in combining these grades? So a number of SKU drops, there's a big advantage in inventory management.
The number of SKUs should drop.
I'm just thinking, did you do that analysis for making the same steel, for example, or whatever it is? Today, Mira Mandli takes something else, SKU, this, that, I don't know, I'm just thinking aloud. Is there merit in streamlining some of the SKUs so you handle less number of SKUs? Is there that kind of a...
As per our analysis, these SKUs were used across the 4
standard
plants.
change nahi hai isme.
What we provided in the problem statement, these are standard SKUs.
Okay, thank you.
So your presentation said you want to have your central hub in Mayurbhanj,
yes,
which is equidistant between Jamshedpur and our plants in Orissa. Now supposing the production totally changes when we go to 40 million. Okay, right now it's 10 and 10. would you still like to continue at Mayurbhanj or would you like to shift after that? Because it's going to be quite high in Odisha.
We've taken that into account. So we understand that once the production doubles, it does not mean that for each plant the production will double. Of course, there'll be ups and downs for each plant, and to balance that off, we have taken that into account while doing our calculations.
No, I'm talking about the placement of your central hub, which is in Mayurbhanj.
Yes.
I'm saying when we go to 40 million ton, Odisha is going to be almost 30. Okay. Jamshedpur and Gamaria will be somewhere around 11.
Yes.
So would you still like to have it at Mayurbhanj or would you like to shift it closer to where you have the larger production base? Or would you like to have, say, maybe 2 central places?
Yes, sir. So what we believe is that what we know of that Jamshedpur plant would not grow as much as the other plants would be growing. So that is one thing which we have kept in mind. Secondly, we are not saying that only one centralized location is the solution, but it is one of the solution, and we can have maybe 2 or 3 in future depending on what capacity increment is having at what plant location. So this is as per the present estimates, but if we want to increase in the future, we can analyze for another possible location.
So supposing I say Odisha will be 30 and Jamshedpur will be say 10 or 11, what will be the solution?
So then that will be more closer to the plants of Odisha as compared to Jamshedpur, because obviously we have to minimize on the transportation cost with respect to if we are savings on the holding cost.
That can also depend. Let's say if we are have the investment capacity and we have a centralized location here at Mayurbhanj, as well as having a warehouse in the vendor park itself. Vendor park is earmarked near Odisha itself. So there can be a balance. This is more in terms of outlining the approach on how to get towards that location. Of course, our numbers are based on the case statement, and these can be fine-tuned a lot more.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Knock Knock, for that wonderful presentation. Can we get a huge round of applause for Team Knock Knock? Yes, some of you all are showing the emojis. Can we see the emojis from all of the audience? Okay, there's a lot of love as well as thumbs up reaction. Thank you so much. So now, moving on to the next case study number 7, vendor management strategy for fast-moving spares and consumables. Tata Steel seeks to enhance its indirect procurement efficiency. The spares and consumables procurement team manages more than 1 lakh SKUs across multiple locations in India. Currently, inventories are maintained separately at each site, resulting in high inventory levels, stockouts, as well as a lot of complexity in transfers. To address these challenges, Tata Steel aims to implement a third-party vendor management inventory contract. Let us now see how our team has developed a strategic plan for streamlining logistics to reduce cost and improve supply chain efficiency. Let's give a warm welcome to Team Iron Heart from IIFT, consisting of Mohini Swami, Yogesh, and Sai Teja Korada. Can we call Team Iron Heart to please come up on the stage to present their steel shaft solution? Please give a huge round of applause to Team Iron Heart. So the team's work personality as a hashtag is Hustling Hearts, very close to the name that we have. The team, welcome on the stage. All the best.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team Ironheart from IFT Delhi. We have worked on a very challenging case, that is implementation of VMI for fast-moving spares and consumables. For this, we have also received guidance from Tata Steel's procurement team. Currently, Tata Steel manages its MRO inventory across 3 separate locations, that is Jamshedpur, Meramandli, and Kalinganagar in silos, which lead to following challenges. First, high overall inventory. When we compared the inventory level of Tata Steel with its competitors, we observed that our inventory level is comparatively higher. Second, there were 2% cases of stockouts during unplanned requirement, which led to production downtime. Third, there is complexity in transfer of inventory from one location to another. On this, there were 2 instances per month. The potential root causes for this can be incorrect safety stock levels due to non-uniform demand, lack of centralized inventory management, and lack of suitable inventory classification. The overall solution approach we used was, first we did analysis of the given data, then we developed strategies using analytics. This helped us in identifying the required capabilities from our vendors, followed by a detailed implementation plan. Over to Yogesh.
Yeah. Coming to data analysis, we were given the MRO inventory stock, ordering stock for the financial year 2023-2024, and we have leveraged the data analytics techniques like clustering analysis to answer the critical questions given in the case. The first critical question is, what are the optimal number of warehouses required, and what are the optimal locations at which these warehouses need to be established? The left side curve is the elbow curve, as the name mentions. The elbow point gives us the optimal number of warehouses that needs to be established, because as per this curve, beyond the elbow point, even if we increase the warehouse, there will be not much benefit. So optimal number of warehouses we found is 2. And we have considered the factors such as proximity to the current plant locations and demand volume proportions, and we have did a center of gravity analysis and found that the optimal places at which we can establish the warehouses are Jamshedpur, near Jamshedpur, and near Mira Mandali. Coming to the next critical question, which SKUs needs to be stored at local store and which SKU needs to be shifted to VMI store? For this, we have considered the factors such as demand frequency and demand volume, and we tried to categorize the SKUs by using a clustering analysis, and we found out there are 4 common categories, namely high frequency low volume SKUs, low frequency high volume SKUs, mid frequency mid volume SKUs, and low frequency low volume SKUs. As per the below given table, we found that majority of the SKUs are falling under low frequency low volume category, and we propose Tata Steel to go with JIT or spot ordering model. For the high frequency low volume SKUs, we can stock them at the local store because of the high frequency, that means there is a high demand. For low frequency high volume and mid frequency mid volume SKUs, we propose to stock them at VMI stores, and we can shift them to local store as and when required. And the next critical question is like, which particular SKU needs to be shifted to which particular warehouses? As per our analysis till now, we found out that there are 4 categories of SKUs and there are 5 warehouses, that is 3 local stores and 2 VMI stores that we proposed. And this particular table here gives a mapping of which particular cluster will go to which particular warehouse. Yeah, coming to next critical question, what should be the safety stock of each SKU to be maintained? And this is a $1 million question for the MRO or indirect procurement for all over the world, because safety stock depends on demand consumption, and demand consumption estimation is very challenging and complex. And to just give a feel of that complexity, we did a trend analysis of top 5 ordered SKUs, and we found that demand consumption may be cyclical for few SKUs, it may be seasonal for few SKUs, and it may be irregular for few SKUs. Due to such high uncertainty, there is a requirement of sophisticated methods of demand forecasting. We need inventory optimization, and we need to clearly understand what are the drivers for this high uncertainty or high complexity in the demand variation. Coming to safety stock, the factors affecting safety stock are lead times, demand variability, the service levels which we require, and the demand consumption patterns. Typically, we can identify demand consumption patterns in 3 patterns. First, normal distribution, where demand is constant, steady with low variation. Second, exponential distribution, where the demand for the SKU may be high at times and decreases at a very fast rate as the time progresses. And third is Poisson distribution, where demand consumptions are very discrete, irregular, and it may give spikes. So, by leveraging the deep analytical modeling techniques and statistical techniques, we can accurately model and accurately predict the safety stocks. Over to Saitesh.
So from the above analysis, we have identified the key responsibilities of the vendor. So to reduce the reliance on the single suppliers, we are proposing Tata Steel to go with partnership with the B2B marketplaces or the aggregators. And these vendors should be also capable of AI-enabled demand forecastings and data-driven analytics-driven inventory replenishment capabilities. Most importantly, they should have a capability of operating our JAT and VMA model strategies. So we have thoroughly analyzed the TMCC vendors for this with these capabilities and on their offerings of digital procurement tools, supply chain financing options, product offerings, and cost saving potentials. And shortlisted the companies like Moglix, Jagger, Our Business, and Motherson as our suitable vendors. We propose Tata Steel to immediately partner with Moglix as its alignment to our product categories and proximity to our warehouse locations. So we have done the cash benefit analysis for this TMCC partnership, considering the capital investments like warehouse installations and technological integrations, even the capacity increase cost, and achieved projected a savings of 3% in the first year, and it can go to 44% in the second year when the capital expenditures are no longer a factor. Other intangible benefits which align with our required capabilities are automated inventory management, breaking the bulk orders and letting us order minimal quantities, enabling the transparent process across the delivery, digitization of procurement, and various modes of transport flexibility, and most importantly, accurate demand forecasting using deep learning techniques. So, as mentioned earlier, the proximity of the warehouse locations of Moglix in Odisha and Kolkata, the maximum turnaround time can go up to 14 hours, which is well within our constraint of 24 hours delivery. So coming to the Moglix intervention in the scope of responsibility in our cluster strategy, we are proposing for the high frequency and low volume products should retain the responsibility Tata Steel and keep an option whether to choose with as a vendor of Moglix or not. And coming to second and third category, we are proposing to procure from Moglix or the aggregator there and store it in the VMI stores, which is nearest to the respective plant locations. And the low frequency, low volume, which is also having the high number in our clusters, we are proposing to procure from Moglix on a JAT basis. So, coming to the overall strategy and implementation timelines, first we should completely integrate Moglix into our systems by shifting these SKUs and data visibility and platform integrations and enhancement by reviews. Once this collaboration is successful, we are suggesting Tata Steel to integrate the other suitable vendors into this, onboard them, and create a competitive environment. Ultimately, we are proposing that Tata Steel should consolidate all the aggregators here and achieve this full-scale AI-enabled VMI implementation. This would substantially decrease our challenges.
So every strategy has some risk associated with it. Here are some of the major risk and mitigation plan for this. Spurious product might get delivered to Tata Steel. This can be mitigated by aggregator side by having strict quality standard check. Second, suppliers may not want to work with aggregator and they want to work directly with Tata Steel. For this, Tata Steel should reaffirm their suppliers that they are their trusted partners by issuing them qualified supplier certificate. Third, local suppliers might get impacted by the procurement decision of aggregators. For this, priority should be first given to Tata Steel's existing suppliers, and if a new supplier is added, clearance certificate should be issued by Tata Steel. Fourth, lack of data transparency. Tata Steel should extend its real-time data sharing platform with binding agreements. The terms and conditions of the contract should be based on inventory monitoring and replenishment, quality compliances, price deduction for defective products, and non-compete clause for VMI warehousing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the detailed study that you have done. But somewhere during the presentation, the team seems to have zeroed on Moglix without a very detailed analysis. Have you considered that this model can be developed in-house in Tata Steel and probably improved upon? That is question number one. Question number two is that does Moglix, the model that you have suggested where we partner with them, do they have the necessary experience to really handle a multi-plant scenario of such scale and size?
So, sir, coming for the first question, we are starting with Moglix. Later, we are onboarding the other aggregators into this business. So, we would benefit from those consolidating their aggregators. So, Moglix is already in 2021, it's a unicorn, and it is now having 7,500 crore revenue. So, and it also has a beautiful case studies in their website telling like does this much cost 10 to 15% cost savings for the steel conglomerates and the other manufacturing sites for like HZL or Schneider or like many companies.
Sir, to add to those points, one is in logistics and supply chain, like trust is one of the major important thing to have a seamless communication. And second is like we narrowed down to Moglix based on their existing warehouses in Odisha and Kolkata, which are very nearby to our existing plant locations. That was one of the reason we narrowed down to Moglix as well.
Yeah, but it is assuming a lot of things, in my opinion. I rest that to you and your judgment. But the point which I would also like to suggest is that given the size and scale, do you know what is the size of the business that we are talking about?
We have done the competitor analysis for the inventory levels. So we are at a high, last year we have spent on this MRO for 4,800 crores. If you calculate with our production, we are incurring to 2,636 2,400 rupees per steel production. So there is a lot of cost saving potential when you compare with the JSW or Jindal Steel. So this has a more potential and requirement to do this models.
Yeah, but see, one is to measure rupees per ton, but one is to also have a scale of rupees crores only. And the bandwidth required for any partner to manage such a huge number with its available resources. So that analysis and judgment would be very important.
Yes.
So that's where it is. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So VMI is the only solution? That is why you have this kind of difference between Tata Steel and others? Basically, from your table, it appears that somebody else is doing a great job at VMI, vendor managed inventory, and we are not doing it. So is VMI the only missile which you have got? Or is there any other way of reducing the cost of spares and consumables?
Sir, I think one of the way we can do is by leveraging TCS, Tata's group. We can go ahead with whatever capabilities.
Like you have a tool called VMI. Is there another tool or set of tools which are available for a steel company to reduce the cost of spares and stores?
Yes, sir. Like if we leverage the data analytics and AI-driven models to exactly calculate the safety stocks. Right now, the inventory levels, major reason for higher inventory levels are like the safety stocks and the management is in very silos, and the safety stocks levels are very high because we cannot exactly predict the safety stocks. So in order to not go into stockouts, we are maintaining high safety stocks. And so if we leverage the AI models, we can reduce
So AI modeling is one.
Yes, sir.
VMI. Anything else?
Any, from the maintenance of the mission's perspective, we can increase the mission wear and tear lifetimes also to reduce the spares and consumables usage.
Anything else? This is a stark difference for the size of the plant, which is there, nearly similar size, 3 players. There must be something else happening.
Yes, sir, like when we researched about like why our competitors is having such low levels of inventory levels, we found that like by our research that they are more into these digital platforms and APS kind of systems like automated production and scheduling and automated plants and scheduling. So that's where we found that.
So this data what you have got is for both fast moving and slow moving SKUs?
Yes, sir. Whole MRO.
But VMI is only for fast moving?
We are suggesting for fast moving, sir.
So then how much out
no,
of the
sir,
4,800 is fast moving?
Total MRO, sir, we are suggesting.
But for both fast moving and slow moving?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So you want to get an aggregator for both fast moving and slow moving?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Do you think it will be practical? Because slow moving SKU will cause bigger problem for the aggregator. It will have obsolescence, it will have rusting, it will have some other problems.
Sir, for that low frequency, we are proposing a spot ordering, sir. Like,
but somebody has to hold that. If you are proposing VMI as your overall solution for both fast moving and slow moving, then somebody has to hold that spare for longer period of time.
we should be planning like this. We should leverage their demand forecasting techniques, and as and when required, we need to, like, if it is a manufacturing component, it requires 3 months. We should be ordering before 3 months for that as a.
What is the definition of fast moving and slow moving for you? What is slow moving, for example? 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, 3 years? What did you take as the cutoff in your table?
In our table, it is.
We have taken like, we have got the last year's data. So in the whole year, it is frequency as 1 or 2 times.
Yes, sir.
If the frequency is 1 or 2 times,
in a year,
then it is low.
Low.
Which means 6 months or?
On an average.
Right. So anything less than 6 months of ordering, you will take as a fast moving.
For that also, we have categorized as 3 more categories.
So basically, like what we did is whatever data we got, everything we considered them as fast moving only. In those we categorized. But if we have more data of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, then we can actually get into those slow moving SKUs that you are talking about. We analyzed based on the only 1 year data which
like
we had.
Mr. Kumar asked, since you have zeroed in on a particular aggregator, I did not see how much service charge will you pay?
It's in cost benefit analysis, we have considered that 2% charges for every order.
2% charge for?
Every order.
For every order, irrespective of the value.
Yes, sir.
Which means on 4,800 crores.
But apart from the charges, we have calculated the opportunity cost, and they also promises like 10 to 15% is cost savings for us.
We will come to the benefit. I just want to understand how much cost will you incur to an aggregator for 4,800 crores?
So if we remove the capital expenditures, it will be 2% charges for the
of 2% of
2% of every item value, sir, every order.
Which means 4,800 crores.
Yes, sir. Like in 4,800 crores.
But if it is ordered twice or thrice, then multiply that. So will it be 96 crores per year or more?
Sir, it's based on the contract terms we will take. Like it can be annual rate contract, like the prices will stay same in the whole year, and the quarterly rate contract or the they have another model like customer recommended and Moglis managed. So they only manage our suppliers. So then it is completely based on our suppliers. So it will be different. It depends on the terms and conditions.
So if your projected cost is 144 and benefit is 149, this 144 includes the commission to them?
Yes, sir.
So, what happens next year?
Like this is the best case scenario, sir. Like we have considered like only 1% of the charge. So that's why the
So,
value
in 2%, then this will become negative?
in the first year with the capital expenditures, it will become negative, but in the second year, it have more potential. Sir. Like because of the benefit and all.
In longer term, we have more benefits.
And do you want to do that for all Tata Steel companies in eastern region, or start only with Jamshedpur or Kalinganagar or Gamaria? What's your thought? That 4,800 is for which all locations?
Only for these three locations. Jamshedpur, Kalinganagar and Meramandali.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good, so thank you very much. I have some fundamental basic questions. So you said there are 5,000 SKUs.
Yes, sir,
And that's what the
approximately.
statement says.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And in analysis of your competition, you said that we are way off. Well, we are not the best. Then Jindal Vindal are much better, correct? So tell me, did you do an analysis that out of 5,000 SKUs, how many SKUs is the problem statement?
So like
Like,
out
you know,
of 1 lakh.
let me clear my answer, clarify my question first of all. So obviously Tata Steel for a 20 million ton production, is having an inventory of 2,389 rupees per ton, whereas Jindal is far more production and much less. Half almost, better than that. They're far better. Yes. Understand that, correct? So, and we have 5,000 SKUs, as the statement says. How many of these 5,000 SKUs, did you do a Pareto or some kind of analysis which causes the maximum in inventory level? So we understand where's the problem. Problem is all the 5,000 SKUs, 5 SKUs, 10, did you do an analysis?
Yes, sir. We couldn't do that analysis because the SKUs we got, we only had the quantity ordered. We didn't have the cost-wise data. So
no, but tons-wise?
Tons-wise as well. Like the units were also very different, so we cannot compare the units as well. So we couldn't do that analysis to compare the SKUs of other manufacturers.
So maybe we are trying to solve too many things where the problem lies very small.
Yes, sir.
This big one. So
Yes, sir. Like if we could, if we have more data, we can go ahead with 80-20 rule and focus on those issues. Only.
Sure, I'm quite okay with that. Second, as Piyush was mentioning, that VMI. So your solution is VMI end of the day. Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Case
Like
also
our case itself,
Case itself VMI. And you said it is through
VMI.
Moglis, which is an aggregator.
Yes.
So you'll all will come aggregator.
Yes.
So I'm just connecting to the previous team which came here.
Yes, sir.
Should you also combine with competition? What's the problem? So that aggregator has a much larger volume, and the question what Piyush was asking, you can give much lesser price to him. What's the issue? Can we do that? I mean, did you think like that? Because you have done for Meramandali, just whatever Kalinganagar and कहाँ बोला थे और Jamshedpur. So bulk is Meramandali and all the guys also in Ango mane Jindal is also there in Orissa, all are there. Why can't we have like that and reduce the cost of commission to 1/10?
Sir, like one is as Tata Steel is more supplier centric and customer centric. So what we are mentioning in our terms and conditions as well.
So you are assuming that the other guys are not supplier centric and customer centric.
So
they are transactional centric.
We have added the non-competitor clause also to.
But that's my question. It's a consumable, na? Jute, pani, tel, consumable, na? It's not so high tech.
So like we have added the non-competitor clause for the usage of our VMI warehouses, but the products they also mention this like you can order the minimal quantities. So breaking the bulk means the remaining can be sold to other customers. There might be competitors also.
Sir, and Moglix or the aggregator being a consolidator, he will be having a huge supplier base as well. So what we are proposing is he first needs to give priority to the suppliers who are already with Tata Steel, but if he is getting more bulk, if he is getting more volume discounts with other suppliers with the quality which Tata Steel requires, then he can in this week we mentioned that if you are onboarding new suppliers, then Tata Steel should give a clearance certificate that do some audit and do give clearance certificate that the quality is as per Tata Supply, and he can onboard new suppliers as well.
No, that's fine. I'm saying, will he be able to sell others?
Yes.
Onboarding is fine. I understood what you said. Sell other guys, Jindals of the world.
Sir, this is up to supplier only. He can choose the customer. We are not restricting.
No, I'm saying, will you allow? That's what is your thinking?
But the warehouses, usages, we are not allowing. We are keeping the non-compete.
We are keeping non-compete clause. We are not allowing. Because we are investing in that warehouse, the capex cost, we have considered that as a capex cost for Tata Steel. So we are giving a non-compete clause for VMI warehousing as well. So we are not allowing that particular warehouse operations to any other competitor.
So what's the advantage Tata Steel gets? Just because I'm investing, that's all.
So advantage that Tata Steel can get is, since we are proposing an aggregator and he has his warehouses to the nearby locations, and the constraint given was like we need the replenishment within the 24-hour constraint. So and he can get the stocks at very less volumes because of the bulk ordering he gets, and we can get some whatever quantities we ordered, so that he can offer us that whatever margin he is gaining, he can offer us at low cost.
And my similar question to which I asked the previous one. So by doing all that, I don't want rupees crore. Because this is a consumable.
Yes, sir.
What is the consumption per day going to drop? Or going to drop? Today, let's say I'm keep 15 days, 10 days. I don't know how much. Yes. I didn't see the data for 5,000 SKUs. What is the average per day of consumption? It's all about consumption and how much I'm using every day.
Yes,
right?
sir.
So how much are you going to drop by doing all this?
As of now, like in the case itself, the target is 24 hours only. At plant, we should maintain only 24 hours.
No, see 24 for हमको inventory कितना कम होगा आज के तारीख से?
Inventory for the only the products of high frequency we are keeping. Remaining are will be in the.
I am a company.
Yes, sir.
Today I am blocking some capital. By doing all this, you are telling me Ashish will release capital. As I understand that. VMI karo, aap must stock rakho, we'll give you better service. All that I understand. It's consumables, fast replenishment.
Yes, sir.
How much Tata Steel will benefit in terms of per day of consumption or whatever it is?
Per day of consumption.
Oh, no, I'm saying consumption, like today is 10 days, inventory rupees per kitna hoga? Anyway, if you don't have it, just let me.
Yes, sir,
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Team Iron Heart, for that insightful presentation. Let's have a huge round of applause for them, please. And the reactions as well. Great, great. There's a fire reaction, there's a heart emoji. That's amazing. Congratulations, Team Iron Heart. So, we will go ahead with the next presentation, the next case study, and the last case study for the value chain track. And the case study's name is Creation of Model for Import of Maintenance Spares and Consumables to Reduce Logistics Cost. So Tata Steel seeks to enhance its import logistics efficiency for maintenance spares and consumables. With 40% of procurement coming from international suppliers, the company faces multiple challenges. The objective is to develop a model that identifies the most advantageous transshipment routes, minimizing logistics costs as well as lead times. To present the solution on stage, we have Team Molten Militia from IIFT. So we will be welcoming Monideepa Ghosh, Aniket Kamble, and Pranit Bele. Please come to the stage. Team Molten Militia.
So Team Molten Militia's reaction to Steelathon finalist with a song is The Avengers Endgame. And they represent themselves with a hashtag which is very prompt, Innovative Hustlers. Welcome to the stage, team.
All the best, team.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Molten Militia, and we are here to present our solution for the value chain track 8 case study as part of a Steelathon season 11. Before we dive deep into the solution, we would like to address some of the key challenges that need to be addressed. In recent years, our global supply chain has been disrupted by major events such as COVID-19, Russia-Ukraine war, and the Red Sea disruptions. So these events has impacted the supply chain in having the increased lead time, increasing shipping costs, which has ultimately hampers the production across the different sectors. Now, given these disruptions, the transshipment process, though is being cost-effective, it has some challenges such as the risk of delays, risk of damages, and the interdependency on the intermediate ports. For Tata Steel to have efficient logistics, efficient transshipment route having the minimum logistic cost from by import from all over the world to its manufacturing hubs, there are some key challenges faced. First of the key challenge is the category managers, they lack the route visibility, which basically limits the cost and the lead time optimization. Second, there is a insufficient logistic cost data, which ultimately hampers the negotiating factor with the suppliers with respect to the Incoterms. And third, as Tata Steel visions to double its capacity from 20 metric ton to 40 metric ton per annum, there is a risk of being a shortages and the higher cost. So in order to solve all these problems, we have created a model using a machine learning optimization technique, also known as a genetic algorithm. So this model basically aims to find the best transshipment route, which aims at minimizing the logistic cost, minimizing the lead time, and also the emission in the pre-order stage of the shipment.
LCL or FCL category. And once the user inputs are received, the model generates all the potential routes, that is n number of routes for these two, origin and destination. For a particular route, we have different types, that is node and mode. The node is the intermediate transfer points and the mode is the transportation between two nodes. Now the question is, how do we choose a route among these? We use a cost function and choose the route which has minimum cost function for the same. We are using a weighted sum, that is of logistics cost and lead time, which is normalized, and also using the weights, that is alpha and beta, to evaluate the trade-offs between the two. For the nodes, the logistics cost has been simplified to terminal handling cost and lead time to dwell time, which is again adjusted according to the node score, which measures the efficiency of the nodes. For the modes, we are using the logistics cost for the freight rate and lead time as the traveling time, which is again adjusted according to the emission score, which tells about the sustainability performance of a mode. So we'll just look into the model with an example of European transshipment problem. We have taken the seller location from Tradate in Italy as one of the Tata Steel's supplier location among many others which were identified, and took the TSL site as Jamshedpur, that is the destination. Now, once these inputs are got from the category managers, we are also having the order quantity which we have taken as 0.4 of the FCL, which is 6 metric tons and 13 meter cube in volume. The first step, the model generates all the potential routes, and in the next step, it calculates all the node scores. For example, you can see for feeder 1, it has calculated Genoa as the top feeder. Now, also it calculates the emission scores. For example, from Malta, that is one of the hub, to Singapore, it calculates 408 kg per CO2. Now the next problem comes, how does this model minimize the cost? It uses the different elements of the genetic algorithm to do so. The first is the crossover, which exchanges root segments between different parents to produce best offsprings. And the mutation, which alters some of the nodes in order to get variation, which can help in the optimization. These are iterated over 100 generations because we found the local optima for that, which can improve the route. Also, the best routes are preserved for each of the generation through elitism function. As you can see, this is the best transshipment route that we have got, going from Tradate to Genoa to Malta to Singapore, Paradip and Jamshedpur. This is just one of the cases. You can see the cost function has significantly decreased over generations. The advantage of genetic model is that it not only stops here, but we can add an n number of additions to this as well. This is one of the case extensions, you can say. we have used not only the sea air transshipment routes, but also the air, not only the sea, but also the air transshipment routes for our problem, in which we are seeing if we are evaluating the trade-off of our lead time against the logistics cost, we are able to include those routes as well, which are having air routes. We have considered for both of the cases, that is short leg and long leg. And this is another addition, which is the penalty factor in order to avoid the disrupted routes, which will select only those routes which are not having the disruptions in case it is needed. And also to find the economic order quantity point, as in this case, we can vary the percentage of LCL with, in different scenarios and see where the economies of scale is reached. So the points of innovation of our model is that it's highly scalable and it's connecting a very relevant business problem to a very cost-effective and interpretable model as a solution. This is some of the benchmarking that we have done against industry models. So this model performs best in terms of initial setup cost effectiveness, the flexibility of the model in order to add those constraints, hard constraints for different scenarios, and the interpretability of the model. And there are, of course, some risks involved, which we have tried to mitigate using different strategies. The first is that not all factors and risks can be quantified into the model, but we can always calculate the rerouting cost for the same. Also, the previously identified best routes have to be hard-coded into the model, which can be an advantage point because it does not decrease the interpretability and explainability of the model. The third point is that only the local minima is reached for this, but it's a hard problem. Hence, we can only get to the local minima, not the global ones. Also, the results are generated are depending on the hyperparameters, that is crossover, etc. But these are very specific to business cases and can be handled accordingly.
Now that we have the optimized route, we can make them secure and transparent with the help of smart contracts. So smart contracts are basically digital contracts which are embedded in a blockchain and are automatically executed when certain predefined conditions are met. So the benefits of smart contracts are they are transparent and traceable, they help in automation of processes, they are efficient in inventory and payment management, and they are trustable and accountable. So smart contracts present as a frontier in sustainable supply chain management. In addition to this, tracking can be embedded in the smart contracts. For full container load, we can use IoT-based tracking. And for least LCL load, since IoT can be expensive, we can use web-based QR code tracking. So the key challenges of implementing smart contract are, it requires global process standardization. There can be disagreements among the stakeholders while deciding the terms of the smart contracts. And in addition to this, once the terms of the smart contracts are decided, they can't be changed. So they need to be made flexible.
Now that we have the best optimized route, so we are planning to create a management information system where the genetic algorithm can be integrated into the software in the backend of a Tata Steel. So as you can see, we can create an interface where managers can only go and select the supply location and the TSL side. The model will generate the route map from the supply location to our TSL side. In this case, the manager will be able to see what are the nodes and modes involved, also the total logistic cost, so that it will help them to negotiate further with the suppliers. Also, the model will give us the what-if analysis by introducing a penalty function to get the best optimized route given the current disruptions. In case of a smart contract, the contract can be developed on the open platforms such as Ethereum, and it can be connected to Tata Steel's ERP with the use of an API or a middleware, so that it can be used for the real-time trackment in the post-order stage. So we will like to show you the dashboard that we have created using this model. As you can see that we have selected our seller locations at Radate and our TSL side as Jamshedpur. So when we run the optimization, the model will run over 100 generations to give us the minimum cost function, and the model will also show what will be the most optimized route which has the minimum logistic cost. The managers can also go and zoom into the particular nodes and modes. Please note that with the additional data set, the managers will also be able to see what are the terminal handling costs at each node and what will be the freight rates and the lead times at each node. So this data can be used by the managers to further negotiate with the suppliers or their vendors in the pre-order stage. So with this video, we end our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, maybe I've not understood well, pardon me for the same. But the problem you're sorting out is what? You are trying to find the best route. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes, so we are trying to find the best transshipment route when we are having a certain seller location available with us and the destination we have. So the origin and the destination is there. There will be multiple routes through which we can reach that destination.
But
so we are-
should Tata still do this? I'm not a shipping company. I just need to get transported.
Yes, so for our...
How will it help? I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, yes. So for the spares and consumables, we are having different seller locations
Sure.
in the world.
Sure.
So we have taken a case, example, Europe. So we are trying to transfer or trying to get some shipment from Italy,
Sure.
right? So there are different routes again. There are different hub ports which can come in way, like Rotterdam can be one. There can be Antwerp. There can be Genoa and other such nodes are there, which are hubs and feeders. So there is a set of hubs and feeders that are there with us. Now we need to find which of the route is actually providing me the least cost in the terms of logistics cost, the least lead time, and also the least emission. So we are trying to solve this problem using the genetic algorithm.
So tell me, I will ask the supplier, in this case, whatever this company is, to give me an FOB quote and a CFR quote. Yes. I'm just thinking aloud. Huh? Yes. Okay, and I'll ask all the guys to give FOB and a CFR. And I'll ask a shipping company, if this is the FOB, what is the freight you will charge? Because they know these routes and all much better. I'm not in the shipping game, I'm steel making. But I want my spares on time, that's for sure. Yes. Correct? So why do we need to build this model for ourselves? I'm just thinking aloud. Maybe I'm getting off the cuff, so to say.
Yes, sir. So, sir, that can be a case that when you refer to your supplier or the shipping line to give you the logistic cost, there might be a case that they may charge you higher. So, as a category manager, it is essential for you to know what will be the logistic cost for me if I'm taking a particular shipment from a particular seller location to my TSS seller. Let's say I'm...
So your logistics cost you assume in your calculation remains standard throughout?
No, it changes
But
for...
then how does it help with route? Logistics cost is a game of demand and supply. Yes. If there are too many ships being ordered, too many containers being ordered, the cost goes up, correct? Yes. If the demand is low, the cost goes up. Route may be the same, you know? So I'm not still able to understand, how did the route help me to get the best on time, cheapest?
Right. So we have considered parameters to calculate the logistics cost. There are some variations like time variations, human factor, and other things which can happen due to which the logistics cost can vary. But there are some fixed components. For example, if you're going to a port, there will be some terminal handling cost which will be defined for a certain period of that port. So we can take the terminal handling cost into our model. It is again dependent on the data set that we are having. We have included a very minimal data set according to whatever we got from the secondary research. So we can include the data set of Tata Steel to include all those logistics costs across these various ports. The terminal handling cost, there can be holding cost, there can be the dwell time which is there in the port for the lead time. That is not going to change at least for a certain durations. Those things can be factored into our data set, and then we can calculate the logistics cost for a certain route. And then once we have for all the routes, we are going to calculate the cost function, which is dependent on the logistics cost and the lead time, and we are using some weights. For example, for transshipments, we can use both logistics cost important as well as lead time. But when we are going for air transshipments, we need the material in the least time, in the least lead time, but we can compromise with the logistics cost a bit because of time. So we can even include that thing into our model. For example, here we have taken the air transshipment route case as well. So things can vary. There are a lot of variations, but the beauty of this model is that it can include all those variations, all the possible scenarios through the cost function and the hard constraints definition that we are inputting according to the data set.
No, see, I don't compare air versus ship or air versus container. Air is something, is the cost of delay I'm putting when the plant is down. Right. And for that, I can't pay anything. I can't pay anything. I may charter a flight as well. Right. Because cost of 1 day delay in my plant is better I charter a flight and bring the spare. It's like that. So I don't think air versus ship is the game. Okay. So that was my point of view to run the, because there are instances when the 1 day downfall in the plant is hugely expensive. Yes. You can pay anything to get the stuff down. Correct? Right. So I think that's the way I look at it. Correct? But having said that, I'm okay with that. So basically, you're saying ki it will help the supply, help the buyer, like Tata Steel here. When you negotiate with the shipping company or the seller,
Sellers.
if you know the routes well, if you know the logistics costs well, it will help you to
Negotiate.
negotiate. And get a better- That's what it's saying.
And we have also considered X works for our model, where the risk and responsibilities of the buyer, that is Tata Steel, start at the seller location.
Yeah, but my only point is, it's a good thought. I'm not. You know, think that the cost of transportation is not only the function of route.
Yes.
There are a lot of variables which play into the game. Right?
Yes.
It's a different ball game altogether.
Yes.
The market scenario and all that. You know. So did you build that up? Because otherwise, I may think that a route hai, cost hai. But the other variables which play the game a big way.
So we have some node parameters. Like you're saying, there are some variations. There are some deviations which happen at each and every route among a port, among the transportation lines, the shipping lines. There are a lot of factors which are there, which are at play to understand the best route. For this model, we have taken a very simple logistic cost, a simple lead time, just to ensure that we are able to interpret this model at the initial stages. But our data set will have all those capabilities to include the variations, all the deviations in the time, in factor of time or human cost. We have also assigned some node scores. The next slide. The previous one. So we have some node scores which we have assigned, and mode scores as well, which are a combination of various parameters. Various parameters like monetary cost, the operations at the port traffic. These are all taken into consideration while we are assigning those node scores. And also, these node scores are going to affect the selection of that particular route, right? So we can define all those time variations, deviation, time loss in that node score, and we can build this model robustly.
Thank you very much.
So in terms of the size of the problem, like we saw in the previous presentations, 4,800 crores is the total spares and consumables. In your case, what's the denominator which you are after, which is maintenance, spares and consumables which are being imported? What's the size of the denominator?
So for us, we have taken, in terms of TEU, the containers that we are going to transport. We have taken two cases. One is the full load container, that is 100%.
No, you have to answer either in terms of the value of the cargo or in terms of the freight cost.
Yes.
Today, we are paying some freight cost. You are trying to reduce that using this model. Okay, let's get into basic fundamentals. The project is, we are buying some amount of rupees crores material for which we are incurring a freight of so much.
Yes.
And you want to reduce that using the model.
Yes.
So can you say what are these three boxes? Okay. What is the value of the cargo or value of the freight which we are paying, and what will you reduce it to using this model?
Yes. So to start with, we have taken, as I told, the TEUs, the containers. Per TEU, what is my logistic cost that I am calculating, and that I am trying to minimize. Again,
What is it? Can you say the numbers?
Yes.
How much as a company we are paying as the freight on the imported maintenance spares and consumables, which is what you're trying to reduce?
Yes. So the freight rate is again going to depend on the shipping line that we are currently
For
having.
the year under whatever data you have taken,
Yes.
must have taken some question.
Freight.
What is that number?
Sure. We are having in that annexure. So this is one of the representations of freight rate.
No, not the freight rate. As a Tata, as a company, we are spending that money today.
Yes.
And you want to reduce it using the model.
Yes.
So can you say how much are we spending? Because that's the size of the problem.
Yes. We have that benchmarked against one of the routes that we are taking. I'll just switch to that slide. Slide is the 25% decrease. We had a slide. So basically, we have calculated our logistics cost and lead time for a popular route. For example, I am taking the logistics cost from say, Rotterdam to my hub port that is in Colombo. So there will be, for example, 250 euros which will be charged for 1 TEU for this particular route, right?
No, you are going into the detail, which I appreciate. My question is, can I know what exactly are you trying to reduce?
We are trying to reduce this logistics cost.
Which is in freight in dollars or rupees crores every year.
Euros.
How
per
much
TEU.
is that?
That is calculated using the
Even
data
if you don't
that we
have it, using the model, how much can it come down to? For example, today if you're spending 500 crores for the logistics cost of import, can you reduce it by how much percentage using the model?
So we have calculated actually the benchmarking parameters that we have reduced it by 25%.
So whatever we are spending today in freight,
Yes.
you will reduce it by 25%.
Percent using the
This
given
model.
parameters right now.
Just by altering the route.
Just by altering and selecting the best routes.
Any other idea which you have in mind to reduce this cost other than this choosing the routes for imported spares and consumables?
Okay, so for this particular model, we have just taken the routes into consideration, the nodes and the modes. But there might be other factors like
Any other idea?
like the disruptions which are happening in the sea transshipments right now.
Idea to reduce the freight.
Yes, we have various models which are used in the industry to do this. One is the graph neural network, which is used in addition to GA, the genetic algorithms as well, where they basically plot the entire transshipment problem as a graph, and then they find again those nodes and modes over historical data to reduce the cost and logistics.
Any other model? Any other idea?
There can be linear models, which is the very basic
It's still the
model.
same thing.
Yes.
Any other way? Like the one team said VMI, one team said warehousing,
Yes.
one team said get the suppliers to do something, one team said create a vendor park. You are trying to address the freight. Any other way by which we can do something?
So we can reduce the freight by reducing the time losses that are happening at each of the node. That is something which we have not considered in our model. So there are deviations as Sir was
What
telling.
is an example of a time loss reduction?
For
How will you
example-
reduce the time loss?
Yes. So for example, currently I am transshipping through the Suez Canal, right? And there is an alternate route through the Cape Town from Africa. So while I'm coming from the Suez Canal, there can be time loss in terms of there can be pirate attacks, there can be maybe due to the disruptions, the war disruptions which are going on, it may take a lot of time due to the inspection and clearance from these routes. That's
Is
why,
Suez Canal the cheapest route?
in terms of distance,
Is it?
it is the shortest part from Europe to Asia.
And in logistics, shortest route is the straight line.
Shortest route is preferred in the initial model.
Are you okay with the question?
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Generally, we say the shortest route is the straight line. In logistics, does it work?
Not always, because it's
So what's
a hard
happening?
problem.
Why are people now going via Cape of Good Hope versus Suez Canal?
So,
Is it such a circuitous route?
so they are going through the Cape Town rather than the Suez Canal, just for the reason that war is ongoing.
Is it?
That is one of the reasons. Also, if there is some
Can it be
blockage-
cheaper?
through the Suez Canal or the Cape
Through the
Town?
Cape of Good Hope.
So Cape of Good Hope is going to be costlier in both times, in both terms of lead time and the logistic cost.
Is it?
Because it's going around. That's
I'll
what.
give you another option.
Yes, sir.
I'll give you another chance.
Yes, sir.
Will the Cape of Good Hope always be expensive
Not
for a
always.
company like Tata Steel?
Not always. Because we can again achieve, if you think in terms of economies of scale, if you can merge with other companies your spares and consumables and can ship it, then maybe you can find the Cape of Good Hope cheaper. Also due to the disruption cost, that will be, again the Suez Canal is going to be more costlier. So factoring in all these changes, maybe Suez Canal is not always the best option. So we have to come through the Cape of Good Hope.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've already been pressed with a lot of questions, so I'll have limit myself to one question.
Yes, sir.
Having done all this, I get some number or some data. How will I use it?
So these datas and all are generated for the category managers who are into the procurement team. One problem they are facing right now is they do not have the visibility of the logistics cost, the lead time which is happening.
Assume that based on your model, they get all that data. How will they use it?
it can help them to negotiate with the sellers better. For example, there are 3 sellers that are selling from the same location and they're quoting a different price. So I can use this model to understand which is actually nearest to the reality.
So in terms of the cost of the equipment and delivery, is logistics cost the biggest cost or something else? So where do we focus our attention on?
So, of course, the initial, in the total landed cost, the product cost is one of the main components, but logistics cost is around 15 to 20% as we have found. So that component can be hugely optimized. That's why we are choosing that thing to reduce in order to negotiate better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Molten Malaysia, for that wonderful presentation and for that exquisite question-answer round. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? And can we also see the reaction? So they have got a lot of lit reaction and mind-blowing reaction. Thank you for your active participation, audiences. So now I would like to bring the close. Thank you, everyone.
Telethon has really grown big, and if you look at the size right now, we are touching almost more than 30 big institutions, the best institutions in India. More than 12,000 plus students that comes and participates in this event. It opens up avenues for Tata Steel to look at the best available talent who are going to be the budding leaders for the future. It's a win-win that's there for both Tata Steel as well as the academia, because Tata Steel gets something which is an outside-in perspective, very new kind of ideas which the kids bring in. They do a lot of analysis, the primary, the secondary analysis, their interactions with the industry experts at different level, their competitive analysis really helps us to bring some unique solutions for us. Similarly, if you look at from the academia and the students' perspective, they get to work on a live business case, and it's really helping them to put their knowledge, which they have learned, into a kind of solutioning creation, as well as with respect to networking, and then looking at with respect to how those solutions work in the real life environment. Another thing that brings for the students is also to get different perspectives on working into a kind of a culture which is value based in Tata Steel, and also getting different perspectives by interacting with different leaders in Tata Steel. So it's a win-win, and from the management's perspective, certainly what we look for is getting the best available talent, more and more participants that is coming into this forum. And as Tata Steel is a brand name, Steelathon also has become a big brand name for attracting the best talent for Tata Steel. Thanks.
So steel industry, I would say, is facing definitely some challenges, but it is more of a transformation. The steel industry is facing the challenge of decarbonization, a transition to green, and since it is the biggest emitter of carbon dioxide in the globe as far as the industry is concerned, so it has a challenge of decarbonizing, and there are multiple pathways to achieve decarbonization. Multiple experiments are going across the industry, so that is one big challenge. The second big challenge, of course, is the geopolitics and the disruption of supply chain, which has impacted the industry in terms of the way to get all its raw materials and finished goods transported across the world. The third, definitely the challenge is overcapacity, which is emanating from the demand dynamics, largely coming out of China, where the economy and the property sector is under a slowdown. As a result, the country which produces more than 50% of the world's steel is exporting it at the highest levels, maybe even higher than what it did in 2015, and impacting all the markets and profitability of the industry. Coming to the vision for the future, I think decarbonization, technology adoption, automation, and AI are some of the things which will help the industry come out of this scenario. And we are also working with various technologies, including artificial intelligence, to make sure that we serve our customers well and give more power to the customer, hyper-personalization. We are also redesigning the channel. We want to make it omni-channel. A customer who is more technology-oriented can order steel on click of a button and can order the service associated with it digitally. We are shaping the way we serve our customers and the full supply chain, embedding technology across that. So there are multiple ways to deal with that. We are also looking at differentiated products and services so that we are ready for the future. So I think there is a lot to be done, not only in digital space, but also the way we service our customers, but also to bring green products into the market. Many customers are now looking at sustainability and transition to green as one of their key strategies. And as a steel industry, and Tata Steel in particular, has to come out with shaping the industry and being the pioneer as it has always been with green products. We have some plans which we will unfold as we go into the future. Thank you.
Our esteemed jury is already back. May I request all participants to please take their seats. We are about to begin. So the post-lunch session is here, and to ensure that all that sumptuous food does not make you sleepy, let's begin with a game. So the best nuske are always Dadi Ma ke nuske. And I'm sure we have all tried this nuska before. To stifle those yawns, let's begin with a game. It's called the Chutki game. It's very simple. To the tune of the song, we will rock you, we'll do this. We will, and all of you follow with. Simple? So we will. Once more again. We will. One final time. We will. Wonderful. So we don't just offer jobs, but a way of life. We ensure a personal life that is rewarding and a professional life that is remarkable. And that is why our second track is the people track. Do you have a vision to change tomorrow? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Adraja from the talent management team of Tata Steel, and I welcome you to the second segment of this year's Thon finale. This segment is all about our most valuable resource, the human resource. In Tata Steel, people always come first. We invest in the training and development of our people, help them build long-term careers in Tata Steel, and ensure that their families are also a part of the Tata Parivar. Tata Steel has always believed in employee-first approach, and we are known for our best-in-class policies. We have won the coveted Great Place to Work award for a record 6 times now, and our bouquet of benefits include unique employee offerings, fast-track career growth opportunities, exciting holiday plans, some international holidays as well, inclusive support for parenting, flexible working structures, and a lot more. To set the mood, can we have the video, please?
In Kalinganagar, where steel is made, a solid foundation for progress is laid. With the aim to uplift Odisha's countless lives, Tata Steel's commitment thrives. We're making steel, we're shaping lives. With every innovation we tread with care, keeping sustainability a bigger part of the share. Meeting customer needs every day. With advanced products, we're leading the way. We're making steel, we're shaping steel, empowering the women. Accessible healthcare is our important mission at Tata Steel. Our vision is clear, progress with purpose year after year. We're making steel, we're shaping lives.
More inclusive, more happy, and ensure our employees see their own growth mirrored in the company's growth. And so, this year, the case studies in the people track were on our current focus areas, wellness and the changing paradigms of workforce through the ages. Our first case is, transforming today for a better tomorrow, is wellness a key lever? Tata Steel acknowledges that wellness is crucial for employee engagement, productivity, and safety, but it's still missing as a core aspect of our culture. This case challenges the contestants
to come up with sustainable solutions to make wellness an essential element in their lives. We now welcome the finalists for the first People Track case. May I call on stage Team Holy Trinity, the dynamic trio of Piyush Vashisht, Debanshu Das, and Manisha Panda from XIM Bhubaneswar. And if their life was a movie, it would be called Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. Over to you guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Holy Trinity, and today we are here to take you through this journey of Tata Steel to foster culture of health and well-being. Starting off, Tata Steel has taken a lot of initiatives, but despite that, this faced significant problems. Why is it so? We did that through fishbone diagram, where we analyzed the core issues. Some of the core issues were that there was inconsistent engagement, there was stigma around mental health, also there was lack of personalized solutions, and much more. To analyze the gravity of the situation, we also analyze some data which suggests that the global corporate wellness market is booming with $76 billion in 2023, and for India, it was $226.5 million. Now, we also try to analyze at a deeper level by taking some interviews of the employees in the organization, which showcased us there is a dire need to have wellness as a shared value, supported and prioritized by the organization. The organization is already facing challenges like lack of engagement, underutilization of resources, as well as the employees are facing the health challenges. Now, moving ahead, what Tata Steel has done right. It's not that Tata Steel has not taken any initiatives. Quoting from 2011 campaign where Tata Steel said that we also make steel and values stronger than steel. As you can see, the Tata Steel has taken initiatives like Zero Harm and Ghar Se Ghar Tak, which showcases Tata Steel's commitment towards their employees. Next, we also want to add value to it by creating a framework. This framework is known as HEART. What it does is it creates an outline of how these solutions will be implemented, and it also creates an environment of holistic approach where employees are equipped with the knowledge and skills required for their wellness, where inclusivity and teamwork is fostered and small achievements are celebrated. Our first solution is known as Nishtha, where employees take their health to their own hands, where they set 5 goals every quarter, and achieving these goals will lead to rewards. What it does, it will create a sense of accomplishment as well as motivate employees to do more. We are also providing a training program called as WELL, where managers will be equipped with the knowledge and skills required to foster an environment of health and well-being. Next, we also have the communication program where we are providing a push notification strategy. What it does, it will help the employees to know how they can utilize the existing apps in a better manner. And it will also provide them not only about health, financial, mental, and social well-being also. We have taken one more initiative, creating a comic strip. As you can see, there is physical copies provided to judges for the reference. This comic strip will create an engagement and will also add visual representation for it.
Team. I don't think slides changing. Can you switch it up, please? So moving on to our problem statement, second problem statement, which is about fostering a culture where employees feel valued, supported, and empowered to take charge of their physical, emotional, and social well-being. For that, we are RAI. RAI focuses on emphasizing on mental resilience, and which is utilized with the facts framework, which includes frequency, actionable, communication, transparency, and sustainability. We also utilize anonymous forums so that feedbacks can be taken and a loop of continuous improvement can be created. Next, which is Vikas. It is the core of our initiative, which emphasizes on the hyper-personalization. For that, employees can enjoy weekly challenges and monthly employee-led workshops focusing on nutrition, fitness, stress management, and financial individuality. Next, we have Sarthi, which focuses on wellness, which is seen as an afterthought, while it should be seen as an integrated part of an employee. It focuses on wellness challenges, wellness retreats, as well as expression wall, which is both virtual as well as physical. In the end, we have Parivartan, which focuses on wellness audit and wellness impact assessment to improve, to continuously improve and analyze the needs of employees, which can be then implemented with the wellness in performance reviews so that it creates a holistic approach in the review team.
Simplify wellness by integrating multiple apps into one. But how does it work? Let's dive in. When you open the app, it's like stepping into a world tailored for you, whether it's health, mental wellness, or finance. Curious about mental wellness? Tap in. Here, you can assess your emotions, connect with experts, and even take on challenges for rewards. Let's try a quality of life assessment. In just a few steps, you'll see where you stand and get inspired to improve. Plus, the app will customize itself just for you. Your wellness, your way made simple.
So now moving on with the implementation of the project, with the help of Levin's change management model, the first step is of unfreeze, wherein we will be conducting a holistic wellness audit in order to understand what would be the wellness gaps. In second part, in the change phase, we will be motivating the young leaders to spearhead the initiatives and implement Rai, Sarthi, Parivartan, Vikash and Nishtha to cater to financial, mental and physical well-being. Lastly, we have the refreeze phase wherein we will be focusing upon building a continuous feedback loop, and then we will be making sure that wellness is institutionalized as a KPI. Moving on to the measurement of impacts, the wellness participation rates can be tracked with the help of thumbs up and thumbs down service, Likert skill service, application referral rate, and referral acceptance rates as well. The financial impact can be monitored with the help of reduction in healthcare costs, reduction in absenteeism, and increase in productivity over years to come, as because this is a change of culture initiative. Longitudinal studies will also help us in order to understand how this wellness program is affecting Tata Steel at a departmental level. Moving on to some initiatives that we are proposing, one of them would be revamping of the town hall meetings. Herein, the senior leaders will be coming on board, they will be sharing their wellness challenges, and this will in turn make the young leaders embrace their own wellness challenges. Next, we have rolling out of comic strips, and this comic strips will help them to understand what the sensitive topics of health. And finally, we have Healthy Sunday Networking, wherein we have proposed this recreational activities beyond the state of Jamshedpur. And finally, coming to the rewards aspect, we are proposing a mystery box and mystery hampers for which the funds would be allocated from the joint departmental councils. And in this slide, we can see that once the employee is using the application, the feedback is collected anonymously, and that will be sent to the Apex Council team for processing, and which in turn will be sending it to the Chief Wellness Officer for developing action plans. And at last, some things that we need to keep in mind would be during talent reviews, any biases pertaining to the wellness program should be avoided. And sensitization of the topic should be for the managers and for the employees. And finally, during wellness workshops, the addresser should keep in mind what the language that they are using, so that that doesn't make the audience uncomfortable. Thank you.
So, see, right now in Tata Steel, we have multiple initiatives going around, okay, on wellness. We have the Chief Wellness Officer, we have the apps, we have tied up with institutions outside. The problem is, how do you create that sense of awareness amongst the employees? And how do you bring the employee? Because there are sufficient rewards and recognition mechanisms as well. Whatever you have presented right now is all existing within the premise of Tata Steel to encourage people to mental wellness, to physical wellness, to financial wellness. But there are some people who are not getting hooked on to. So what will be your specific interventions for those individuals?
So first of all, we will be dividing into goal cascading. We have divided the wellness awareness into levels. When level management will advocate the check and balances. Secondly, the middle level managers will be executing and administrating if the awareness is created or not. Last, lower level managers will be catering to the work that was to be done regarding the creation of wellness. Now, how you can create awareness is the major question. As you mentioned, the Lewis change model, which defines how the culture can be changed. During unfreeze phase, definitely there will be resistance. But as the managers or as the leaders of the program, they will be trained through well framework. And this framework will equip the managers or the leaders how they can motivate the employees or their subordinates.
See, unless and until this comes from within, okay, any top-down approach is not going to work on a kind of a wellness program. Okay. Secondly, I saw that you mentioned somewhere the use of JDCs and other. And JDCs are very powerful mechanisms with respect to joint working in Tata Steel. How do you also use this vehicle to encourage and not only remaining with the employees, but going beyond the employee space to their families? Is there any thought with respect to your kind of idea that you also bring the family into the fold with respect to bringing the shift and encouraging them getting closer towards the programs which we are encouraging on?
So, sir, for that, as you already said that it should come from within. For that, we have the Sarthi as well as the Riot frameworks. For that, because the current frameworks in which the Tata Steel works is not is not working in tandem with the workforce that currently is working in Tata Steel. That's why the difference between the engagement as the expectation is coming, and that's how we have changed the initiatives and integrate all the 3 apps that currently Tata Steel utilizes into one single app, one single initiative, and that can be taken forward so that employees can do it well.
Adding to his points, when you asked that how families can be also integrated here, as we mentioned that Sunday networking program is something where people can come together, play a sport or have a chit chat or do something social event where people will feel belonged also. Here, we are also inviting family members to take part in it so that they can also get imbibed in the culture of Tata Steel and how their family members are getting affected in a positive manner in their culture. So this is what we are promoting.
Okay, so let's be practical out here. Which is the segment you are targeting over here?
The officers and non-officers.
All our non-officers digital savvy? And what about the contract employees?
So for that, we are focusing now on the pilot testing, where we will only implement this in Jamshedpur. And when we see if there is any problems, we will cater to it. And if it's successful, if we see any further changes, we'll be catering to other plants also. As we see, Jamshedpur is already equipped with various things that can be done here regarding this framework. So we want to do pilot testing before we deep dive and spread it in organization.
And do you think whatever you do in Jamshedpur will work in Kalinganagar and Meramandli?
So there might be cultural shift there.
No, not cultural.
Even
I'm saying in Jamshedpur, most of the people in the blue collar stays in companies' colonies. Okay, the Sunday working or the Sunday networks may work in Jamshedpur. That's not the scenario in Kalinganagar. That's not the scenario in Meramandli.
Agreed. So for Kalinganagar and Meramandli, we can customize the plans and while pilot testing, we can improve upon the short where we are not getting enough given enough attention on the particular initiatives and customize it to the particular.
So what are your suggestions for Meramandli and Kalinganagar?
So we have not yet. We have this will be the frameworks for all of the locations, but we have not customized it to particular locations yet.
So good. So this is a very interesting and a new subject, and you don't have a right or wrong answer. At least that is what I feel. So during when you did this analysis, or did you, your brainstorming, whatever you did, did you look at the other best practices in the company in this area? And I didn't see any flavor of that.
So that's in the annexure if you just allow me. These are all the benchmarking that we did, all the organizations that currently excels in the well-being and wellness space. And that's how the benchmarking was done and the initiatives were
These are very anecdotal and initiative-led. I'm saying a holistic, the way you said it. But anyway, that was one point I had. Secondly, just taking from what Zubin asked. So if I had understood your pitch, then I got slightly confused when you answered him. I thought it is you're going to create an app which is very hyper-personalized because it doesn't make a difference whether Mira Mandli, Jamshedpur, because this subject is to an individual. My issues will be very different whether I'm in the same location or other location. Correct? So is your approach very personalized and hyper-personalization, or it is Jamshedpur program hai, Mira Mandli program hai, to program kar raha hum log?
So this is the hyper-personalization app.
That's what I thought.
This is algorithm we proposed, the Vikas. And what it does is also integrates with all other...
No. That's why I'm coming to that. I'm just saying if this is what it is, then how do you make a difference between your Mira Mandli yourself? You're very personalized.
Yes, sir.
So Ashish Anupam is staying in Calcutta, Zubin will also stay in Calcutta. But the approach could be very different.
So for that, as we mentioned, hyper-personalization being the key, first of all, we'll be focusing on integrating the app where people will be fixing their own goals, and this is flexible in nature, so they can set their own goals according to their personal interest. That is called as Nishtha.
Again, I don't know, see, you are assuming a lot of stuff. Huh? Here, there's a lot of inhibitions about myself. Shall I put it up or not? You have to think about hard. Huh? Yes. If I have a mental problem, mental illness, I would not like to. This is the way it happens. Be practical. It's not like a machine. Huh? Yeah. Itna production, itna sales, it will not work like that. So think about it. I'm not. Lastly, I'm just. So all this which you do, and tell me after 1 year, how do I show that it's effective? How do I, as a company, I know? All that you said, and I'll do some 4 things, 5 things, and all that. How do company measure? Do you have you all thought as to how do I see whether as a company we are effective? Because this is a very important subject.
So to answer that question, sir, we have suggested for longitudinal studies, and longitudinal studies will be done for a particular group, and because this is a wellness change, and it actually impacts the culture. And according to a Mercer Mitchell's report, a cultural change ideally takes 3 to 4 years of time. Post which the longitudinal studies on a departmental level will be effective in order to identify how the position was 3 years before and how is the position of the particular department generating the revenues and hitting the top line and bottom line of Tata Steel.
You're saying that KPIs will be revenues and profit and top line?
Sir, ideally, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question to know your thought behind to say, for different levels you will do different things? Is wellness linked to the levels of a particular thing? You said mid-level, senior level, junior level, you will have different things. How is wellness linked to levels?
So,
a 28-year-old may have a similar issue than a 55-year-old or something like that. So how do we make these programs overall wellness of an organization to be lifted up? That's the project. That's the question at hand. So just wanted to know your mind as to why are you linking it to levels?
So we are not linking it to levels of the wellness. Sir asked that how you're going to create awareness amongst the employees, because there are still things that are done by Tata Steel, but not much people are aware, or people are aware and they are not implementing it into their daily lives. That's the reason why we divided into levels, saying how you are going to create awareness. So if I see a leader doing certain thing, I will surely get motivated being in his or her team to do the same thing. Or if not, there will be checks and balances that will be done by the managers in order to understand where things are going wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very difficult subject, but you have handled it well so far. And you have tried to put together things which is the current But beyond this, there is a background to an individual which impacts his mental wellness and being. There is a hypothesis which says that the current generation is more impacted than the previous generation. So is that something which you agree or disagree? Whatever be your opinion, can you let us know?
Sure, sir. As we mentioned in a slide, where we have divided the challenges that are faced by different generations, as it is a multi-generational workforce, definitely the ideologies will be different. Yes, for Gen Z, we may think that we are more sensitive towards topics. Why? Because we are more vocal about it. It's not that there is a problem in the generation, it's just that people are evolving day by day. And yes, we are providing personalization just for this, where generational gap occurs. People can be personalizing their own well-being, they can create their own goals, and they can achieve their own goals rather than making it generic for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Holy Trinity. Can we have the video once again, Vaishnavi?
In Kalinganagar, where steel is made, a solid foundation for progress is laid. With the aim to uplift Odisha's countless lives, Tata Steel's commitment thrives. We're making steel, we're shaping lives. With every innovation we tread with care, keeping sustainability a bigger part of the share. Meeting customer needs every day. With advanced products, we're leading the way. We're making steel, we're shaping lives. Uplifting the community, empowering the women. Accessible healthcare is our important mission. At Tata Steel, our vision is clear. Progress with purpose year after year. We're making steel, we're shaping lives.
So whoever thought of that jugalbandi, right? Rap and steel? Now, may I welcome on stage the second team, Team High Flyers from MDI Gurgaon. The team members are Shomadev Datta, Sana Naim, and Sagnik Datta. And if their life was a movie, it would be Laksh. Let's see if they get their Laksh here.
Hello, hello.
So hello Shagnik and Somdeep. It's good to meet you today. I wanted to inform the two of you about some of our new and existing wellness initiatives. We have a new wellness portal, we have executive health checkups for you as well as for your family, and there are counseling sessions as well. So do use them and improve your overall health.
These initiatives are just formalities. They don't help us.
Exactly. It's like they roll out the same programs every year without even considering that we have different needs.
Employees are not motivated enough to take these initiatives.
Well, that roleplay perfectly sets the context of why we are here and what are we trying to solve for. In a simplified version, the objective of the case study provided to us was to develop a comprehensive wellness culture at Tata Steel that goes beyond the traditional health programs. The research methodology adopted for the same was to firstly look into the root causes of the problem at hand. We conducted primary research with individuals who have worked across different organizations, and we also analyzed the industry best practices and examined industry reports. We also dug into the issue of stigma around mental and psychological safety. So the reason why corporate wellness programs are currently failing is because they are reactive in nature and there's a dire need for proactive measures which the employees are eagerly looking forward to. As per research conducted by ETHR and FitPass, we saw that employees are prioritizing their physical health over mental and OPD visits in the upcoming year. Factors like sedentary lifestyle, long working hours are actually leading to 76% employees disconnected and 61% employees stressed. Our primary research for the same validates our findings, wherein we found that owing to time constraints,
reasons like wanting more personalization, lack of access to programs, and simply being unaware of health programs are some of the reasons of gaps between employee needs versus employer offers. Employees simply perceive the initiatives as a check-the-box initiative which does not even align with the heavy workload in organizations today. A cost analysis of how these reactive measures lead to burnout has been shown over here and has been explained in detail in Annexure 2. A figure of 143 CR actually points out to the fact that how these reactive measures are hurting the bottom line of companies today. Some of the industry best practices have been taken over here, wherein a key insight from each of them have been shown over here. We have taken the use of responsive and sensitive language, health goals integrated with PMS, designated wellness rooms for employees, rewards to acknowledge employees, community well-being, and wellness ambassadors appointed are some of the key takeaways around which we have designed our henceforth solutions henceforth.
To strengthen our wellness focus, we have developed the Tata Steel Thrive program, as part of which we will be taking certain proactive steps. The first one is to recognize the diverse needs of the employees, under which we will be providing customizable wellness programs across a broad range of activities like yoga, fitness sessions, as well as nutrition counseling. Apart from that, we also suggest to provide wellness allowance to the employees so that they can use it for personal trainers or on gym membership with a limit onto the same. The second one is ensuring work-life flexibility for the employees. The company should identify the unoccupied spaces and repurpose them into wellness rooms. Further, we suggest to partner up with a nutritionist to provide healthier food menu options at cafeteria and canteens, promoting balanced eating and at a subsidized rate. Lastly, the company should also integrate some wellness paid leaves as part of the existing leave policy. The next thing is physical integration at workplace on a more regular basis. Over here, the company should conduct some physical classes like yoga or Zumba at a more frequent on a more frequent time intervals. Additionally, the company should also encourage walking meetings amongst the employees and conduct sports events and competition across teams and departments. Next is the company should also dedicate 10 to 15 minutes time daily as a reminder for strength and stretch exercises for the employees and give them an option to even switch to standing desk. The last one is community building with personalization. Over here, we are actually motivating employees to be part of wellness communities. We have communities dedicated across different interest areas like running club, a club dedicated to people who prefer yoga, and a separate club for people who prefer mindfulness. This is not only going to promote camaraderie amongst employees, but it is also going to ensure more motivation and engagement. As we mentioned, different employees have different needs. So in order to understand the same, we went through ICICI Lombard Wellness Report, through which we actually categorized the employees into 3 personas to understand their needs. At first, we have Gen Zs who are young professionals, and these are the people who value their mental wellness more, associated with stress management. Then we have millennials who are mid-career employees, and they also value mental wellness, but it is associated with family-inclusive programs. And then lastly, we have Gen X, who are senior leaders, and they prefer social wellness as well as personalized programs for themselves. Certain recommendations that we have in place, which can be incorporated with our proactive steps, can be: the company for Gen Zs can partner up with the mindfulness apps like Headspace and Calm because they are user-friendly, provides guided meditation and flexible schedules. For people who want family-inclusive programs, there are already certain programs like Executive Health Checkup for the employee and family. But further, we can provide family holidays at resorts like Atmantan, which curates the entire experience for you based on your family's wellness needs. And lastly, we have personalized health programs whereby the company can partner up with people like Self-Care by Suman Agarwal, who has a 360-degree health approach.
Now I will talk about creating a wellness culture and role of HR. First, when a new employee is onboarded, first aspect is to introduction to 360-degree wellness program. Second, setting up his health goals. Third, in a top-level leadership meet, CXO is focusing on employee well-being as a priority issue. Now we will see role of HR as a part of divisional wellness council. Strategic planning to understand the needs of employees, communication for a wider reach. Third, administration to manage the logistic around these initiatives, use analytics to gauge the participation rate. And fifth, support and resources for continuous engagement. Now we will introduce our mascot to brand our initiatives. Tejas means vitality with the hashtag Stronger Starts Here. Now I will talk about including employee well-being into our PMS. First step, to dedicating 15 to 20%, a significant weightage to emphasize the importance of wellness. Now, in the second, we have designed KRAs and KPIs into 4 buckets. First, participation in overall wellness, which is linked to a quantifiable KPI attendance in a wellness initiative like health webinar, which is tracked through records from HR supported data panels. If you look at our KRAs, then you will find that stress management, physical health, work-life balance are the themes around it. And KPIs are specifically quantifiably measured around utilization rate and involvement. Now, talking about the third step, where managers are encouraged to have conversation with their employees for participation in these initiatives. Fourth, quarterly tracking their wellness progress. And fifth, as employees being rewarded for participating in these initiatives. Now, talking about how to strengthen the governance mechanism. First, regular reporting of wellness outcomes. Second, utilizing the data to gauge participation rate and employee satisfaction rate with these initiatives. Third, design and implementation will be done through the Wellness Council. Fourth, introduction of wellness awards not for only individuals but for departments and teams. And fifth, introducing training for leaderships to continuous support and engage their teams.
After setting wellness goals with the manager, employees embark on various wellness activities. To keep motivation high, we propose introducing rewards. First, badges will be awarded for completing specific milestones. These will be displayed on the employee's profile dashboard. Additionally, a wellness tracking card will track progress, reflecting points earned for each completed activity, ensuring continuous engagement. During the annual town halls, awards such as Fit India Employee Award for consistent physical activity, Sampoon Wellness Award recognizing active departments, and Wellness Champion Leader for advocating wellness will be presented.
Now I will talk about destigmatizing mental health. Why employees are not availing it? First, taboo associated with mental health and lack of trust in assurance of data privacy. We have a mitigation strategy which we have developed through our own case framework. C stands for cultivate a culture of acceptance, where we have demonstrated a program, Mansik Bandhan Todna, which depicts human library. A stands for assurance of privacy, which we are including providing training to those employees who are handling these data sets. S stands for set an intention to use responsible and sensible language. We have created a data dictionary around the mental health terms, which we have attached in Annexure 4. E, as empowering managers to spot those common warning signals among employees, we have launched a survey over here, which we have attached in Annexure 4.
So it is also important to create an environment whereby the employees are actually empowered to talk about their challenges, fears, and seek support in the company. For the same, we asked to establish and incorporate the principles of psychological safety, which are actually progressive in nature. Over here, we have inclusion safety, there is learner safety, contributor safety, as well as challenger safety. To implement the same, we have certain initiatives in place like voice champions, whereby the leaders will have open hours and conduct open forums to have one-on-one interaction with the employees, understand their challenges and seek feedback. This is going to lead to openness, transparency, and connect leaders with the concerns of the employees. Second is mistakes to milestones, whereby leaders and managers will be sharing their own growth stories of how they transform their failures and mistakes into actually learning outcomes for themselves. Next is Steel Talks, whereby people from different business units will be called together into rotating panel to have meaningful discussion as to how to improve the workplace and what positive changes can be further brought forward. And lastly, workshops should be conducted for managers and employees to seamlessly go through this process.
Finally, we look into the benefits of our proposed solution. As suggested by a work human report, such proactive steps would actually lead to reduction in sick leaves, employer costs, and employee stress levels, and thereby increase employee satisfaction and performance. A cost-benefit analysis of around 256 CR reinforces the solutions proposed so far. One of the problems we identified in the very first slide was employees being simply unaware of health initiatives in the organizations. For that reason, we have uniquely designed an appealing communication pamphlet which can be stuck out in strategic places in the organizations like lifts, cafeteria entrances to garner maximum employee attention. My colleague is handing over the same to you. Lastly, to conclude, we state that our solutions proposed so far are totally aligned with the vision of Tata Steel, that is to create a healthier and more engaged workforce. The values of integrity, responsibility, excellence, pioneering, and unity, some of the core values of Tata Steel, are very well upheld through our solutions. That's all for our presentation. Thank you.
So on the mental wellness, See, the stage comes with respect to hesitation to go and use and tell somebody is once the person himself or herself recognizes that the person is going through a mental wellness issue.
Right, sir.
Many a times, the person doesn't realize and recognize that. So in such situations, what will be your recommendations?
So we'll just take you to the mental health slide.
Sir, over here, as you were saying that person doesn't immediately recognize it. So over here, we thought to include to indicate, to spot these warning signals. That what are these warning signals among employees which can lead to mental health and these type of issues. So we have demonstrated stress, burnout, anxiety, and these can be felt by the managers. As managers are the first point of contact with an employee. So we felt that if we include a survey where manager floats down a form and employees fill this form around these three aspects, we will judge how we can spot these warning signals.
I'm saying the manager has recognized, but the employee is not willing to recognize and accept that he or she is going through that issue. And these are real life problems.
Right, sir.
Okay. This is where the real challenge comes. To what extent as the organization, as a manager, you can go and can you really force that employee to take these initiatives then?
So, sir, it's not about forcing the employees, to be very honest. Like my partner suggested, like it's about identifying the very early signs of mental stress. Like you said, sir, it's very difficult to understand all of it. So those are the three parameters we talked about. And at the same time, this particular first instance that we have talked about of human books, which is basically our managers, our seniors who are actually coming out and expressing their own mental struggles and how they have coped about with it. And that actually builds a culture of acceptance. So this is a sense of transparency which we are trying to talk about in the organization, which comes from the managers, and that can actually motivate the employees to thereby do the same in the workforce.
Sure. The other question is, if you look at this as a wellness has been something which is there for the last few years right now.
Right.
When I joined, when the others joined, this was not an issue. So what has changed in the social fabric?
Right, sir.
Which has really led to this in the organization workplace?
Right, sir. So at the very onset, I would like to state that the very core problem that we identified in the particular situation of wellness is that they are reactive in nature, which we pointed out in the very first slide, and there's a need for proactive measures. And now if you ask why, the question is because post-COVID primarily, there's a lot of dynamic work and flexible work coming in, which is good to hear, but again, it has led to an increase of work-life stress in terms of huge workloads and all of that. Thus, it's the reactive measures which we previously had in terms of just having a health insurance, and then whenever we are falling sick, we could just avail the health insurance and thereby satisfy our need. That is not being fulfilled right now because our needs have changed. We are now looking for proactive measures rather than these health initiatives only.
So these are all organization related, right?
Right, sir.
Anything which has changed in the social space?
So in a social space right now, the quality of work, initially when around 2 decades back or something like that, there was a lot of focus on the salary component, the compensation component. But right now with dynamic work coming into picture, there's a lot of focus on quality of work. And to ensure that there is good quality of work being done in terms of performance and all, wellness is a key input for that. Thus we say that there is a dynamic change from what you might have experienced and what we might experience in the coming.
No, thank you. I just wanted one clarification. You said that this whole program will also be linked to PMS, if I understood you well. Performance management system, it will KRA, which we'll discuss during annual appraisal and all that.
Right, sir.
Are you sure such things can be driven through push or created a pull?
Right, sir. So, sir, that is the whole idea of implementation plan for a push-to-pull culture. So, right now, when employees...
So,
sir, right, sir. So these KRAs and KPIs are not for employees, but for the managers themselves. Like diversity is a KPI and KRA right now for managers to foster diversity. That is where we are talking about these KPIs and KRAs coming into the health goals, into the goal sheet of a manager, wherein he would be incentivized. Why? Because he has a KRA and a KPI to fulfill. And how does he motivate his teams? That is the award section that we designed in the next slide, in the following slides. Like this entire.
So this I've understood. I was also thinking from even for managers.
Right, sir.
You feel that the team feels that you should enforce and linked it to the KRS.
So, sir, at this point, when there is a lot of like people are not aware about the importance of wellness right now. There's a lot of focus on diversity and factors like that, but to reinstill that vision of having wellness into the culture is why we are saying that it has to begin as a push culture, which will nowadays it is happening with diversity. From a push culture, it has now become a pull culture in itself. What Tata Steel in itself is also doing, they have LGBTQI case competitions and all of it happening right now. So that is why we are trying to say that it has to start as a push culture right now because there is no focus on it. But gradually with time, it would actually eventually become a pull culture.
Thanks. Thank you.
You mentioned that you want to give an allowance.
Right, sir.
And that is why you are spending that 83 crores.
So the
So the allowance is linked to a person's age or family size or level? Everybody gets the same allowance, irrespective of the fitness level?
Right, sir. So I'll just take you to that
It's
slide.
like an entertainment allowance.
So I wouldn't term it as an entertainment allowance.
Like similar. Basically, you give the same amount of money and everybody is expected to utilize it by going to a wellness center or anything like that, or a gym or a thing which you mentioned. So that amount is linked to the age, level, family size. How do you decide? Or it's fixed amount for everybody?
So, sir, this bracket of 5,000 to 10,000 that you see, it would be actually divided between levels. So, a junior level would be actually getting a lower amount, and thereby the 10,000 rupees would be achieved for a higher level. Now, the idea behind.
So, which means you want to differentiate this amount based on the level of the person. Higher management, senior management gets higher amount, junior management gets lower amount.
So that is just to make us more compliant and more reliable with respect to the comp and ben side of things. It's not because...
What side of it?
Compensation and benefit structure, sir. So because over there, we'll also have to consider these components into the compensation of...
But the membership is the same whether you are 25-year-old or a 55-year-old.
But sir, we are not just talking about this allowance for a membership purpose. It could be something related to counseling and nutritional counseling.
Even that also,
right, sir.
the cost of the medicine or cost of the exercise or whatever it is, if you're taking a whey protein or suggesting something, all that is same.
Sir,
so why would you like to link it to the level of the person rather than to the fitness,
So sir, like we pointed out in the tailored wellness program, so as you grow older and there is a general perception that your health deteriorates as you grow older. So that is where all of these wellness issues might strike you even worse when you are actually old, when you are actually in your middle to latter age of your career. So that is why we are trying to segregate it based on the levels as well, because primarily a middle to latter career professional would be in that particular level. So that's why we are trying to say.
And the managers think what, Mr. Ashish asked that question.
Yes, sir.
So are you not encouraging body shaming?
Not
that,
really.
I will only want fit people in my team, which is linked to it. How do you encourage, equity participation? Everybody is equal. There are a number of things which a person may be going through. So, to me, it is very complex. There is no thermometer which measures you out like
Exactly,
that.
sir.
And would you want to do that?
So, sir, that is why we try to focus on mental health as well and psychological safety as well. So, it's absolutely right, sir. We are not into that category of where we are trying to promote just physical fitness or physical well-being. We are actually trying to say that there are well-being in terms of mental and psychological safety as well. That is why we have dedicated our solutions of a case framework and how we can actually have voice champions and steel talks, mistakes to milestones, some of the initiatives we talk about psychological safety and mental health as well. So it could be something, so we are talking about hyper-personalization over here, wherein actually employees can avail whatever they want to in terms of wellness. We do not want a one-size-fits-all model, which is currently there in workplaces today. We want a hyper-personalization model right now.
How do you measure this? That an organization is getting better with the wellness?
So sir, I'll just take you to our annexure where we did the cost benefit.
All good things you hide in annexures, huh? Can say it also. How do you measure it? Like we measure customer satisfaction, we measure supplier satisfaction, we measure financial metrics.
So, sir, we are trying to say that if we actually have the proactive steps in place, firstly, we are trying to talk about improved retention rates. And that is where we are trying to talk about...
So retention is one.
Right, sir.
If you are able to reduce attrition, you can assume that people are well.
Right, sir. So,
is that what I have to conclude?
So not exactly we attribute it that way, but we actually, it's a combination of all these three benefits together. Like improve retention.
So I'm going one by one.
Right, sir.
If you are having less attrition, that means you are well.
So wellness is actually one of the biggest factor which leads to improvement in the retention.
So I'm
of
again
employees.
asking, if the attrition is less, it can conclude
It could
that
be an
people are well.
indicator. It could be an indicator, right?
People
sir?
are well.
Right.
What is the next one?
We are talking about increased productivity, sir. So over here, again, we are trying to say that as per the industry reports, we found that such wellness initiatives can actually lead to 5% increase in productivity.
How do you measure productivity?
So, sir, it's in terms of the output that a particular employee generates. So, we have assumed that over here an employee would be generating around 5 lakhs in a particular year, and that is where we are trying to talk about.
In a steel company?
Sir, so in a steel company, so it's the metric tons of steel that is being produced. So now the number of people who are actually being attributed towards producing that amount of steel would be the factors who we will consider.
Like the previous team, would you also put revenue there?
Sir,
The previous team also had a similar presentation. They mentioned about revenues.
Sir, directly, I think in a steel company, revenue.
Do you agree with that?
No, sir.
No. But if you do production in a steel company, it will link to revenues.
So, but sir, over here we are looking, now the revenue factor could be multifold. It's just not related to an employee wellness. So that is why we won't be able to directly attribute that the revenues increase because
That
of.
way the production is also linked to number of factors.
So, but right now, if a particular unit is producing less amount of steel in a particular year, and we see that actually employees have been absconding for work and all of those, so these could be some of the highlights or the warning signs where we can actually dig in and figure out that.
So why would you not measure absenteeism only, straight away?
Right, sir. So over here, that is why we are talking about that all these three things should be done in tandem. That is, reduced absenteeism is also one of the parameters we have considered in our benefits structuring.
Any other thing which you have got, which is for measurement of wellness?
Sir, these are the factors right now which we try to attribute in terms of benefits. So
Why don't you ask as a normal thing? Are you well or not? Like you ask the customers, are you satisfied or not? And you have the customer satisfaction or you have employee satisfaction. So you ask the employees straight away the question.
So, sir, actually, this is where we try to curate a certain list of questions, wherein we are actually not trying to directly ask them whether they are well or not well. We are trying to address the symptoms that they might be facing or the signals that they might be showing. So, we talked about anxiety, stress, and all of the burnout and all of those. So, these questions are curated to identify whether a person is actually feeling burnt out, stressed, or anxious.
Thank you. Any follow-up? We are well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Team High Flyers. That was seriously some high altitude flying by you guys. Can we have the reaction, the emojis, everybody? So a lot of hearts and the fire emojis on fire here. Nice. The third team, which has made it to the national finals of People Track 1, are Team Harrier from XISS Ranchi. May I call on stage Mr. Saikat Baroi, Shagar Soni, and Rashmi Negi. So, if their life was a song, it would be Khwabo Ke Parinde, and I'm sure inke khwabo mein Stillathon ka wo bada sa check hi aa raha hoga. So, all the best, team.
So, to get into the feel of wellness, let's start with a small skit.
Hey guys, did you hear about the new wellness initiatives introduced in the organization?
Yes, I did. Even I enrolled in one such wellness initiative, and let me tell you, it was a game changer. I feel so energized and focused at work.
Oh, great. I'm feeling very low these days. Seems like my employer not focused on wellness that much. Mike. Oh, great. I am feeling pretty much low these days. Oh, great. I am feeling pretty much low these days. Seems like my employer not focuses on wellness that much.
It's surprising. I used to feel the same way, but before all of these initiatives were launched.
Oh, that's why you guys seems that much positive.
It's tough, man. wellness actually makes a great difference if it is taken care by the organization.
Exactly. If employees are well, the organization thrives. Let's hear it again. When employees feel safe, the organization thrives. Or let me say, Tata Steel will thrive if their employees are empowered by the wellness initiatives, which we will introduce you all to soon. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Harrier, and today we'll be presenting answers to questions which were introduced to us. That is, you might be questioning that what is wellness? How can wellness be there in an employee's life? When and where wellness should be introduced? On that note, let us start with our presentation.
So is wellness a key lever for transformation? But before that, we need to actually understand what is the current scenario at the global level, at the Indian level, and specifically at Tata Steel. So if we see at the global level, wellness is something which is actually gaining substantial momentum, wherein employees have their own wellness goals, and also they are seeking support from their employers. But if we see the prevalence of wellness programs provided by the employers, we can see that there is 90% of employers who provide employee assistance programs. But on the contrary, we can see that there are only 33% of global employees who are thriving at the global level. We can see similar trends at the Indian level as well, wherein 88% of the Indian employees feel that it is important to work for the employers who actually care for the well-being. But on the contrary, only 55% of employees in India feel a sense of well-being from their employers. This is supported by the figure that only 14% of Indian employees are thriving at the workplace, which is half of the global average. If we see specifically in Tata Steel, through the wellness survey which we studied, there was one key highlight which we saw that majorly 73% of the employees of Tata Steel rated that the current employee wellness initiatives are not matching up to the expectations. So how do we actually foster a lifelong healthy lifestyle? Before that, we need to actually understand what are the pain points as to why are these wellness initiatives are not working to the fullest potential. So through the findings, we found out that mainly there are few major pain points like personalization, lack of awareness, and customization. As we can see that there is a very low utilization of resources, that is only 0.5% of the availed services in the financial year 23. So what is the solution? So we came up with the solution of a smart ring. So why a smart ring? So it is something which is which will very effectively and efficiently track the health vitals of the employee. Plus, it will also be very comfortable for the employee as to there will be continuous monitoring of the health of the employees. So, and then the next step is to integrate it with the Tata Intranet portal, wherein there will be various benefits like personalized insights to the employees. Secondly, enhanced accessibility to the wellness informations. And thirdly, greater participation because of gamification of the wellness programs. So so the third thing is, so through the tracking of these health vitals, there are three benefits further. Like we will also reward them through the coins, which we are mentioned it in the interface. And also this will help in facilitating of the wellness appraisals, which we'll be talking later in the slides. And thirdly, there is one more initiative which we are going to talk about, is the Green Plate initiative, through the positive reinforcement, we are going to give free employee meals because of the diet which we are going to suggest to them.
Talking about the question which was about destigmatizing the workplace and also to inculcate the culture of mental wellness or well-being in employees. So we will like to propose you triple threat leadership model. Now, IQ is something which we already know. EQ. EQ is all about understanding the feelings of yourself, the feelings that is of others and what others expect of you. And third and the most important is a decency quotient. So decency quotient is a level above EQ. Decency quotient talks about a person who knows what is right and helps his employer, organization, peers, and subordinates to move in the correct direction, to move in the right direction. So that is the triple threat model. So with emotional intelligence, there will be an enhance in self-awareness, increase in adaptability, ethical influence, better stress management, reduction in stigma, and rise in participation rates and utilization of resources, which is the major issue. Tata Steel has a lot of resources, but they are left unutilized. Talking about how to align EQ of the employees, we propose you to the EFA-EBIC model, which talks about the self-view, ideal self-view, others' view, and others' ideal view, which we'll be talking more. Next slide. So while preparing for this case study, we talked to multiple employees, and we wanted to know what actually their problem is. So by talking to the employees, we came through few unique solutions. For example, the sub card. Now in Hindalco, what they do is that they provide a simple certificate on every Saturday to employees, to an employee who has actually impacted the other employee, and that a simple certificate has created a lot of impact in Hindalco. So we have introduced sub cards. Then there is unlimited paid time off, Zen rooms, TED Talk challenge in which people can tell the employees and inspire the employees on the basis of wellness. Then there should be a monthly engagement calendar of wellness. Now, the most important thing is the vibe meter. We realize that while punching in and punching out, the employee should be able to give answer to a just a simple question that when he enters the organization, how he is feeling, and also when he is leaving the organization, what exactly are his thoughts. And that too, employees do not want to answer a survey. So just a simple question will check the stress level of the employees. Regional potluck, good fellows. I'm sure everybody is aware of good fellows. Everybody is, concerned about their aged parents. So Goodfellows is a platform which will help you to take care of your old age parents. Then Isha Foundation for Inner Engineering, and Mingout. Mingout is a platform which will help people create self-interest groups so that people are less stressed. To the next slide.
So addressing the concern of commitment towards wellness for employees. How we will reinforce it? Like we have designed a Windex for blue-collared employees to show the calculation. Like this way we have done the maths, so we can incentivize and to bring positive, tangible motivation to the blue-collared employees.
So we have tried to incentivize it so that blue-collar workers want to look after their wellness.
And we have designed wellness appraisal, and we have also proposed to do goal setting with the triple B model, where we have defined rating scales. And the most critical aspect here is, along with the performance rating, IL4 and above needs to be at least lying in -1 rating in wellness appraisal for promotions. We have done the guesstimates and come up with some of the numbers which will lead us and show us how much overall estimated annual gain we will decipher from it.
So summarizing everything in a nutshell, so the first step is gauging the entire canvas, like analyzing the entire scenario. The second step being revisiting the system and making alterations for the betterment of the wellness initiatives for the employees. Third being creating a conducive environment at the workplace through the help of the emotional quotient alignment and through the UFE-LBEC model. Fourth step being through the Pareto initiatives. We are facilitating people to thrive in the wellness facet. And last step being for the holistic environment, we are going to evaluate, reward, and for the prosperity in terms of wellness. And in the way forward, like how we can actually refine the entire idea. So we are going to do a market study for the selection of the vendor of the ring. Second being, we are going to study and customize the indicators which are best fit for the appraisal process, and also to discover the possibility of finding the best set of parameters for the wellness index. And lastly being to study and find the best opposite attributes for the UFE-LBEC model.
So that is all from our end. We are open to questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you mentioned 73% as per your survey, Tata Steel, are not happy with the current options that are being available to them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they are not happy with the current options. So what are they looking for?
So what they are looking for is that they want personalized gold. Assume yourself. It is nobody wants to open an app and set goals for themselves, right? So by introducing the smart ring, what we are doing is that we are introducing goals for them to achieve, and those goals, mind you, are achievable. Like
So you can't put right now individual personalized goals in the Tata Steel's app, you mean to say?
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
sir.
saying currently you can't put personalized goals into Tata Steel app.
Personalized. We
Have
can.
have you looked at the current Tata Steel app?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are saying that you can't do that.
No, it is do, but it is a tedious job. But what we are doing for them is that we are ourselves suggesting them a goal which is achievable. So rather than switching on the app and putting the goals themselves, like I've seen the app, they have to put the hours of sleep, ideal hours of sleep for themselves, or they have to put the steps they want to walk. We are providing them the solution. We are saying that as an adult, according to your BMI, these are the steps which you should take to burn the calorie level which is required to achieve the correct BMI. So that is where we are bridging the gap, right? We are analyzing their sleep patterns. Burnout of employees is very common, especially the middle management and especially the officers. So how by suggesting them the smart ring, we are analyzing their sleeping patterns, breathing patterns, which will help us to analyze the exact and correct level of stress they are facing. Right, so that I think is more feasible and a better way.
So on your point that the stress levels are only with respect to the officers,
Yeah.
there are 20 plus deaths that happened due to medical reasons in Tata Steel.
Yes.
Which segment is this particular workforce coming from?
Sir, actually we are not just focusing on the officers, we are also focusing on the blue-collared workers. Hence, we have recommended Windex for the blue-collared workers. So blue-collared workers will try to achieve the goals so what we have done for them is that we have tried to incentivize them. You can see if Raj is getting 8 point in physical activities, 8 point in step count, BMI and everything,
Who is giving this goal?
So Raj is
over there, who is going this goal?
So these are the baselines of
Who is going this baseline? You?
Yeah, according to
because right now you said no, it has to be personalized and the person needs to take their own baseline.
Yes.
And that's what is coming out in the feedback which you have taken, that 73% are saying that we don't want common baseline to be given. Then why are you assessing them on a common baseline?
So this is the baseline. So this is, on an average, an adult Indian should do a physical activity of at least 150 minutes a week. So that
is what exactly what we are providing on the app right now.
No, sir, but the employee needs to know what they have to achieve.
Correct. So I'm saying, should the baseline be the same for everyone?
Yeah.
Or should it be different?
It should be different. And that is how we are personalizing it through the smart ring. So everybody will have a different BMI. Everybody will need a different calorie diet. Everybody will need a different diet plan. Right?
Okay.
So that is what the ring is tracking, and that is what we are linking it with the internet portal.
Now the second thing is we are bringing a lot of personalized data into the IT systems of Tata Steel.
Yes.
This will be medical records also. You will be analyzing the personalized medical records and then customizing something and providing them.
Yeah.
Is there something which will prevent you in doing this?
Something which will prevent me in doing this.
Let me tell something like the ring which we have proposed, actually that was
so there are going to be data privacy norms.
That was supposed to capture the vitals of a person automatically, and we have proposed the intranet integration because we have...
No, I'm not asking for a technological hurdle which you are going to face. Okay. There will be data privacy norms which will be coming, and you won't be able to use individual private data freely with respect to the kind of solutions which you are proposing.
So, but the wellness index whole calculation is
So we need...
Have you heard about GDPR?
What?
The global data privacy norms, have you heard about it?
No, sir. We have heard about it, but we are not fully aware of it. But actually, sir, we need that data to collect, to incentivize them, to set the, for helping it in the PMS of the officers. So that data is required.
You might find it difficult going forward using those data.
Okay, all right.
So if that comes, then what is the alternate solution?
There are data privacy issues?
Absolutely.
So, sir, wellness is not just basis the app. Wellness can be ensured by initiatives such as, for example, you can say, we will plan a monthly engagement calendar for the employees. So a whole month.
So how are you different from the others, because they mentioned the same initiatives?
Yes, sir. So these initiatives
and how are you going to test the effectiveness and efficiency of these initiatives?
So these initiatives. So
take any one of them.
Okay. So like the vibe during the punch in and punch out, we'll check the vibe of the employees, and the HR will analyze the data to see if everything is going correctly or if anybody is facing some...
So what you will be asking at the punching time, how are you feeling? Right?
Yeah,
It's a mood meter.
Yeah, it is a vibe meter, mood meter. Yeah.
How are you going to test the effectiveness and efficiency of that?
So if everything goes according to the plan, if the Windex is performing correctly, if the PMS is being sorted out, if the employees, especially the lead, like I've said,
I'm talking only of that initiative.
Okay.
Okay, the mood meter.
The mood meter. So which meter will, if we like continuously, every monthly, we can analyze the records, and we can see in which department, which employee, like is there any specific department where the mood meter of the employees is significantly low and it is constant. So we can analyze that data, and we can talk to the employees of that department or the head of that department so as to know what exactly is the problem. Why are the employees rating themselves low consistently?
Okay, and then what will be the interventions?
So then they will be, so most of the time the thing is, as we all know, that employee leaves managers, not the organization. So why does that happen? Because the manager somewhere or the other lacks in these two aspects, that is EQ and DQ. So we will provide constant training. So let me explain you the model, UFE model, what exactly it is. First is the self-view. So this model will take place between manager and the reportee. So every manager and every reportee will go through this exercise, UFE model, right? So self-view, in the self-view, the manager will rate themselves. And these attributes are customizable. So according to everybody, like they can be customized. For example, the manager thinks that he is high on teamwork. Okay. Then he will rate his ideal self on what ideally he should be. Then he will be rated by his reportee.
Okay.
What others feel.
Okay.
And then ideals, what his reportee thinks he should ideally be. And then when we will plot all these graphs together, we will obviously see a difference. And we will provide training to them so that these graphs converge into a single graph.
So what is the maturity of the organization to give the right amount of rating and the right type of rating? Because we do have 360 degrees right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So are all the reportees free to give the kind of ratings they want to?
So that is how the things should go. They should be free, or else their report.
You are on a right track.
Yeah.
You said that you will identify the areas where the mood of the employees and high percentage of the employees is not that good. Okay. What do you do with respect to the manager over there then?
So we will provide training to the manager. You can see for like next 90 days, we will provide training to them. Like I think everybody should receive a training on EQ and DQ so that their emotional quotient and decency quotient increases, because everybody deserves to be treated fairly and respectfully in an organization. So after this,
even after 90 days, you don't see an improvement then?
So, but we will provide them trainings and all. We will keep them in constant training.
You still find that the mood has not improved.
So then there is a thing in PMS you can see. then they will be rated low here.
It still continues then.
Yeah. So they will not be eligible for further promotion because it needs to be -1 rating of the wellness, like you can see.
Okay.
Because a person needs, a culture of an organization will only change when the management and the officers are changing. And for that, we need to make sure. We always analyze IQ of people while hiring them. In Tata Steel, the thing is that they also do psychometric test. But psychometric test is just to align their perspective to the employee's perspective.
What is this psychometric test all about for Tata Steel?
Sir, psychometric test
What is it testing right now?
Sir, it tests if the employee's value is actually fit to the values of the organization.
It's not testing the values. It's testing the behaviors.
Okay.
Okay, and they're testing 4 different behaviors.
Oh, sir, actually I talked about it with some of the people in the organization and they suggested that it is doing that. So that is why I suggested that EQ alignment should also be there and EQ increment and DQ.
Sure.
DQ should also be there in the employees.
Okay, so but how far will you go? Means you stop the promotion, you reduce the ratings,
Yeah.
still things don't improve then?
So constant training, motivation, we are giving them
When
group
are you
and-
going to take the hard step?
So sir, increasing EQ and DQ is not that difficult.
No, you yourself said that it's important for Tata Steel to create that EQ amongst people.
Yeah.
And if your constant effort doesn't yield results, you need to take some hard step.
Sir, this is a pretty hard step if we are not allowing them promotion,
It's not a hard step.
isn't it?
No. Sure, thank you.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much. Only one thing I will point out, a very housekeeping point. You written the verbatim of people and take the name of the guys also in Tata Steel. That guy Lokesh might be sitting here, so they have to be careful. Don't write the names.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So just one question. You have said for management cadre, you have said it for NOPR cadre. In Tata Steel, we also do family medical checkups. So the wellness programs you will extend to family members also? I did not see that.
So one of the initiatives which will extend to the family members was the Good Fellows initiative, which we're talking under the
You have to first check how well they are. So just as you are measuring for NOPR and OPR officers, would you also want to measure for the family members? Like we measure or we do the family checkups, we do medical checkups,
Yes,
we
it
extend
is-
it to the family?
Yeah, it is already prevalent in the organization and Tata Steel is
So
already...
what are the suggestions for the family members?
So for the family members, we are suggesting a regional potluck in which like food brings people together and it is a great way for like Tata Steel has a diverse employee base. So through regional potlucks, we can bring employees together and their families together, have a good meal, interact with each other. Then we have
No,
good
these are
fellows.
ideas.
Yeah.
But first of all, you have to measure how well they are, just as you are measuring for EQ, IQ, and DQ for employees, whether officer or non-officer. In order for you to roll out any program, aren't you being presumptuous by rolling out a program for the family member without knowing exactly? And then how do you address the privacy norms if you want to extend it like this from a company side to a family member?
Regarding that, in the health checkup, already Tata Steel encourages employees to, so that their families also get...
That is a medical checkup.
Yeah.
Okay, they go to the hospital, the privacy is maintained with the hospital.
Yeah, the physical aspect.
Here you are talking about the family members' wellness and you asked specifically certain things, like the ones which you have rolled out. So, how do you address that point? If you extend, you can also say that I will not extend it to family members.
So the health tracking and everything is not extended to the family.
Hmm.
These are just ideas as to where we believe that wellness is something which is also connected to the families. Like if your family is doing well, there is...
So without measuring, you will just throw these initiatives.
No, so these initiatives, like inner engineering, should be given to the employee and their family as well. They can be given access to Isha Foundation for inner engineering. So,
That's what I'm saying. You will roll out these initiatives for the family members without doing any measurement.
Sir, but these initiatives are...
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
despite...
I'm just asking.
Yeah,
you
but
know.
like
If
despite
the
of
answer
the-
is yes, you can say that yes. If the answer is no, you can say no.
It
also.
is like there is no harm in these
Yeah, like despite of the fact whether they are well or not, the family members, even if we give this facilitation to them, it will increase the wellness among the employees and their family member. So it's no harm to give this facilitation.
What about any wellness allowance, like the other team has suggested? Are you giving also some allowance?
Yeah, we are giving.
How much?
So it
Like
depends.
we are calculating it.
It depends on how, if the employees are,
Customized.
employees will
Like
be
we
giving.
have set parameters, some parameters which can be curated. So like we have studied the average Indian standard and we have put the baseline there.
This is what the non-management cadre, 3,300. For the other one, we understood the penalty of not being well, which is non-promotion -1. What about the incentive for?
I feel that wellness incentive should be given to the blue-collar workers only, as it will motivate them more. For the officers, it is not about money. It is actually about the...
So it is not applicable for the other page, the management
No,
cadre.
for them it is PMS.
Oh, okay.
It will be enrolled in the PMS.
Ah.
Just Ventex is just...
So no incentive, only penalty.
No.
That's what it says, penalty.
So they will be given monetary benefits, you can see.
There are monetary benefits and non-monetary benefits which we
insurance,
have
paid
designed
wellness
keeping the
leaves.
philosophy of wellness in mind, that we are rolling out group incentives to encourage the managers. We have also tried to roll out health insurance premium discount on basis of tracking of the vitals, which we are tracking from the smart ring. And paid wellness is like unhappy leaves. Like some of the benefits which are not supposed to easily get in usual setting, but we are, if somebody is performing well in its wellness spectrum.
So you are giving some incentive? Because she was saying not giving in, we don't
Not
believe.
monetary incentive.
What is that? Group incentive and health insurance premium
Like
discount?
it is not completely based on incentive, unlike the non-management cadre. Here there is the main emphasis on the non-monetary benefits like recognition programs. We have kept both monetary and non-monetary, but for the non-management cadre, it is...
Monetary doesn't exactly means cash here,
Ah.
right? So it means that managers will encourage their peers and their superiors so that they will be getting a group incentive. So
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have covered a lot of stuff, and I'm really impressed with that. And therefore, nothing to do with the question on this on the presentation which you have made. But I'm also conscious of the fact that we are talking about our organization and a different setting in organizations. I have two questions. One question is, are we outsourcing our own wellness to somebody else? Through saying that organization should do this, somebody else should do this, the manager should do this. So there is a component, are we outsourcing? Second is, not everybody works in the organization. There are people who are entrepreneurs, they have startups, where the stress levels are very high. But maybe all of them are mentally very motivated. Do you have any view on these two subjects? And it is the open view, it has no judgment criteria.
sir, to answer your first question, what we are actually doing is that there are many initiatives, innumerable initiatives which are already being taken by Tata Steel, like the Wellness Corner app, Wellspring app. But the thing is that we are leveraging those apps with the help of data and setting personalized goals, right? So intranet portal already exists in Tata Steel, right? But to provide them, but we are connecting it with the smart ring so that their goals are being updated, they are getting personalized goals.
Like we got to know that only 11% of the employees have downloaded that Wellness Corner app and other apps which are right now in Tata Steel.
Yeah, you can see over it. See, only EAP has been like 0.5 have availed the services in financial year 2023. Wellness app was being downloaded by just 11%. So there are initiatives which Tata Steel has taken, and it is in the forefront of taking these initiatives. But the thing is that people are not utilizing those resources.
That's why we tried to put it in internet portal only, so no one will feel an extra burden of downloading an app and doing everything.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Wow, wellness is truly a part of our lives. With a quick show of hands, let's see how many of us are now using smartwatches and keep a track on our step counters. How many users of smartwatches here? Great. And also let's see your reactions to Team 3's performance with your emojis. Thumbs up, hearts, and we've also mind-blown reaction there. Wow, great. So in Tata Steel, we not only make steel, we also take care of our employees' lives and their families too. Here, sports is also a part of the Tata DNA. We believe, jam ke khelo, khul ke jio. Here's a video showcasing this very fact. So how many football fans in the house today? So we have the Jamshedpur Football Club playing really well in the Indian Super League, and I'm sure all of you are following our success. Also, continuing with the theme of wellness, we have some healthy nuts and detox water on your tables. I hope you're enjoying the same and munching along. Now, coming to the second case of our people track. The second case was really a tough nut to crack, pun intended, and it explores the challenges faced by Tata Steel in achieving its goals of optimizing workforce cost while simultaneously increasing productivity. Let us now welcome the top two teams who have made it to the finale for the People Track 2. May I call on the stage Team Synapse. The team members are Kumar Aryan, Aditya Sharma, and Bhavna Khanna from IIM Ranchi. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, panel. We are Team Synapse from IIM Ranchi, presenting in People Track 2. Our approach of the presentation is as follows. First, we will highlight the challenges for Tata Steel, insights from our primary and secondary research, external benchmarking, our proposed 4-year action plan, its communication strategy, and success metrics. Tata Steel faces 3 challenges currently. First, attrition and attraction of talent, low employee productivity. As per annual report, it is 900 TCS per employee per year, and resistance to relocation. Let's delve deeper into these issues where these problems arise. As we know, Tata Steel is planning to double its capacity for the TSK plant. Right in the heart of the Tata Steel's future, that is Odisha, there are a plethora of competitors. In Jajpur itself, there are these many competitors. So, attracting and retaining talent is a major issue. When we compare the production of JSW and Tata Steel, they almost produced equally. But when it comes to productivity, JSW is far ahead. Upon analyzing it, we came to know that JSW has much lesser employees than Tata Steel. We have done our primary research by rolling out a survey to engineering and management students who could be the future employees of Tata Steel and asked a few questions to them. We found that 60% of them would not prefer a remote job. Even if they do, they would like to stay only for 2.7 years with the organization. They expect better healthcare facilities, accommodation facilities, and good compensation and benefits at such type of jobs. We have done a secondary research on employee reviews at Cora, Ambition Box, etc. The highlights from these reviews are like school and Jajpur market are far, buses and transport facility are not appropriate, facilities like Jamshedpur are unavailable. Hence, to dig deeper into the issues, we did interviews with current employees of Tata Steel at remote locations. They highlighted that beyond working hours, there is nothing to do there. Money is a hygiene factor, while employee experience also matters. They expect facilities, transportation, and wellness initiatives. Also, we have done external benchmarking on the same 3 parameters that the Tata Steel is facing challenges with. The key practices that got our attention are preferential postings to remote location, accelerated promotion for high performers as a technique to enhance productivity, multi-skill training and talent acquisition pool for high potential employees to improve retention. Based on our research, we have given a 4-year action plan with yearly recommendations. Our first suggestion is on attracting and retaining NOPRs, especially for Kalinganagar and Meramandali locations. That is to hire locally. We can tie up and collaborate with local ITI and diploma colleges to establish long-term collaboration. This will secure a constant supply of manpower as when required. Also, to strategically hire to improve productivity and wage cost optimization, we are suggesting a 3x3 matrix, that is with respect to skill level and impact for the job. For a high impact and medium to high skill level job, example junior engineer, they can be hired on company payroll. For a medium impact and a medium skill level job like operator, they can be given to TSTSL or TSSL. And for a low impact and low skill level job, for example utility worker, they can be given to contractors. Next issue that we are tackling is the retention of NOPRs at these locations. For this, we have 2 recommendations. First is the promotion to OPR. For an employee who has done 6 years of good performance, they can be given an opportunity to do BTech and then promoted to OPR. Secondly, what makes Tata Steel different from other steel companies is how they respect and recognize their labor unions. We can replicate the good IR practices followed in Jamshedpur to here as well, because employees feel safe when they are part of the labor union. Moving on to the retention of OPRs at remote locations, we know that medical and education facilities are much needed, but building these facilities greenfield would incur high costs. So we are suggesting a better way to do this. We can tie up and collaborate with nearby international big schools and hospitals to come and open a branch here. Since our competitors are also facing this pain point, we can collaborate with them also to establish such facilities. With respect to the commute facilities, an increment in the frequency of shuttle services is required. We can collaborate with WTI cabs who are specialized in remote location cab services, which would lead to contentment of our women employees.
Our next solution is to solve the problem of retention and attraction of OPRs in remote locations. So we are suggesting a career path for new joiners, that is 2 into 2 into 2. You'll be serving for 2 years in 2 different locations and 2 different business units. Now, any employee who chooses it will only be serving in remote locations and will only be eligible and will serve till the time he or she gets promoted to a IL3 band. Now, Why will any employee choose it? What are the basic questions? What will I get in return? The incentives associated. So the incentives are you will be eligible for higher and accelerated promotions. A current employee who is promoted is eligible for promotions only after minimum 3 years of service and if he or she has 10 points in their performance cycles. Under this new policy, employees will be eligible for promotion after 2 years if they have 8 points in their performance cycles. Let's understand it through an example. Take the case of two employees, Shipra and Abhi, have different types of career plans, while they have the same performance over 5 cycles. Where Shipra is eligible for 2 promotions in 4 years, Abhi will only be eligible for his second promotion in year 6. Our next solution is productivity linked incentives. So plant head will set the production targets for each and every department, and if all the departments they meet their target, employees will be getting incentives of 140% of the specified limit. If only a particular department meets it, it will be 130% and so on. No incentives to be provided if the production targets fall below 60% or in case of any accident or fatality. Nextly, we want to focus upon the productivity of the overall plant. So for this, we have a solution called Sahyog Se Samadhan, where employees who are directly involved in the production will point out faulty practices, pain points, and the bottlenecks. It will help us in order to save costs, utilize our time, and optimize the processes. Upon successful implementation of these plans, employees will be rewarded and recognized. In year 3, we are proposing VRS, Voluntary Retirement Scheme. Now Tata Steel already has its VRS policy called Sunehre Bhavishya Ki Yojana. So what we are suggesting different. We are saying not just offer them VRS, but show the employees also that they have a future, they can make their own independent careers by utilizing these different government initiatives and benefits. So the HR department needs to educate them and motivate them on choosing these different benefits. So the plan of action will be first identify the jobs which are to be offered VRS, communicate them these different benefits, motivate them to take this up, and once they are benefited, advertise it for using the future VRS options. Our next suggestion is focused upon the steel synergy solutions, is upon collective knowledge and collaborative problem solving. Here, heads of different departments will meet biannually to discuss their plant problems and to solve it through shared expertise. And finally, we want to solve the issue of retention of female employees in remote locations, which is a very serious challenge for Tata Steel. So under this program, we have different initiatives like not to position women employees alone in any remote location, always try to position them in groups so that they feel psychological safety, provide them with self-defense trainings and cab services anytime, which we discussed.
Next, we'll discuss the problem of employee disconnect that they feel in remote location. For that, we'll have a biannual sports tournament where team will comprise of employees from the different department of Tata Steel. Also, when we require recreational facilities, we collaborate with companies like Reliance and PVR and showcase that Kalinganagar is being developed for a population of 1 million by 2025, which will give them a huge market to cater to, and they can have their franchise in Kalinganagar. Now I'll walk you through the communication strategies that we'll use for our internal stakeholders. We'll start by a company-wide email, which will be followed by virtual town hall meets to ensure that our employees feel heard. Also, we'll have a dedicated section on our employee portal, which will contain all the information related to the relocation incentives and facilities. Also, we'll create a video which will be played in break areas and our employee portal, which will showcase Kalinganagar's growth. And after that, we'll also introduce Change Champion to address any concern that our employee might have and to provide them one-on-one support. For our blue-collar employees, we'll use notice board and newsletter so that they are also well informed. And in the end, we'll have a feedback portal for our employees so that the relocation doesn't become a top-down decision, but a collaborative process. For our external stakeholders, our communication strategy is based on our values of trust and transparency. We'll use Tata Steel career page, website, campus pre-placement talks, and social media to show the Kalinganagar's growth and the opportunities it will bring for the future employees of Tata Steel. What we have seen is whenever Tata Steel comes for the campus placement, there's a preconceived notion in students' mind that Tata Steel, that location will be Jamshedpur. That we should change by clearly communicating the location, not necessarily can be Jamshedpur, but anything else. Also, these are the success metrics. We believe using these initiatives, we'll have high employee retention rate, high engagement and satisfaction score, low time to productivity, high production, high productivity, high net promoter score, and high participation rate. Thank you.
Thank you. So you showed us a comparison with respect to the productivity between Tata Steel and JSW. Okay, right comparison. We are 900, they are 1636. What are the main reasons for that? What is it that JSW is doing differently from Tata Steel?
So we did a lot of research on this particular topic, that if the formula for productivity is tons crude steel produced per employee per year, and we can see that JSW and Tata Steel's production are almost same. So what is the thing that's different? So we got to know it's the employees that are different, the count of employees. Now we looked upon that how they make it different. So GSW hires more employees on their contract. They have overall lesser employees also, and more employees are hired on the contract basis. In Tata Steel, there are more number of employees on their payrolls.
Are they on the contract or are they on subsidiary companies?
So in the
25,145 numbers which you show over there, down
Sir.
there, the lower circle.
Sir.
They are all employees on the subsidiary companies of JSW, which is not counted into the productivity calculation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's one big, and the suggestion which you gave, that after a particular level, our jobs should also move to subsidiary companies, and some of the jobs which are non-core to us, then can go to the contracted out. Okay, so this model we are already implementing. But the big difference which you see over here is because of this. The second important reason is the 12-hour shift vis-a-vis 8-hour shift. Okay, so JSW works on a 12-hour shift, which legally is not right. You just have to increase 1/3 of their workforce if they have to put on a 8-hour shift. Okay, so there are few things which are not comparable out here. When you look at, say, the second aspect on attrition, where are we hitting, or where are getting the hit the most? If it's not entire Kalinganagar, it's a particular segment of the workforce which we are losing. So which is that segment that we need to protect in Kalinganagar?
So when we researched upon this particular topic, we came upon two different fronts. First was attraction and retention of OPRs overall, and second, mostly of attraction of NOPRs.
What is the attrition rate in officers in Kalinganagar?
So for specific data we cannot get, but from what we got from the annual report, it was for male employees 2.6 by resignations, and for female it was double, that 5.2. From the annual...
Is it something which is alarming for Tata Steel? 2.6%, 5 point some percentage? No, so the attrition can never be generalized. But if you look at some specific areas, okay, if you look at some specific functions, they will be in double digits. In Kalinganagar, if you look at diploma, okay, this is the group which is being targeted by JSW. Okay. So then your intervention has to be specific to the target which we are losing, where the attrition levels are more than 2 digits.
So we have to identify then those specific places.
Yeah.
Right now, with limited information, we made the recommendations based on that. Once we get to know the specific areas that these are the, like NOPR, this segment or this block is facing higher attrition, maybe could due to poaching or maybe due to better opportunities, then we can customize our recommendations in that direction. As you mentioned, like JSW is the one who has this problem. So that's why we suggested that we will hire locally from the ITI and diploma colleges so that we can improve the retention rates.
Kalinganagar, you cannot go out because
Yes.
we are bound by an agreement with the government that at diploma and an ITI level, we have to take local recruitment to, as at diploma it's as high as 65 to 70%, at ITI it is more than 80%. So that's already an agreement with the government out there. But even if you are, say, recruiting locally, your trained people are going to get poached. Okay. So there can be two alternatives. One is you keep increasing the salary levels and retain them, or else your pipeline has to be such that you're not suffering with respect to the kind of attrition that is happening.
Yes, sir. So even besides that, we said that we are providing with a strong labor union that gives them a safety and recognition and respect in Tata Steel. That would help them retain in our organization. Moreover, we are giving them a career path where they can even be promoted to be an OPR if they go for engineering degrees.
They don't have a career path today?
They do have, sir. if those employees want to progress further and want to take more education in their life,
So what
Tata
are-
Steel would assist them.
There are already schemes for that.
Yes, sir.
There are
So
study
that-
leave policies, there are directed learning policies where employees are encouraged.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this would act as a motivation factor to stay with us for long.
So many of the things which you have mentioned out here is already happening in Tata Steel. What is that new thing which you are bringing from your perspective?
So
the 2-year promotion, fast track promotion is also happening in Tata Steel.
Sir, if we talk about a new initiative, sir, we are suggesting some new tweaking into the processes that will improve the current policies and practices that they are.
So, as per our information, the accelerated promotions that are given, if you have 10 points in 2 cycles. So here we are suggesting a career path which if anybody choose, you know that you will be serving in remote locations. Like I am fully acknowledged about this fact. And any person who will be choosing it will be eligible for promotions after 2 years if he has 8 points. So we have reduced the point factor also here.
Okay.
This is a like the current policy with a change, with a new idea, can solve the issues that we are facing.
So you mean to say that in a remote location, even if your performance level is slightly lower, but you become eligible for promotion?
Eligible
Because-
for giving interviews, sir.
Yeah, eligible for promotion is eligible for giving interviews.
Sir, again, at that interview also, the person will be evaluated.
And so, intervention is in remote locations, there are major hardships that people face. So, people are usually away from their families, and there are less of dearth of facilities that are available.
How can you make Kalinganagar and Meramanli like Jamshedpur? Jamshedpur was a remote location at one point of time.
Yes. So, this is initially started. What we said is, Odisha Kalinganagar is the future of Tata Steel. It takes time to build a city. And all our interventions that we propose, like making schools and colleges, it need not to be made from greenfield.
Why should Tata Steel be investing in schools and
Yes,
colleges?
sir. That's what we suggested, that Tata Steel should not be investing it. We are a steel manufacturer. We can call upon the international schools and hospitals who are in Bhubaneswar to come up and open a branch, because this is not just going to
So
be
what
Tata.
are the issues? Do you think Tata Steel would not have tried?
So definitely it would have tried.
What are the issues?
What do you think would happen?
It's the same problem what Tata Steel faces for sending its employees in remote locations.
No, so remote, okay, fine.
It can be the same pain point for those institutions also, that how I'll send my employees in remote locations. So it could be an issue that we think of. Second is, but we can show it as a future to them, that this is not just a single organization. GSPL is also there. AMNS is in Odisha, it's not in JSW, but different in Jajpur. There are different companies in Jajpur, and Kalinganagar industrial area is getting developed for a population of 1 million. So this is going to be a huge market, and you give some time, you trust on Tatas, and it will be a future. It will be a city ready as Jamshedpur. It will take time to build upon.
No, I have nothing to add. Just if I am a hospital, let's say, and you are coming to me to, you should open up hospital, you're showing me a rosy picture. So till that time, because I will also open a hospital as for economies of scale. Na? Today only 10 families, I can't open a hospital. So do you recommend that Tata Steel should write off the amount for the first 10 years till you become 1 million? Because I need some guarantee if I am a hospital guy.
So, sir,
Or if I am the, let's say any hospital, whatever it is. So those are practical issues. Huh? So will you suggest Tata Steel, or are you suggesting here, that otherwise why should I come? Just by a promise.
So our solution is, if you are a hospital and I am Tata Steel, why would you come to Kalinganagar? I am proposing you that all my employees will be getting medical insurance in particularly your company, in your hospital. Plus, I'll collaborate with other companies that are there, because this is an issue for them also. Plus, I'll show you the business. Any company would come and invest because of the business. So these are the factors what we can think of.
Also, sir, till the time hospital is being developed, we should have basic healthcare facilities at those locations, and we can call upon the doctors from nearby hospitals to come on rotation basis and to be available for the all our employees and their families till the time we are able to built up, we are able to get a hospital chain to build a hospital in these locations as well. By that time, we should be having all the basic healthcare facilities for our employees.
Basic, though, I'm sure OHU is a must, I'm saying, it doesn't work like that. So two basic things a human being needs, like what is, one is medical and other is school for children, isn't it? So that's the basic point. Where is the economies of scale? And if economies of scale, the teachers don't go, the doctors don't go, it runs into spiral. I don't have an answer, I don't know, I'm just thinking aloud. Second thing, one of the also, do you think that there is something to do for spouse? Because, many things, many times, if I'm getting married, my wife, I also say thank you very much. Correct? Or the girl, lady is working and the husband gets. So, do you think that there's something company can think for the spouse? Because that's a binder. Today, it's a moment that guy gets married, probably he doesn't get married because of location. But I'm just thinking aloud.
So we also thought in this particular direction that what about family initiatives and particularly targeted to spouses. So one question that comes into this picture that we can have a particular quota reserved for it, but there's another question that there are particular specific types of jobs that can be done in the steel industry. So all the types of jobs cannot be accommodated. So we'll have to look on this particular front.
How can we accommodate the spouses of our employees? So we have to think upon those lines.
So adding to the point, Tata Steel are already doing a lot of things for the spouses of employees in remote location. For example, they are giving accommodation services so that they can live there. They have medical insurance for their families as well for their complete family of employees. Also, the schools facility. Also, we are linked with the schools in Bhubaneswar that the student of Tata Steel, the child of a Tata Steel employee will come and we'll provide them a scholarship. So there are already incentives that are going on there.
So one point is on this particular issue is what about spouses? Can they be accommodated or not? As I said that we thought upon those particular lines, but this is a very delicate thing to be think upon. That how to accommodate. Yes, we want to do in this current work culture that we are currently in, both the partners work. This is not what used to happen 3 or 4 decades back. But what the type of job that the spouse is doing, that also will matter into accommodate how and into which type of job. So Kalinganagar may not have an IT job. Majority of the companies are steel. So this angle needs to be thought upon.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Assuming everything, whatever you have shown in the 4-year action plan were to happen as you have planned, what happens to this number 900?
So,
in terms of the success story, I could not get that answer. So this 900 becomes what after 4 years, assuming all your action plans are?
So answering this particular question, what 900 will look after this 4-year action plan is based upon a lot of assumption. If we'll calculate it right now, it's cost benefit analysis, and in future what will
True. I thought you placed this problem as the root cause problem, and whatever you are thinking of solutions are all directed towards either reducing attrition, in the other programs you saw there. So if 900 is the issue compared to anybody else, then something has to happen. How do you measure the success of your 4-year action plan? What is at the end of the 4-year plan? That I couldn't get.
So end of the 4-year plan would be, you will be able to retain both the types of workers, OPRs and NOPRs. Second, you will get how...
So you will improve the retention or attrition rate will go down,
yes, sir,
and absenteeism will go down. So something you have to, say, what's your success parameters?
It's in the last slide.
The last slide, sir, we mentioned.
Yeah, but for that, all that has to translate into better productivity, right?
So it's about how we can quantify it. In future, how much we are going to hire for different positions, how much we are going to hire from TSTSL, from contract, and from different payrolls.
You do whatever things. Something has to happen to this 900, right?
So this 900 has to increase to a certain level. For example,
That is the question which I'm asking.
so for giving a particular number, we have to make a lot of assumptions. For example, in these 4 years, after these 4 years, how much employees will be hired through TSTL and how much will be contract level.
All that you must have thought through in your action plan. Because if you have called this as a number, as an issue, then your action plan should result in that improvement.
Sir, this would improve the productivity numbers, but for how much?
But JSW will also improve. So the gap will always remain, or can you see the narrower gap now?
So gap will be definitely narrowed if we can.
How?
So if we can strategically hire, by not hiring many employees on the payroll, strategically assigning the particular positions to TSTSL, TSSSL and the contract. So this way, those employees will not come in my calculation numbers. So this is all based upon the calculation issue.
So that is not very, that's not very, I don't know whether you want to think about the answer which you just gave. And your team members may agree or not agree, you know. To remove the number calculation because you have shifted them to TSTSL or TSSL. That's the point which Zubin was saying. Is that the only way, or there is something which is working in the action plan which will get this thing to be better?
Production linked incentives is also one of the things we proposed. Synergy solutions. These are the other things for improving the productivity that we proposed.
So for improving productivity, there are two ways, either to increase the production or to decrease the workforce. So for increasing the production, we have the incentives. For example, we'll find out what are the ways that we can optimize the process that are currently going in Tata Steel, which will help us to increase the production. That will also help us increasing the productivity as well.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Synapse. And may I also request for a special round of applause for Bhavna, who's here despite her foot injury. Now, for the second team in our People Track 2, may I please invite Team the Iron Fisters. The team members are Milan Mohapatra, Aditya Mohapatra, and Lisa Acharya from XIM Bhubaneswar. And they've coined a new song altogether, Ye Opportunity Na Milegi Dobara. Welcome, team.
Good morning, everyone. So we are the team Iron Fisters from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. So starting off with the executive summary, I will be starting with the problem statement. There are three main things that Tata Steel is focusing on. That is reducing workforce costs due to high fixed expenses, dealing with the resistance to shift from Jamshedpur to any remote location, and third is the balancing employee welfare and market competition of the business growth. Now, once we have done our primary research, we found out the 5 major things that the Tata is facing any resistance from the employees to shift from Jamshedpur to any remote location in Odisha. This is medical facilities, transport, education, social life, and residential facilities. We also conducted a competitor analysis, that is what we can learn from the other employees, other companies out there that the Tata can implement. We have done an external benchmarking to understand the relocation, the restructuring incentives that the Tata provides, whether it's up above the market rate, whether it's at the far of the market rate or the below the market rate. So the proposed solutions have been bifurcated mostly in the optimizing costs and the increasing productivity, which we will be elaborating further. So we have taken something for the Kalinganagar for the Odisha, because recently there have been establishment of the blast furnace and the production would increase by 8 million metric ton per annum and hence further 16 million metric ton per annum. So there is a huge room space for improvement. So considering it, we asked 3 major questions to the employees. That is, what major hurdles they'll face if they think they'll relocate to Odisha? What are the productivity they think? Will that be hampered or will that be increased or decreased? And secondly, what are the benefits they expect as a relocation? So from the employee verbatim, we can understand that the lack of social life, people are worried about their healthcare, people are worried about their wards education. There's some set of employees, mostly at the age above 45, which they are worried about. They're so much invested about the local infrastructure that they aren't willing to shift anymore. So I'll be focusing on the lifestyle and education out there. It's the basic amenities if you talk of, that is proximity from the market, proximity to hospital, proximity to education, proximity to the nearest bus stop. That is something in the Kalinganagar is very lacking. One needs to plan whether to go to 15 kilometers and come back. There's only one bridge, Manpur Bridge, which often remains clogged. That is something we have found from the primary research. People travel from Bhubaneswar to Jajpur, keep the families in Bhubaneswar and come to Jajpur for their job opportunities. Now, of course, Kalinganagar plant is just a 9 years old plant and the Jamshedpur plant is a 117 years old plant. But I think the basic amenities is something we need to address and just. Now, coming to the education, if you look at the schools and the colleges in Jamshedpur, the Tata has developed significantly there. There is a school in Kalinganagar as well, that is the Loyola School Kalinganagar. But from our research, we found that the educational staffs out there is not up to the quality. The people of the OPR and an OPR send their wards to Bhubaneswar and Cuttack for their educational purposes. Now going for the infrastructure, which would be referred to by my colleague Milan.
Coming to infrastructure, the residential infrastructure in Kalinganagar is still underdeveloped and it lacks various amenities for families to flourish. It is good for bachelors, but it is not so great for families. The townships in Jaspur are very far from hospitals and schools, and they don't have any good transportation facilities for the commute of the families. Coming to healthcare, we know Tata Medica Hospital is a multi-speciality hospital, but it lacks adequate medical staff, and as a result, the critical cases are often referred to either Tata main hospital in Jamshedpur or to Bhubaneswar and Cuttack, which are 180 kilometers apart. Coming to productivity, employees who relocate from Jamshedpur to Kalinganagar, they often struggle after relocating because they have a language barrier between employees and manager. Monetary incentives for the upper management is not adequate to motivate them. So coming to our proposed solution, we have divided into two parts. The first part is cost optimization approach. As we know, Tata Steel has two sets of employees, OPR and NOPRs. So we are proposing a strategy for strategic outsourcing of some of the NOPR employees whose pay scale is at par with the OPR employees. We are not entirely removing the NOPR staff. We are proposing a method so that if their caliber and skills are up to par with the OPR employees, then we'll conduct stay interviews and promote them. If not, then we'll assist outplacement activities for those people. And the benefit of this process is we would not have unionization of workforce, we'll have reduction of waste cost, and we'll have a sense of job security. Coming to infrastructural development, Tata Steel need to establish daily needs like groceries and stationaries at a subsidized rate inside its premises. Also, proper transportation facilities should be provided to all the employees. Bonding activities can also be initiated like onboarding parties, community lunches, periodic review and interaction, counseling sessions. Coming to reducing female attrition, Tata Steel has purposely initiated one shift all females in its Nuamundi iron ore site. This initiative should be incorporated at all manufacturing sites as well. Also, introducing female-only departments can help reduce female attrition to a great extent. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The second part of our proposed solution is increasing productivity. In this, we suggest training need identification. So this training need can be identified by monitoring major key performance indicators like what is the amount of output we are generating per employee, what is the flexibility and efficiency of our workforce, what is the gap between the required skill set and the current skill set of the employees in a particular role. So these KPIs can be very easily and precisely monitored by automated compliance tracking, data analytics and real-time feedback. So we are proposing a data-driven incentivization where there will be an employee scorecard where every time the employee achieves something, it will be converted into certain number of points, and that number of points would be converted into percentage of the basic pay, which will be given to them as the incentive. But here, we have divided our achievements into functional and non-cross-functional points. So the employees, is mandatory for the employees to achieve the functional points so that they can move on to the extra points that they can gain by the cross-functional points. And these, everything will be monitored and approved by specific Tata Steel departments. So this is the user interface of the employee scorecard that we're giving. And you can see there are basic details of the employee, the certification that he has done, and what certification our our AI is recommending it, and the 360-degree feedback from the manager and the peers. So to back our data-driven incentivization model, we have created some of the financials which will be now explained by Milan.
So we have taken Kalinganagar plant into consideration. Right now for 3 million metric ton, we have 21,000 employees. At scaling it linearly for 8 million metric ton, we would have 55,860 employees. So number of direct employees increases by 6,000, approx 6,000. Considering 70% of these employees to be relocated and 30% to be freshly hired, and considering attrition to be 10%, we have number of attrition to be 420 approx. And the data we have taken from ESG report suggests that 90,200 something is the cost of hiring for an average cost of hiring for a new employee. So we would have such a figure for the cost of attrition. Assuming average salary to be 10 lakhs for the employees, and as per our data incentivization metrics, we get a savings of 1.7 crore. We can say that this is the opportunity cost to the cost of attrition.
With that, we have some other strategies to propose. So we propose a ABP assessment, which can be easily customized according to the need of the company and the employees. Company can sponsor industry visits for the top performing employees for the betterment of their knowledges. And we can conduct stay and exit interviews to understand the reason of the attrition. And we should keep a constant check on the mental wellness of the employees. With that, we are suggesting 2 new programs to be implemented. One is the buddy program, where a newly relocated employee would be assigned a local language speaking buddy which will give them a basic local language training to converse with the employees and the customers. And with the mentor-mentee program, where a senior non-OPR can be a mentor to a junior OPR, which will sustain the culture of Tata Steel and remove the barriers. While we were conducting our secondary research, we did a lot of we learned a lot from the global players, but everything that we learned from them cannot be implemented in India because due to the difference in mindset of people and geography. But here are some things that we can be implemented in India, like ArcelorMittal gives a range of courses, which is also similarly given by the other steel companies. Thank you. We're now open for questions.
Where do you get those figures of 21,000 workforce in Kalinganagar?
That's a total figure. If you have direct employees, it's only 3,800. If you have indirect employees, that's 18,000.
Okay. So it's contract and our own permanent together, you mean to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So the direct employees are also not 3,000, they are slightly more. And the staffing which has been done at Kalinganagar includes the staffing for 8 million.
Yeah.
Okay, because we have to staff it before the production starts. Okay. So if you look at Kalinganagar, productivity wise, it's comparable with JSW.
Yes, sir.
Jamshedpur is not comparable with JSW. Same Tata Steel. Can you tell me the reason why?
So Kalinganagar is a comparatively very new plant, and Jamshedpur is 117-year-old. It has seen sequential development in every sector. So we cannot compare Jamshedpur to JSW, but we can...
What is the difference? Why Jamshedpur's productivity? Jamshedpur's productivity is even less than 900. Because if overall company is 900 and Kalinganagar is comparable to JSW, then why Jamshedpur is even less than 900?
So it's due to the count of the employees that they have, and that is why we suggested outsourcing of employees.
No, even if you outsource, you will require that number. Why the counts are more?
So we would need.
How many blast furnaces you have in Kalinganagar?
So that we know of, the India's biggest blast furnace has been set up in Kalinganagar recently.
So if I have to ferry 20 people in a bus, how many drivers do you require?
So one,
And if I have to ferry 20 people in cars, how many drivers do I require?
say 20.
Okay. So we have got many blast furnaces in Jamshedpur. Okay, so the capacity also plays a very important role when you talk about product. And it's all about capital investment versus how fast you can replace those kind of capacities. The second question was with respect to some of the initiatives which you have mentioned out there. Okay. How are you going to, and the newer ones, the later ones which you mentioned down there, how are you going to measure the effectiveness of those initiatives?
So the incentives would be measured by the points that the employee gains by achieving a target or completing training certification, which will directly contribute to the productivity of the company.
Okay, so what is the kind of relationship you have drawn? So if this is achieved and you are giving that you will be giving as high as 30% of the basic to the people, what is the kind of benefit you are envisaging for the organization?
So the benefit is that it's an incentive linked, production linked incentives. So it would keep the employee more motivated to complete a particular target.
What is the benefit in rupee terms? Because over तो वहाँ पे तो आपने 30% सीधा basic का दे दिया. It is an outflow in money terms. What is the benefit to the organization in money terms?
So the calculation which we showed, the number of employees who, the attrition rate of the employees, there was a figure of 400. So the cost of hiring new employees is loss for the company, is a direct loss for the company.
Okay.
But if we train those employees, that the cost will bear is an opportunity cost. It will generate revenue. The employees will generate revenue in the future.
How much?
So for that, we will have to make a lot of assumptions and guesstimates.
So any incentive cannot be designed in isolation of the benefits you are going to derive from that kind of plan which you are making. Okay. Second thing is, if you link anything to basic, even if you are going to remain at the same kind of performance, the basic salaries are going to increase year on year. Okay. At the same performance, the outflow is going to be more in the subsequent years.
I agree to your point, sir, but there's also something of achieve target and training certification. So by training certification, these are the two most important things. If they don't do it, they wouldn't be able to unlock this and get the incentives.
Okay.
So by achieving target and trainings, having more training certifications, I believe they're getting more upskilled in that.
Would you like to give a
manner.
one-time kind of an incentive for achieving a certification, or would you like to give something in the basic salary which stays for lifelong?
It's a one time for a year, and then it goes on for the next year.
30% of the basic you are saying it's a one-time lump sum you will take out and then give it.
No, it's for 1 year, and then as we go on for the next year, it's counted as the next one.
So the percentage of incentive will vary according to their performances and the productivity and what they are contributing.
So what is
to
the current
company.
incentive we give for training certification in Kalinganagar? So supposing somebody is an ITI, and if the person goes and acquires a diploma program or a diploma certification, what is the kind of incentive we give?
So with training certification, the employee has to achieve particular targets which will contribute to the productivity of the company.
There is also a team reward performance which is linked to the target. I am asking only with respect to certification. So when you deep dived and did your secondary and the primary studies, did you try to find out, are there some mechanisms which are already existing right now?
Sir, as we were doing our primary research, we found that no such data incentivization model has been implemented.
Are you sure?
Or
are you just telling me right now?
So Tata has a lot of internal productivity software.
There is an incentive program where a person goes and acquires a diploma, the person gets paid 35,000 rupees upfront. Okay. There is also an internal diploma program which we run through our training institutions called SNTI. The numbers which we are increasing, and it will be on a repeat basis, and people sitting over there, if they don't want to get enrolled to an institution outside, they can also get enrolled to our own institutions. Even if they acquire a diploma from there, they will be incentivized. So the study leave, the incentivization programs has been prevailing in Tata Steel since 1980s, not right now. Okay, and that has been an encouragement that because once we started modernizing, and over the years, Tata Steel has also reduced from 78,000 to what figures we are right now. But this was the mechanism to retrain and reskill employees. Thanks.
No, thank you very much.
So the main question which you were trying to solve was productivity improvement or attrition reduction or relocation possibilities. What exactly did you understand from the case as the core problem which you're trying to solve?
Sir, on an overall basis, we were trying to cater to three major problems. One, why they are hesitating to relocate, why the senior management is hesitating to relocate from the place of Jamshedpur to where the...
Only senior management or
no, it's
also mid-level or entry-level?
No, it's a overall management thing, not just senior management.
So relocation was one problem.
Relocation is the one problem. Secondly, attrition is the second problem. And
In
third,
OPR, NOPR or both?
in the case, it hasn't been mentioned as it hasn't been bifurcated as OPR and NOPR. But again, if we go through the ESG report, the attrition rate of both overly resignations is very low from the manufacturing, from the standard rate of manufacturing, which is 8.2, but currently it is under 2.6.
Correct. So attrition is not a problem for you to solve.
Attrition is not a major problem for us to solve. But it has been asked from the case that how we can have more retention and lesser attrition, because I believe for the relocation thing, people who are already well versed with the facilities provided in Jamshedpur, they coming to anywhere in Miramandli or in Jajpur is a real thing because of the lack of basic amenities. If we are not even going for clubs and sports and every other tournaments that we can be done, there are basic amenities that they're lacking because they are worried about...
No, I just wanted to know the three problems. You said relocation, attrition. I think he wanted Mike. He was... Okay? Okay. All right. So third problem?
The third problem is the increase in productivity. So increase in productivity...
So what are the numbers? So I understand increasing productivity only at Jamshedpur or total Tata Steel or Kalinganagar?
In a total Tata Steel, the solutions that we have mentioned can be implemented to the whole of the Tata Steel.
Yep. So on those three problems, what is the solution which you are thinking will happen after we implement your ideas, which are there in TNI training as well as proposed strategies? So what happens? How do you know whether your strategies are working?
So firstly, we will decrease the reluctance of the employees from relocating to the remote places in Odisha. And slowly in the remote places, the expansion is going on. So if the productivity increases, we can even see that in those sections. So then only we will know that our solution have been working properly.
To add on to her point,
that is more out of serendipity because you will expand the production. Automatically, you will have the scale advantage, what Mrs. Zubin said. You are not going to increase it linearly like you have shown in your table. So I'm just wondering how will you measure improvement in the relocation quotient, if there is some term like that? How do you improve the attrition? How do you get the productivity up? How do you measure that those strategies are working? You've got a full page of strategies, but we don't know how do you subject yourself to the test of measurement?
To the dynamic KPIs that we have mentioned, that is first, like the output per employee or the labor efficiency or the workforce flexibility and the skills gap index that we have mentioned. This is a dynamic
That is for the training needs. But overall, you said about retention, you talked about attrition, you talked about productivity. So what happens to those numbers?
Those numbers, I believe, can be measured through the Kirkpatrick model over a span of a few years.
Like how many years?
I believe over a span of 3-4 years that can be measured, and the efficiency of the training also that we have provided can be measured over a span of 3-4 years. But at the end of it, there are so many assumptions around it that has contributed to it. We cannot quote a number to a particular thing without having all those assumptions and the realities on place.
So now we have to just now go by the faith that these strategies will work. You can't stick your neck out to say, this is what will improve.
These are all the things that would improve, but as you said, now we are going by the faith that these are all the things which would have improved, and as per the expansion, the productivity would increase.
You're okay with the answer? Not looking very happy.
Sir, I believe that firstly, when we start developing Kalinganagar as a place, we will see that it will give happiness to the relocated employees, and happiness will be directly can be proportionate with motivation, and it will increase the productivity that the human resource department can easily see in the employees.
Is there a preference out of the 3 KPIs? Anything which you particularly like to see it improve? Productivity, retention, or relocation, or attrition? Like a mother KPI. If that improves, we are good.
So obviously we will be focusing on the productivity, because that will only indicate us how happy the employees are, or which way our provided solutions are working properly or not.
All right. Thank you.
I had a very simple question, and it is more about your team. While doing all this, studying Tata Steel and its various parameters that you have studied, what is your experience? Did you learn something which is practical? And when you connect it back to your educational theories and strategies that are in your institute, how do you feel the difference?
While doing our primary research, what we found that what has been mentioned in the books and what happens in the real life is extremely different. Although through literature we can say that the monetary incentives given would increase the motivation level, what is something that we found is people above the age of 45 aren't willing to shift even if we give an hike or incentive of 20K or 30K to them. So that is something we found, and so the experience, in one point if I say, then whatever is written in the literature is something while we are doing our primary research was a vast difference.
And if you were to rewrite the textbooks of your management college, would you attempt that in a different way, or would you continue with the traditional wisdom?
Sir, currently I do not think I'm in a position to rewrite any of the textbooks of the management books.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a last one question. If given an option to all 3 of you, will you join the remote location?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
sir.
Amazing work, Team Iron Fisters. Let's see some reactions to their presentation. Wow, they surely were on fire. With this, we come to the end of segment 2. Congratulations to all 5 teams who have made it this far in the People Track round. May I please request you to give them a huge round of applause.
So over the years, Thon has come of age. Initially, the problems were linked to primarily business and human resources. Since COVID, we introduced a track on supply chain procurement because of diversification of supply chains which are required. Sustainability is one big important factor which has come to play. So the problems today which we are looking for solutions are a little bit more of a long-term in nature. The solutions are not so obvious. Some companies will have to make investments, and in some cases we have to expect the ecosystem also to make investment. So the kind of solutions which are required cannot be done by Tata Steel only, and we are looking for that partnerships, and that is also what is expected to come through the cases and the solutions.
So sustainability, of course, is not a solution which Tata Steel or any company for that matter can alone drive it. As I mentioned, that it has to be done with the help of the partners and the way you make steel. Steel will be around for many, many decades. It is one of the most attractive materials, great value for money. Steel per se is one of the most used material, and there is no issue about steel. The issue is about how we make steel. So a lot of our effort as a steel company is in how are we making steel. We are changing that. We are also reducing what is called as the scope 3 emissions. So out of scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3, Tata Steel's endeavor is also to be very competitive when it comes to scope 3 emissions. And that's also one important parameter for us to do. We are also looking at ways by which our partners, whether it is customers or suppliers or vendors who are setting up shops around supplying materials, are also looking after the sustainability targets. So as I said, it's not only about Tata Steel's target on sustainability, it's also about the contribution to be made by the partners. And together we make this world a greener place.
Sure. So if you look at Tata Steel from the inception itself, the focus has been on diversity. So initially years, the focus was on the geographical diversity, because if you look at Jamshedpur, it's a mini India in itself. You have people brought from all parts of the country which come and work over there. But recently the focus has been on D&I. And when we say DEI, it's basically with respect to 4 aspects on gender diversity, your LGBTQ, PWTs, and your affirmative action. And there are targeted initiatives with respect to each of these. One of the pioneering initiative over here again has been the Curious competition, where we had been the first in the industry to launch this competition for the LGBTQ community. Similarly, Ananta Quest is for PWTs. We are also cognizant of the fact that we do operate in areas where we need to take care of the locals out there, and there is a lot of focus with respect to affirmative action. And it's not only at the white collar but also the blue collared and the grey collared jobs. There are interventions where we try to hone those talents and try to bring those talents into the ecosystem of Tata Steel. Steelathon, as you mentioned, has been a marquee event for us. It's one of the key events where we target the best of the institutions in India to bring the best available talent, and it creates a win-win for both the academia and Tata Steel as a whole. But the important aspect is when we bring talent, we apart from these initiatives, we also see that whether these candidates and the individual resonates with the value systems and the culture of Tata Steel. And the right kind of attitude, the right kind of institutions, the right kind of platforms are getting provided, and which helps them attracted to Tata Steel, and we get exposed to the best talent available in the market. Thank you.
Welcome to Steelathon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the final segment of the grand finale of Tata Steelathon 2024. Hope everyone is well fed, had their snacks and is back with the energy game and those grey matter is functioning once again. I am Yamini, your host.
And I am Tanmay Mahapatra, your host.
And we are about to begin with the most awaited segment of Steelathon Season 11, that is the business track. Our approach to value creation is based on our vision, which lays equal emphasis on creating value for our business and our stakeholders, as well as being responsible corporate citizen. We aspire to create value for all our stakeholders through focus on judicious use of the available resources, mitigating the negative impacts of our business and having the agile business model to respond to the changes in the external environment. The participants were given 7 really challenging, real-life challenges that were facing our organization, and 6 of those teams have reached the national finale of Steelathon Season 11. So before diving into the business track cases, let's have a look at a video to understand it better.
Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social, and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent, and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better.
So, do you have the vision to change tomorrow? Let's see with the very first case of the business track, case study 1, that is leveraging digital tools for AI for enhancing customer experience as Tata Steel's unique differentiator. A little bit about the case. The steel industry is facing challenges and opportunities that are evolving on a daily basis. Tata Steel seeks innovative solutions leveraging AI and digital tools to enhance our customer experience, and your challenge is to develop groundbreaking strategies to harness AI for customer value, address diverse customer expectations, and overcome the cost and data challenges. Please put your hands together for the very first team of the case study, Team Agile Avengers from XIM Bhubaneswar. We welcome Krishna Dwivedi, Aishwarya Vijay Nair, and Anjali to the stage to present their case study. And very aptly, their hashtag says they're agile and mighty. Let's see that in their presentation. All the best, team.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. I am Anjali Gupta with my teammates Aishwarya Nair and Krishna Dwivedi, and we are here to take you through our presentation on how we can leverage digital tools and AI to enhance customer experience as Tata Steel's unique differentiator. And our guiding slogan is, Steal the Show, Transforming Tomorrow with Smart, Seamless Innovation. We chose this case to showcase how digital tools and AI can enhance customer experience in the steel industry. And our solution focuses on providing unique values to our Tata Steel's customers. Let us now look through the industry research that we have performed. So, the global steel industry was valued at over $1.8 trillion in 2023, where $1 billion was targeted to be invested in AI technologies over the next decade. Tata Steel, with a market cap of $23.12 million as of August 2024, is aiming to become a leader in digital steel making by 2025 by implementing initiatives like digital twins. Impact of AI in steel industry shows 15% reduction in downtime, 7% reduction in energy usage, and 20% reduction in defects. Competitor analysis shows Tata Steel rivals ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel, POSCO, and JSW in digital transformation, AI integration, customer experience in tools, and sustainability initiatives with insights drawn from industry analysis and annual reports. Moving on, let us now see the primary research that we have performed. We conducted interviews with 9 wholesalers, retailers, and architects. Through cold calling, we reached out to 15 distributors, successfully interviewing 8 of them and an architect. We also obtained feedback from 14 direct customers via Google Form, and we also obtained valuable insights from 4 industry experts. Key insights generated shows that many distributors still prefer offline transactions due to pricing and safety issues, while Tata Ashiana gains traction, although with trust issues in rural areas. Our customers focused on problems such as slow processing and navigation issues, and they want AI-driven solutions such as personalized recommendations and tracking. Our industry experts emphasized on challenges such as document summaries and sales transparency issues with focus on co-creation, delivery compliance, and sustainability analytics. Now, all this research has been cumulated in the form of pain points, which have been listed here in the form of 9 points. Moving on, we have proposed a recommendation roadmap. Our roadmap is all about transformation. We aim to engage non-tech-savvy customers with smarter digital platform. We want to overcome dealer resistance by raising digital platform awareness. We want to elevate AI maturity by ensuring seamless delivery compliance. Challenges are real, but we are tackling them head-on by providing tailored training programs and offering hybrid ordering models. And when it comes to AR and VR, we are focusing on areas that are ready for tech transformation first. With co-creation standards, we will provide our customers trust through IP protection standards. And for sustainability initiatives, we'll be partnering with experts and providing user-friendly dashboard. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Next, let's have a look at the 5W1H analysis of our solution. We suggest implementing our solutions in a phased manner across 9 years and have divided them as immediate, short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. Our aim is to enhance customer engagement by leveraging AI and digital tools, and we target the dealers, distributors, employees, and technology partners. This approach ensures efficiency, co-creation, and competitive differentiation. Moving on to strengthening the 9 pillars, we performed PESTIL to identify some of the potential roadblocks at an external level, and we've come at an external level, and certain factors like upcoming elections in north of India, intense price wars by the Chinese firms, and complying with the diverse regulatory requirements are certain risks we identified and have suggested mitigation strategies for the same. Next is a suggested rollout plan for a dealer training program, which will have an identical module 1 for all, which includes an overview of the Tata Steel's digital platform features, followed by need-based targeted modules. This again will also be rolled out in a phased manner, focusing initially on the top 30% high-volume dealers, and then subsequently broadening to regional dealers. We will also be providing a dedicated support desk and a dealer digital toolkit to enhance the training. The key benefits are both to the distributors and dealers by better customer service and expanding their reach, and also to Tata Steel by providing them stronger dealer engagement and optimizing the supply chain. Moving on, this is Vikas Setu, which is a 3-day excellence upskilling program to foster digital excellence across all 4 levels of management in Tata Steel. Phase 1 will focus on reverse mentoring the top-level management in AI-driven decision-making. Phase 2 will train the senior managers in areas like AI, cloud, and cross-functional collaboration to drive digital ROI. Phase 3 will empower the middle management in areas of AI operations, real-time data analysis, and hybrid workforce management. Phase 4 will enhance the operational level team skills in sensor technology and digital tools to improve the efficiency.
Let us now take a look into some out-of-the-box innovations which Tata Steel can adopt, inspired by companies like Netflix, Amazon, Tesla, and Uber. For customer experience and engagement, Tata Steel should adopt Amazon-like speed. This will help in making timely deliveries and reduce the lead time. For supply chain optimization, Tata Steel should implement Uber-like efficiency. This will help in streamlining logistics and optimizing delivery routes. For personalization, we recommend the company to use Netflix-like predictive solutions. By analyzing customer data, Tata Steel can provide tailored customer recommendations as well as address specific customer needs. For real-time feedback and updates, Tata Steel should adopt Tesla-like innovation. This will help the company to respond to customer inputs in a quick-paced manner and improve product offerings and engagement in real time. By adopting these strategies, Tata Steel will get a competitive edge over its competitors. To market the improvements we have suggested, we recommend using ADA model. For attention, Tata Steel should use AR/VR demonstrations and success stories emphasizing on Tata Steel's legacy of trust. For interest, we recommend increasing the engagement through product visualization as well as promoting ease of use through lifestyle ads showing how Tata Steel simplifies projects. For desire, we recommend positioning Tata Steel as one-stop solution for project customization and seamless execution. For action, we recommend simplifying the purchase process through exclusive offers and implementing continuous feedback loops to build trust. In execution, we suggest above-the-line strategies such as TV ads, social media campaigns, and below-the-line strategies such as WhatsApp and email campaigns, as well as search engine optimization. We have also suggested an advertisement which Tata Steel can use across the media channel as an advertising marketing strategy. By adopting these strategies, Tata Steel will build its reputation throughout the decision-making journey. Let us now look into financial analysis of our proposed improvements. All the 9 projects will require a cumulative total investment of rupees 825 crore and they will generate a cumulative EBITDA of around 4,500 crore, EBIT of around 3,300 crores and net profit of around 2,400 crores. Projects in Project 7 stand out with impressive net profit, internal rate of return and payback period. For seamless execution, we recommend phase-wise implementation such that 2 projects will be implemented in year 1, 3 more projects will be implemented in year 2, and we will scale it up to year 5. Each project will have a shelf life of 5 years, such that project implemented in year 1 will reach its full potential by year 5, and those implemented in later years will reach their full potential by year 9. This will help in optimum utilization of resources and alignment with evolving technologies. Looking at the net profit analysis, we can see that net profit is rupees 75 crores in year 1 and it steadily grows up to rupees 452 crores in year 5. This shows continuous profit growth in phase-wise implementation. So the combination of high rate of return, quick payback periods and strategic phase implementation make all these projects financially viable.
We now introduce to you a prototype of the suggested changes to Tata Steel Ashiana, which is a unique digital platform, and we name it the Tata Steel Ashiana Samarth. Key improvements include a new tagline, personalized features like wish list and notification bar, and a hamburger menu for easy navigation. We provide a tailored buyer-supplier toggle, engaging content, Green Pro certification stamp, and exclusive deals. We also include interactive features like user feedback, personalized recommendations, rewards option, a dedicated chatbot called Ask Ashi, voice input for non-English speaking users, and also an option to change the language preference to a regional language. We now would like to play a video of the prototype of the suggested changes. Introducing Ashiana Samarth. This is the existing... Sorry. Introducing Ashiana Samarth. This is an existing current website, and here we show a prototype for the updated version. It has a wish list option with all wish listed items, a hamburger menu with a sub-menu for easy navigation, certification stamps, engaging content, new in-store option for all new product offerings, review, recommendations, and a rewards option which has all the accumulated rewards, and a chatbot which is always available to answer user queries. In conclusion, our solutions are designed to support Tata Steel's goals of accelerating digital adoption and radically improving customer satisfaction scores. Since we're able to impact both the top line and the bottom line with all our projects, our solutions are all financially viable. By integrating AI in sustainability efforts, we are also aiming to contribute to Tata Steel's long-term vision of attaining carbon neutrality. These are the annexures showing all our sources. And our team, Agile Avengers, we are open for questions now. Thank you.
Nani, thank you. I just had a few questions. To start with, do you know Tata Steel's customer base and can you classify them?
Yes, sir. So, B2B, SMEs, and B2C. So,
Yeah.
the distributors, dealers, direct customers, and small and medium-sized enterprises.
And B2B?
So, B2B, who directly take the products and they convert them as required, and then they sell them to the customers.
And do you think whatever you have suggested is equally applicable to the entire customer base? Or do you suggest that some part of it is customized and different customers require different solutions?
Yes, sir. So it will be adhering to different customer segments because there are different customer segments. So each and every solution cannot be provided to each of the segments. So depending on the customer segments, the solution will be provided.
So my confusion is that this can be applicable to anybody. It can be to steel, it can be to aluminum, it can be to any other industry, everything that you have said. So how do I get my piece of work, and especially given the customer base? Secondly, you have narrowed down to one of our Ashiana platform, which we have. But do you know how much does that cater to what percentage of the business is handled through Ashiana platforms? So I'm just trying to figure out how have you understood the lay of the land. When you are going for these kind of solutions, have you been able to cover that lay of the land?
I'll take up this question, sir. So initially, like you mentioned, there are multiple channels of Tata Steel. So what we have done, we came to this conclusion. We spoke to multiple distributors through the Tata Steel website. We found the distributors link and we cold called and spoke to them. And from them, we understood that there's a gap between what the digital adoption across the distributing level and the customer level. So the customers on the other end are not mature enough to use these digital platforms to order steel, make ordering steel as easy as a garment through Amazon or booking a cab through Uber. So this is what we understood from the case, and we tried to solve that issue. You have anything to add?
Yeah, but the point is, you have come to the conclusion that the customers are not digitally so savvy.
Yes, sir.
But they are using a lot of digital tools in their different...
Sir,
so why do you assume that?
Sir, the thing is that traditionally steel was bought by customers through offline channels. They had a long-standing relationship with their dealers. They used to buy them from them, and there was an understanding between them what quantity when they will buy. But when a digital platform was introduced, there was a bit resistance with them because there was a comfort zone. Like we have a person from whom we can directly get through offline channels. We have a system in place. So why should we adopt? So this is our attempt, like with Ashiana, that we are making Ashiana more customer friendly. So they will find it as easy.
I would like to stop you. I'm not talking about the specific solution to a specific platform. I'm talking about the business model and the relevance of these digital tools to that business model. Have you looked at it from that perspective? That is the point which I'm trying to drive at.
Yes, sir.
So, just to help you, there is a concept called omni-channel, where there is a physical store, depending on customer's choice.
Yeah.
So, in your suggestion or recommendation, what should we do as Tata Steel to leverage all the digital tools that are available with us, and how should we go about it? This is a menu list. Everything that is there in the digital space has been put over here as a solution to it. I'm not getting that clarity, depending on the lay of the land and the metrics of customers that we have.
So to So our solution basically is a list of solutions. We are planning to phase it out across 9 years. But we initially, the first two most important ones right now to engage the non-tech savvy customers and overcome dealer resistance. So once we also understood that some of the dealers are themselves not willing to transform or willing to adopt the digital this. So we suggest that we first initiate them into the digital platform and then we tell them the benefits of it. And over time, all these solutions will get integrated. So not just Ashiana, but we are suggesting a platform which, like when we were doing the research for this particular case, that's when we found out about Viron and Nestle and other such Tata SBUs. So we suggest an integrated platform which brings all of these together so that the age-old mentality of like once probably one customer, Tata Steel, as a customer would only directly go to Tata Steel when he's building a house. But then to change the whole concept of that is the only time you might need Tata Steel. And you can go to this particular integrated platform to buy everyday items, or even like you can go and buy all items that Tata Steel is producing, manufacturing or selling. That is the concept. We try to integrate all of these into one.
And I would like to add a point here. We were talking with one of the dealers like about the Ashiana. He said that you will make the platform where people will, customers will be able to buy from you. But if they want to return, what will happen? Steel, they will buy steel. Like, how can it be done? So he suggested us that Tata Steel can use brick and mortar concept. Like in some local central areas, they can also build some stations. Like where if a customer wants to like return their products, or if they want to like customize it as per their satisfaction, Tata Steel is there. So he will not think that if I buy a bulk steel and if I want to do some changes or return it, I will be able to resell, like able to return it to dealer. But if I buy it online, I will not be able to. So these things which we can also implement. But these two suggestions which we said, it's a start to what we are saying.
I understand some of the apprehensions which the customers will always have. And many industries have moved and made online platforms and digital tools as their main selling channel. Something similar, but when I go through your recommendation, it looks like a full set of menu without any really getting close to the customer base that we have. The second thing which I wanted to just check with you is, have you studied any AI tools which are relevant to us?
Annexures. Sustainability annexures. Sustainability.
Don't worry, madam. If just say yes or no,
Yes.
that's good enough.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, yes,
we
sir.
said.
So in sustainability, like integrating sustainability with AI. So in the how part, so we like benchmark with other companies that are doing. So Siemens AI-driven energy management system and IBM's environmental intelligence suite. And similarly for other solutions as well, we have like provided what other companies are doing, and similarly in that manner, either we can use that or some other like AI tools in that area.
And have you had the chance to look at any other steel companies, any other industry? For example, Salesforce. What AI tools would the Salesforce be doing, implementing? Have you heard about it?
Salesforce we've heard, but we benchmarked against the validated sources that we got in the other steel companies, the top 10, out of which we got the validated sources. We've benchmarked them in the, one second, yeah. Here.
ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel, POSCO and JSW. And other than the steel industry, we have also researched on 4 other industries like Uber, Tesla, Netflix and Amazon.
No, what I'm trying to say, these are intent, but I wanted any specific tools which they would have implemented and you could connect to the customer that we are servicing. But anyway, that's fine. It's a good start. Thank you so much for the detailed work that you have done. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
So, anyway, wanted to understand, see, AI is a tool, correct? It is not a
solution. It's a tool to solve something. What are you trying to solve? What is the problem or initiative, or what are you trying to do? Using AI, obviously, but what is this? What are you trying to solve?
Sir, firstly, AI, there are couple of things.
No, no. तुम यहाँ बताओ, what are you trying to solve? This is a business case, na? So,
Yes. So the first thing we are trying to solve is we want to, first of all, enhance customer experience.
Okay, fine. Hang on, hang on. You are trying to enhance customer experience, correct? That's what you want to do. Fair enough. Now you are used the data. You are taking an example of Ashiana. I'm just trying to help you out, correct? Let's lay that. So, this is for customer, correct? In your list of Ashiana, now go to Ashiana slide. I have not seen anything on customer. You have seen dealer, you have seen this, that, and all that. So Ashiana is not for dealers. Ashiana is customer to talk to us directly. So for example, Amazon, correct? The customer is dealing with Amazon. The dealer, the supply chain is behind the scenes, correct? So my sense is whatever you say, आपने एक और slide था ना आपका जो था. So I'm not able to, if you are trying to, that's a good thought, correct? That we are trying to create a great customer experience.
Yes.
Now who is the customer for Ashiana?
Sir, here we have given.
No, मेरा question बात करो ना.
Yes.
Who is the customer whom you are trying to improve his experience?
Sir, one customer who will use the steel as an end product, and one customer who will be a B2B customer who will further.
Ashiana किसके लिए?
Sir, Ashiana.
Ashiana for end customers.
End customer.
Who is that customer? Who मतलब? What kind of a customer is like? You know, end customer ठीक है, B2C है. Ashiana is guy who makes his own home, na? That's Ashiana, correct? जो घर बना रहा. He want to improve his experience, correct? Now tell me, among whatever you have said over here, now I go to slide number 4. All the 13 recommendations you have done, given to us, slide number 4 पाइए. अब ये बताइए इसमें से कहाँ पे customer experience, AI driven predicted demand, customer related demand forecasting, sustainability, वो तो घर बना रहा है, उसको क्या करने का है? Customer obsessed digital strategy. Nothing to do with customer experience.
Sir, we have implemented AR VR for enhanced customer experience and visualization.
So what AR VR customer thing?
Sir, like through the website, we can use through the website only a customer can see how a particular product will be look in his home, like through a.
वो तो rebar steel है.
Yeah, but.
So if we take example of Tata Pravesh, we have another like separate website for Tata Pravesh where there is virtual showroom option. But when we click on there, it doesn't work. And also it is a particular...
It doesn't work?
Yes, so what we like tried it over phone or like website, it wasn't working. So might be some issues at the back end. So what we can do is, we can instead of a separate website like Tata Pravesh, Tata Kosh, Tata Sakti, we can integrate that all at one platform where there is Tata Ashiana, which can be used by different kind of customer segments. We are also providing a toggle like buyer and supplier, where if a person clicks on...
That I take
Yes,
your
sir.
point. No, hang on. I take your point. So no, you should have a linkage to those sites and all that and all. I take it fine. So that's one. Apart from that, the game is customer experience. So what is the problem in customer experience today? And how is Ashiana solving it? So you are giving a solution. What is the problem is facing? Why is experience not so good? If that is the question which you are asking, then how this platform is helping them, I didn't get a sense of that.
So first of all, the customer visibility, or what we can say is transparency, starting from the order till the time a customer get the product. That is the main fundamental issue that we have identified by...
Delivery.
Yes, sir.
So Ashiana is to solve delivery. Or AI, we should use to solve delivery problems. That's supply chain.
Sir, it's the first fundamental problem which we should solve.
Problem that we are trying to solve. Yes.
Yes.
Say that I'm solving supply chain delivery problem.
Yes.
Delivery में फिर ये सब कहाँ से आएगा तुम्हारा?
Sir, Improving the transparency, like if anything that you order through Ashiana, you get like constant messages and updates about where the product is, what is the state on, and if there is any damage, there is an option for return. So there is a improvement in that aspect. And also we are also driving co-creation as one of the aspects of a solution, wherein you can have a customized option to, the customer, the end customer. He can, one of the aspects of our solution is driving co-creation, so that kind of enhances the customer experience.
So like in the case study, it was mentioned that what Tata Steel can learn from Tesla. So Tesla has a co-creation platform in which customers can...
So it should be specific to the need. No? So in his making his house, what can we keep co-create? So I'm just being specific to that otherwise you can have Tesla example, you can put all this bucket and make a big one.
Yes, sir.
I'm not getting a sense.
So say, sir, I would like to take an example of Tata Pravesh, doors that Tata Steel is providing to its customer. So if a customer wants a customized door for his or her house or windows, that can be customized as they want. And they can also see that using AR, like augmented reality, using their phone app, like how does it looks, or they can go to the nearest store where this particular product, they can like take this product from a particular store, they can go there and they can also get an experience of virtual reality as well for that particular product. Then there is also Tata Nestin, where we are providing kind of farm houses that we are building. In that case, virtual reality will work really well. So these are some of the examples. Sir.
What percentage of business of Tata Steel in Ashiana or is Nestin and Pravesh?
Sorry, sir, we don't.
We don't. We will look back.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just want to reconfirm, you got a page number 10 which shows 5-year cash flows.
Yes.
But I also heard you saying 9 years of implementation.
Yes, sir.
What is so much complex that you will take 9 years to implement in this world?
For that, firstly, I will explain in the slide and then I will show you a financial analysis. Sir, so as you, first the slide. Sir, so you can see that we have given a roadmap here and you can see
So the project which you say 1 to 9 will take 9 years?
Yes, sir, in total. How? Because last roadmap you can see creating an AI-driven feedback loop for continuous improvement. Right now, Tata Steel doesn't have online customer base so much that it can use their data for feedback and for continuous improving. For reaching
9 years in today's world?
No, sir. We will start this project in the 5th year, and then
it will take 9 years. Like to complete, like we will. Yes. So this is an assumption which we are taking that we will start 2 projects in year 1, 3 more in year 2, and by the time we reach 9th project, it will be year 5. So this is why we are doing this is because if we start all the 9 projects together, it will not be feasible. So if we start working from project 2, then moving to 3, and we are seeing the results, then we are also learning from them. We are also, it will be an iterative process. So how can we improve the further projects so that by the time we reach last one?
So do you think in this world, okay, you may be in the steel business, but is it like practical to imagine what will happen in the 5th year to start a project? Like I have heard people say that I will go for a 3-year plan because I don't know what will happen in the 4th year given whatever is happening with AI and VR and ML. So I'm just surprised, why are you forcing yourself to think about the 5th year to start? Why would you not wait for the 4th year and then decide something to be done?
Sir, you are very correct that we can bring around to 4th year, 3rd year. The only reason we thought about it for 5th year because the project requires substantial customer base, substantial customer data, which the company can use for continuous improvement. And we predicted that we took a conservative approach. We thought that it will take 5th year. By the time 5th year comes, we will have that customer base so that we can do continuous improvement. But you are very correct. We can bring it down also if the projects are a success. So that's my response.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, team. That was really an intriguing presentation and a really great question-answer round. Now, I think our audience is a little sleepy. Guys, can I see the reactions for the presentation? Okay, lots of hats off, thumbs up, and fire emojis. Great, great.
So now, moving on to the next, hello? So moving on to the next round, the next case study. But before starting the case study, we would like to talk about India and the tradition, the culture. India is home to several culture and traditions. Let us know about the brand that binds India under one roof. It is not just a brand, but it's an emotion. It's a family that is 23 years young and growing stronger each year. Presenting to you Tata Tiscon, making home building joyful.
आइए मिलते हैं दुनिया के सबसे बड़े घर से। यहाँ सैकड़ों संस्कृतियां एक छत के नीचे बसती हैं। कोने कोने में कई अलग जुबानें गूंजती हैं। हवाओं में एक से बढ़कर एक पकवानों की महक छाए रहती है। और जहां देखो एक नए जश्न की तैयारी होती है। ये वो घर है जहां 135 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा अनोखे लोग रहते हैं। वो घर जो बना है एक साथ रहने की खुशियों से। इस घर को हम प्यार से भारत बुलाते हैं।
This was Tata Tiscon, guys. And now we'll move on to the case study, which is based on Tata Tiscon. Tata Tiscon is a leading TMT rebar, a rebar brand, which aims to increase its market share in Haryana's retail segment. Despite being a market leader, it faces competition from secondary players and low brand awareness. With a new plant launching in Ludhiana, Tata Tiscon must overcome challenges such as low top-of-mind awareness, low customer involvement, and influential impact. The task is to develop strategies to create customer pull, engage micro-influencers, and drive sales growth in the IHB segment, ultimately establishing Tata Tiscon as the preferred TMT rebar brand in North India. To present this case, let's welcome Team Subarna Rekha, Rahul Kumar, Niti Arora, and Nikhil Bansal from IMT Ghaziabad. Knowing them a little? Okay, let's start with the case. What Team Subarnika says is that they're always optimistic about life and they're celebrating the simple pleasures and strive to move forward no matter what. No doubt you chose Tata Tiscon as the preferred case study for you. All the best, team. All the best.
Good evening, everyone. We are Team Subarna Rekha, and today we are excited to share our strategy to increase market share, drive top-of-mind awareness, and shift brand perception in 11 districts of Haryana for Tata Tiscon. We began by understanding the target market with a macro view and gathered some key data points, which are as follows. To dive deeper, we conducted 20 personal interviews with IHBs and micro-influencers and spoke to civil and structural engineers, masons, and project managers to uncover buying patterns and key factors influencing decision. Based on this, we developed consumer personas and identified key insights like people lack understanding of long-term cost benefit of buying premium TMT bars. Availability is one of the most crucial factor in buying decision. The difference between primary and secondary steel is unknown. A large segment of consumer isn't aware about importance of brands. They just buy as per thickness or mm.
Further moving on, the insights from our research, primary and secondary both, as you can see, is majority of the population in our target market lies in the low to middle income segment. Hence, price plays a very crucial role in the buying and the decision making. Of them. Then people are very community driven. They follow traditional values. They take opinions of their elders and peers in their purchasing decision. Patriotic sentiment is very prevalent in our target market. Hence, they indulge with brands that are there in nation building activities. There is a lack of understanding of the quality of steel, as well as they are not able to perform the cost benefit analysis of our product. Henceforth, people have a high cultural background influence. Hence, use of vernacular language to show our brand communication is required. People are highly socially connected in Haryana. Hence, word of mouth, referrals, and suggestions play a very big role in decision making. The awareness of Tata Tiscon is low, and the ideal perception of our brand that it's a premium quality TMT bar is not spread there. Then further moving on, we can see the customer segmentation based on our research. For that, we have taken 4 factors, that is urban-rural split, the technographic split, and the level of income, and the decision-making trends. We have categorized our segment into 2 major categories, UEPs and RTs, that is the urban educated progressives and rural traditionalists. Following the customer buying journey. Customer buying journey, as we gathered from our PIs and the research data, we can see that in the awareness step, people have limited brand visibility of Tata Tiscon. There is a weak digital presence which is not enough for our UEPs. There is lack of knowledge, as I've discussed, about the primary and the secondary steel in our target market. When we come to the consideration phase, then the market is very price driven. Hence, telling about the price, thickness, and the cost benefit analysis is required. The brand perception has to be shifted towards a premium quality than a premium pricing. There is, then when we come to the decision and the purchase, there is limited availability which will be solved as the Ludhiana plant will be there. Micro-influencer dominance, the 70% of rural consumer rely on the advice of community leaders, local influencers, word of mouth, and in the following presentation, we will also see how different set of micro-influencers we will be targeting. Now, this is our pull strategy to target our 11 districts. We will be working on increasing the top of the mind awareness, engaging with micro-influencers, and spreading a clear message among the masses about our premium quality of TMT bars. The first campaign which we will be looking at is sponsoring the dangles. Jahan ho taakat ka khel, Tata Tiscon ka nahi koi mel. So, dangal is very culturally relevant in Haryana, and it will also replicate our brand's archetype, that is resilience and strength. So, sponsoring dangal would be something where we can have a huge brand awareness and presence for our product. Then we have identified where we will have dangles. To give you a brief idea, we will also be focusing on very local level so that we can penetrate the market deeper. Then we will have these events during the dry season, post festivals, when there is a lot of disposable incomes, and the dangal events would take place. So we will have display promotions showing the clear message. We will have we will be sponsoring the prize. We will have anchor to promote our brand. Further moving on, we have Mela activation. Ghar ka sapna ho sakar, Tata Tiscon hai tayar. In this Mela activation, Melas are a very good spot where we can engage with our audience on ground. A huge population according to our research shows that when they engage with a brand on ground, they have more brand affinity towards that product. So in the Melas, we will be basically focusing on, in Haryana, there are a lot of Melas like Surajkund Mela, Mango Mela, Kaithal Mahotsav. So we will be focusing on these Melas to reach our target audience. We will use interactive booths, kiosks. We will use strength challenge activities to show the superiority of our brand. We will use anchor and folk artists which are relevant in Haryana. We have also shown a picture of the same to promote our brand further. So by these two campaigns, we are looking at, with the investment of 7.14 lakhs in dangles, we are expecting a revenue generation of 9.4 crores. And with the investment of 8.45 lakhs in Mela activation, we are expecting a revenue generation of 11.4 crores.
Further, we have devised two strategies to target the micro-influencers. First, Tata Tiscon Baithak, Mazboot Neev, Pakka Ghar, Tiscon Har Kadam Par. We'll organize exclusive gatherings of IHBs at dealer location. We will give personalized invitation to IHBs and potential customers. Few of our existing customers will also be invited to share their experiences and will present simplified videos on long-term benefits of using Tata Tiscon. With refreshments and giveaways, this initiative will foster a deeper customer relationship and brand recall. Second, collaborating with regional content creators. Build with pride, strength on your side. We'll partner with local content creator who will help us produce informative videos on vernacular language to explain the benefits of using Tata TMT rebars. These videos will also be used in other campaigns such as Tiscon Baithak and Gram Panchayat meets. There are some few content creators we have identified on the basis of their expertise in the field and also on their subscribers. Next slide. So from these two solutions, we have estimated a cost of 25.8 lakhs for Baithak and 4.5 lakhs for regional content creators with an expected revenue of 19.4 crores in Baithak and 7.8 crores in regional content creators.
Let's come to another campaign, which is Tata Tiscon Brand Ambassadors. So under this campaign, we will be recruiting students from the engineering colleges of the target districts. So under this, because as per the research, we have identified that engineers are being seen as people whose opinions matter in this industry. So that's why we are targeting these peoples to influence in the Baithaks as well as in the Gram Panchayat activation, which I will discuss further. So, which we will discuss further. So, it has major benefits. First, why would they do this? So, we have tried to create a win-win situation for these people. First, we will provide a minimum stipend to these people, which is around 3,000 to 7,000 for their work. Along with that, we will also be providing them merchandise of Tata Tiscon and future career opportunities in Tata Group. Along with that, this program have a long-term benefit. Why? Because these people are the ones who are going to work in the industry in the future as civil engineers, structural engineer, or as a contractors. So we are doing a priming or seeding of the brand in the initial stage so that they can work as a trusted brand advocates even in the future, in the long term. Next comes to the Gram Panchayat. So as per the research, we have identified that the Panchayat or the villagely elders, as Neeti discussed, are some of the most crucial micro-influencers who influences the decision in the rural parts of the targeted geographies. So through Gram Panchayat, we will using our ambassadors to influence these people in the panchayats or in the community gatherings. So the focus or the approach will be more of sharing the information and giving product demonstration rather than making a sales pitch. Because we are not some local steel company which is working on a selling concept. We want to create a brand and we want to deliver value to the consumers. So that would be our main focus. Next, the impact of it, the cost that we are having is 28,000 and 21.515 lakh. The cost of Gram Panchayat is majorly being already counted in the Tata Ambassador program. The revenue generation is 13.5 CR for this. Next, now let's have some highlights of the financials. We had a minimum expenditure that we have a bar on the ad expenditure, which is 0.33. So we have covered the ROI that we have generated is 90% plus, and rise in revenue is expecting 30% at a CAGR of 51.72%. That was our presentations. Next, the annexures. These are some of the annexures giving details about all the groups, all the relevant YouTube channels that we can target, or the financials. Thank you so much.
That was Team Subarna Rekha. We are open for questions.
Thank you. Good. So, a couple of, so when you did this exercise or when you did this analysis, what is the problem in Haryana? Is tone the problem, conversion? As you said, the brand is a,
yes.
The sequence of events, isn't it? Awareness, consideration, purchase, and all that stuff. What is the problem, or where is the biggest gap in the whole, in Haryana? Did you do that or? For example, I'm just saying, is awareness the problem? Consideration the problem? Conversion the problem? Purchase? Where is the biggest gap?
Yeah. So bigger gap is understanding why the need of the house is important. So people are not aware that.
See, hang on.
Yeah.
Whenever you buy a brand,
Yeah.
you either awareness. I don't know about the brand. So there's awareness. There's a consideration which falls into my consideration.
Yeah. Got it.
Then there's a whether I'm more liking to do it, go about doing that, and finally purchasing it. So there are various tests. So where is the biggest gap here? People are not aware of this. Then the approach is different. Or there is people are aware, but it doesn't come into consideration set. Or people even puts in the consideration, but it doesn't get to convert into purchase. What is the issue in Haryana?
So usually there are two factors which influences people's buying decision. First one is price and second one is availability. So in Haryana specifically, Tata Tiscon is usually perceived as a premium TMT bar, a premium brand, a costly brand. Secondly, it's not that available as compared to other local brands such as Kamdenu, Rathi, etc. But we expect that with the establishment of the new manufacturing unit in Ludhiana, the availability portion will be covered. But
as per our understanding, the issue majorly lies in the consideration part.
Sorry.
I would also like to add that one point is there that they don't know the difference between primary and secondary steel. So, for example, Kamdenu, Rathi, these brands are very prevalent there. So, they are the TMT bars are made out of secondary steel, but the population does not know that in general. So, what happens is that they sell at a lower price, but the quantity in general is used more. So, all this technical or all this information is cost benefit analysis. That aspect is not explained to them. So simple communication through technical people like engineers, etc. That is why we are targeting that, so that we can explain them. Because once the audience gets to know about number one, that it is a cost benefit and the cost benefit analysis part and the long term benefit part, they will invest for their home. And also if they get to know that this is something they have to this is something that which will be good for their house's foundation and sustainable and the sustenance of their house, they will obviously invest. So that is why we want to put that
No, I was
clear
coming to a
message.
bit different. So if consideration is the issue or price is the issue, very high price, then awareness is not the issue. So why should I spend so much money on Toma?
Sir,
people are aware, but it doesn't fall into a consideration. I can't buy because it's expensive. So I'm aware of the brand called Mercedes. I'm aware. I can't buy. It's okay. So, but then should I invest so much money on Toma? That's my question.
So awareness, why we are spending so much in awareness is because definitely in consideration we can see that what due to the lack of awareness we can see that what problem.
That was my first question. Where is the issue? If awareness is the issue, then Toma is the right thing.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. Correct. So I'm just taking a call. So where is the issue?
So we said the consideration is a bigger issue than awareness. Awareness is also issue because what we are trying, we are not just penetrating the already premium market. We want to also inculcate the lower segment and middle segment by transferring them or awareing them about the cost benefit analysis or the long term benefit that they can get from buying the Tiscon bars. So that's how we are actually reaching to new segments or increasing our target market. So that's why we need awareness for this, because we want to communicate that
Fine,
why.
okay, chalo.
Yeah.
My second quick question is, somebody mentioned secondary, primary, all that. Does customer understand all this? Secondary, they're buying a rebar.
Yeah.
So, suppose you make a house or even we are steel guys,
Yeah.
we can think all this drama, secondary, primary and all that. You buy a shoe or a brand of shirt, you buy a brand. It should be a good brand. And it should be within the price range and your considerations, all that there. But a customer, does he interested in secondary steel sapana, primary sapana, kya hua? Is he interested? But are we trying to get into too many things?
So, yes, sir. So, I get the question. So, basically, we will not go in depth of explaining them the science and the chemistry behind primary and secondary. What we tried, why we will mention this is so that we can later on translate that with the strongness and resilience of the TMT bar. So during our one of the PIs with the structural engineers and all, they said a very good point which stuck with us was that yes, Haryana is a price sensitive market and they don't know, they think that if they require 4 tons of TMT bar, so with calm they know this will be the price which they have to spend with TMT, with our Tata Discon they have to spend this much, but they don't know that because our TMT bar is of premium quality, they might be okay with 3.6 tons also, because it has that much of load bearing capacity and tensile strength.
Like pillars required for while using the TMT are less than that of a local brand. So these are some signs that he was telling us.
So we are trying to explain them this factor that you are not spending more and at the same time you will get a premium quality. You will not get something which is made out of used scrap material. You are getting something which is actually
not made of scrap material. You said made out of scrap.
Secondary.
No, TMT.
Not made.
Yeah,
TMT
Tata
is
Tiscon is not
out-
made out of scrap material. It's a
Yeah.
primary steel which is used.
In Ludhiana, what is the thing which you're going to do? Tata Steel?
Yes, sir.
The Ludhiana plant or the plant which you're getting into Punjab,
Okay.
because which whole exercise is happening,
Yeah.
we are going to make through scrap only. Then?
But we were not aware about this.
Tata Discon is from primary steel, right, sir? It's written in the case.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So did you have a chance to actually visit many customer bases, panchayats, locals?
No.
You did, how did you get that feel and research work?
So we talked to a lot of people. We had a lot
Where?
of friends who are coming from these parts of the Haryana.
Okay.
So we talked to a lot of people from our personal connections, and there we got to know that we can work on these aspects.
So we basically took a very elaborate personal interview of them. So we asked that what's the cultural environment in Haryana, how it works, and what are the difference. We tried to identify from what they told us what's the difference between a state like Haryana, Delhi, the cultural differences, the traditions they follow, and what are prevalent there. From that we got to know that melas and dangals are very prevalent, and local brands extensively use dangals to show their brand, increase the brand visibility and awareness about their brand. So from that we got to know that. And regarding the Gram Panchayat, since we got to know about the decision buying, when we asked them about how, even when we asked the IHBs, people who are going to make home or planning to make home, or whose parents are going to make home, so we asked them that how they are taking a decision. So when they told us the entire journey that they are, asking their relatives, asking their neighbors, they are asking elders, etc. So we got to understand, okay, this is how the psyche works in Haryana, this is how people work over there.
And one common issue that we got from all of them is availability, that even if we want it, it's not available.
No, I just wanted to understand, did you walk the market? Places where people are buying actually, what kind of conversations are happening? Did you spend some time seeing a customer buy a Tiscon rebar? Just to get a personal feel of whether what the market is saying is same as what the customer when he's walking out into a counter is doing that. So that is a very important aspect of any project work that one undertakes, right?
We haven't got the chance to go to the specific geography markets, but we went to the nearby Steel Bazaar, which is in Ghaziabad, to talk to some retailers, and there we have seen.
No, as long as you got that feel, it's good. So my suggestion would be that would be a right approach.
Yes.
Otherwise, you will get into a lot of perception issues, right? Second question is that why do you think Tata Steel, with so much of experience and so many people walking the market, would not have identified these initiatives to do whatever you are suggesting or the problem that you are likely to. Did you, that is why I asked you, did you see, why do you think that it was not done or has not been done?
So, because in reality, in practical life, most of the decision that these IHBs makes are based on what their masons tell them to do or what their dealer suggests them. But since our understanding of the case was that we are not supposed to deal with masons, architect, dealers because Tata Tiscon already has a separate program with them. So we majorly focused on these micro influencers and also spreading awareness about Tata Tiscon. That
Though
was
we,
our understanding of the
though we
case.
try to inculcate that in our ambassador program so that we can get a long-term benefit of this.
No, thank you. Thank you so much.
What do you think are the current sales in these 11 districts? I understood that after your programs are rolled out, you will hit 61 crores of revenue.
Yes.
What is the current revenue?
2,000 crore sales.
No. In these 11
Market share.
districts.
In these 11 districts.
That is where you will roll the program.
17 CR per month revenue generation.
No. Your slide showed that you will generate 61
Yeah,
crores
61
of
CR.
additional revenue.
Yes.
Crores per month?
No.
Per year?
That will be over a period of 2 years.
Over a period of 2 years.
Yes.
But eventually it will be 61 crores per year from these 11 districts.
Yeah.
Right. What is the current revenue from these 11 districts? We must be selling something.
Yeah.
Like 10, 15, 20.
17 CR.
So 17 CR is there and you are going to nearly 4 times it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And by spending in the sharp burst on Toma and other things, how much do you want to spend every year? There will be some sustenance, spend which will be required. You can't only do carpet bombing in the first year. So what is the spend required every year on all these programs?
As we have said in the implementation that how we will implement this, so we will be doing it as said that most of the campaigns will run, during the seasons. For example, it will be happening in the post-harvest season because that's where most of the income of the, it's a agricultural dominated states or agricultural dominated region. So post-harvest season or after festive seasons are the one where these programs will be focused. So we will be spending on those
you have a page
areas.
which showed all the programs.
Yes.
So will you do it in 1 year or 2 years?
It's a 2.5 year of program.
2.5 year long program. Why? For generating 60 crores of revenue. Why would you not do a sharp burst in a quarter?
I don't think
Because
it
your
will-
problem is there. You will have the new plant. It will generate the steel. And that has to go into the homes. So why would you take 2.5 years for such a small spend for 61 crores?
Sir, because we had a limited budget, like we had to take 0.33% of the total revenue. And then we have strategic...
That is because you have assumed it will take 2.5 years for you to hit 60 crores.
Because,
How many homes are built in those 11 districts? So sometimes, we are restricted by our own, cobweb. If you're currently selling 17 crores, which means the brand has a position, brand has got some awareness, and it has to be enhanced, or it has to be considered. But if your whole number is 61 crores in 2.5 years, then I was very keen to know what happens in year 3, year 4. You'll have to spend that money to sustain it, right? What is that number? How much will you sustain? What is your sustenance spend on the market? You can't vanish. You will not sponsor Dangal. You will not do micro-influencers.
That we haven't done. Yeah, that we haven't
because
worked on.
we were hoping that post seeing the performance of how it is there and how much marketing and branding and awareness spread is required at that point, we would be again making a revised marketing plan and awareness plan.
What is the competition? Who's the biggest competition in those 11 districts?
JSW, Panther and SAIL India for the primary steel market.
So in those 11 districts where we sell 17 crores, who's the biggest competitor? Not Rathi, not Kamdhenu.
No, they are, that's why I said primary steel market, primary steel, those who are selling.
Anybody else is doing these work? Whatever you have indicated? These ideas came in from where?
Yeah, the Baithak one is done by a lot of cement companies. That is, I guess Ultratech Cement is doing this in many parts.
So which of these 9 ideas were like unique, which your team said,
Tata
nobody else is doing
Tata
it?
Ambassador, we don't know if anybody is doing, but we got it from our own mind. And Dangal activation is something that we also
Others
got.
are doing it, oh, come on. Dangal is done everywhere.
And mail activation is something that many brands are doing. And yeah, Gram Panchayat activation is something that many companies, no one is doing, I guess, yeah.
Even Dangal is targeted by local brands. So,
Yeah, it's
and
targeted by
very
local
relevant
brands.
in Haryana.
Yeah.
So as we discussed in our secondary research also, when we saw the decision-making trends and the rural-urban split, so a lot of the rural population do attend these Dangal, and they are very deep-seated in their in the Haryana's culture. That is why makes Dangal very important to increase the brand awareness and affinity for people.
Were you able to find out how much premium does Tata Tiscon get in these markets? In your conversation with the dealer, you said you spoke to some dealers. There must be some price gap, right? Are we selling at a discount to competition, premium to competition?
We are selling at a premium.
And how much premium is that? How much does rebar cost in your interactions? Per ton basis or so, or per kg basis?
15 to 20% premium.
15 to 20% of premium than the brands.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, team, for the very well-researched presentation. Now, can I get a show of emojis from the audience? Come on, guys, they're a little less. Okay, lots of fire reactions, mind-blown reactions. Okay, very good. So, for the past 10 years, Tata Steelathon participants have been presented with real-life case study problems that were facing Tata Steel India. For the 11th season of Steelathon, we have expanded our boundaries and brought in cases facing Tata Steel Europe. Together, we make the difference. For tomorrow, which awaits, let's be prepared today. Let's have a look at a video.
Look at us today. Without today, there is no tomorrow. Today, we are building for tomorrow. A tomorrow for Eric. When he grows up, the world will be digital, smart, connected and shared, developing in a sustainable way. Eric will be living in a smart, connected city. Cars, homes, packaging, bridges and machines will still be part of this future world. In Eric's world, steel may be endlessly recycled in smart factories, where machines become intelligent and identify their own needs. Send signals to engineers working in augmented reality. Smart factories will be fully designed and tested before they are implemented and built. Value chains are transparent, integrated, and flawless. What human skills are needed in an automated and data-driven world? How do we learn? Tomorrow's steel companies are managers of the steel cycle, operating CO2 neutrally with zero waste, where steel returns to where it was originally produced. Steel into steel. truly circular. A world in which steel products are no longer owned by customers but leased. Products as a service, sustainable. A constant digital link with customers and suppliers worldwide. A perfect cycle. Always connected. Will this be Eric's exciting tomorrow? A tomorrow we do not yet know. We cannot predict the future, but we can be prepared for a tomorrow that starts today.
So let's move on for the next case for the business track, case study 5, EV battery ecosystem, the next growth opportunity for Tata Steel packing business. As the United Kingdom shifts towards electric vehicles by 2035, Tata Steel's packaging business sees a significant growth potential in the lithium-ion battery casings. Now, obviously, there are a few challenges such as adapting technology to meet EV requirements. Let's see how our participants tackle these challenges. Please welcome Team Metal Kids from IIM Shillong, Shrishti Gupta, Odisha Sahai and Venkatesh Shejwalkar. Okay, so that's an interesting song or movie title to describe them. Dil Chahta Hai Steelathon. Let's see if the judges think the same. All the best, team.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for listening to all of us very patiently. Today, we the Metal Kids will be discussing the EV battery ecosystem, specifically battery casing, as the next growth opportunity for the Tata Steel packaging business. We'll explore how innovation in the battery casing can drive the company's growth in the EV sector. Let's dive into it.
So let's start with the industry outlook. We begin with the UK government's zero emission vehicle mandate, which is a key driver for the EV market. By 2030, the mandate requires around 80% of new cars and 70% of new vans sold to be zero emissions, now pushing automakers to accelerate their transition into electric vehicles. Next, in terms of projected revenues, the UK electric vehicle market is expected to grow at a CAGR of around 24%, with EVs capturing 70% of the market. Now, this growth is phenomenal, which will have a significant impact on lithium-ion battery demand. As more vehicles become electric, the demand for batteries will increase sharply. Coming to the next part, on a global scale, the demand for lithium-ion batteries is expected to rise from around 700 gigawatt hours to 4.7 terawatt hours in the year 2030. Now, this growth is mainly driven by the EV sector, particularly light-duty vehicles, which accounted for almost 500 gigawatt hours of battery demand in the year 2022. Now, this creates a strategic opportunity for Tata Steel to capitalize on the rising demand for battery casings using advanced high-strength steel, meeting both market and sustainability needs.
So here we have calculated how much the EV vehicles are likely to grow, taking the base year as 2023 for the projection of 2030. Some of the assumptions as mentioned here for 2, 4 and 6 wheelers, we have considered 90%, 80% and 10% to be personal vehicle. So based on this assumptions, we have calculated that 4-wheeler and personal vehicle is likely to have the most potential in UK EV market. So a battery system that has a battery pack which constitutes of a battery module that has individual cell in it. An individual cell has internal components which requires a casing to protect it. Therefore, considering that as well as some research paper, we have analyzed that 27% of the cell's weight is at the casing. So taking those assumptions, we have analyzed that for 4-wheeler, 57,000 ton would be required just for metal casing, And for personal vehicle, it would be 54,000. And hence, these two claims to be the highest growing segments of EV.
Now let's delve into a comparative assessment of AHS versus aluminium. Starting with the technical heat map, we could see aluminium is advantage, it being lightweight and having better thermal conductivity. Now, however, AHS outperforms aluminium in critical areas such as mechanical strength, crash protection, and overall cost effectiveness. Considering our data with computers like ArcelorMittal and Outokumpu, we have known that AHS allows for thinner sections while maintaining the structural integrity. Now, it will maintain the strength ratio as well, strength to weight ratio as well. Now, AHS more importantly also offers greater crash protection with superior energy absorption and is more sustainable. Coming to the synergies quickly, Tata Steel is already positioned in the EV market with having products like Hyperform and Hylumin. Hyperform is which is designed for high-strength automotive applications, and Hylumin, our nickel-coated steel strip used in cylindrical battery casing, is another product that aligns well with the EV market needs. Now, finally, we assess the EV battery supply chain, starting from upstream raw material extraction to downstream integration into EV production. Tata Steel is well placed to leverage R&D innovations in AHSs, reducing emissions by 58% compared to traditional materials. Now, this strategy allows us to cater to the growing demand for EV batteries. Coming to the next slide, we broke down the challenge into 4 sub-problems and addressed each one with a specific solution. The main challenge Tata Steel faces is competing with aluminium, it being very lightweight, and overall it enhances the vehicle efficiency. AHS outperforms aluminium by providing higher strength, allowing for thinner components and lighter components without compromising the safety. First, Tata Steel can develop alloys with thinner components, and the second, corrosion resistance could be enhanced by advanced surface treatments, which could extend the lifespans further. Now, coming to R&D developments, there are 2 or 3 things. First, develop new alloys incorporating manganese and nickel to improve formability and thermal properties. Advanced production techniques like quenching and partitioning to improve the strength and ductility. And lastly, leveraging AI and automation to minimize emissions, optimize manufacturing, ensuring consistent quality. Now, these solutions collectively address the performance, safety, and sustainability requirements for EV battery casings.
Moving on, we know that EV battery casing is in demand and it is going to rise. Therefore, Tata Steel needs to create some allies. Therefore, we have divided our strategic partnership with 3 segments: development, synergy, and indirect partnership. In development, it would focus on developing the product to meet the customer's demand. In case of synergy, we would be collaborating with companies like Cattle and AESC that are, first of all, the globally very prominent battery manufacturer. Lastly would be BMW and Tesla. These companies holds the highest market share of EV in the UK. And we would be providing them casings. Second, we come to intra-company synergy. Here, as we have already discussed, Hyperform and Hylumin are the products of TSL. Secondly, collaboration. Tata Sun is investing heavily on creating a 40 gigawatt of EV battery manufacturing unit in UK. Lastly would be the indirect partnership would be with Jaguar Land Rover that holds almost 4% of the market share. And we have analyzed that based on our casing, the materials or the battery that would be provided would be made from TSL. Moving on. So to meet the rising demand, we have to ensure that we have a good capacity building as well. So what better to actually use the technologies that are already at disposal of Tata Steel. For example, XCAP, which is used for AHSs, can also be used to make AHSs generation 3. Then is using a flexible manufacturing system to ensure that we are not just adaptable but also flexible while scaling up. Then we have adoption of agile manufacturing system. This is to ensure that the workstation can handle different product grades and specification as per the customer needs. Lastly is Industry 4.0 or industry readiness model. Here we have considered how to boost the supply chain visibility, help with better demand forecasting and resource management. By focusing on these areas, Tata Steel can build a stronger relationship with our suppliers and customers while also maintaining the high quality of Tata Steel.
Let's talk some numbers now. Starting with is the NPV calculation and finding of a rough estimate of the amount and type of investments. Here, the estimates are taken on the industry benchmark. Like for example, ArcelorMittal has invested $350 million in the growth of AHS's products and the automation report of UK in 2023. As you can see, the NPV here is positive with the average ROI of 23.91%. These are the further mentioned assumptions and the calculations are as well mentioned in the Excel. The 2% market share in 27 has been risen to 7% in 29 because of the growth in the overall sector and the establishment of Tata Aggregates with a CAGR of 10%. By 28, as the Tata aggregators will be finally functionable, transportation costs will also be incurred, the metrics for which we have mentioned here. We have also tried our hands to calculate the steel and tonnage requirement in the year 1 or 27, which turns out to be 856 ton, if not more, and the final revenue and cost projections with a high and a low trend respectively. Now, we also make tomorrow, but what's tomorrow without sustainable practices? Here, we have taken 3 metrics to compare AHSs and aluminium: energy efficiency, carbon footprint, and cost savings, the data for which has been taken from MIT and World Auto Steel. Now, what Tata Steel has to do with all these things, we have considered the quantification based on the electricity rate per kilowatt hour by taking the number of vehicles produced or the amount of steel taken in the year 1. The savings in all the 3 metrics have been mentioned here. We have also taken a bit of informatory detail in a particular of a circular framework flow. Like for example, every ton of scrap used in steel production avoids emissions of 1.5 ton of CO2. The FMS, which we are trying to pitch here, delivers faster, increases flexibility, reduces energy consumption, and especially without any downtime. And all these steps which are mentioned, and with the effective AHS's usage, Tata Steel can reduce its Scope 3 emissions and meet its UK EV sustainability targets. Thank you.
No, thank you. It's a very, I would say, new subject, which is being attempted by multiple global steel players given the evolution of EV industry. Before we come to sustainability part of it, did you check why do we need to develop steel solutions when there is already an aluminum solution available? What is the need? Is it cost, or is it just the innovativeness of a company, or is it because the demand is not so great? Because steel companies are used to much bigger demand. So what do you think is the real?
So in the case itself, it was mentioned how we can enter and compete with competitors like aluminium, first. And second is that AHS is not just sustainable, it is cost efficient, it provides better crash performance as well. So when it is made out of aluminium, it is likely to be burst easily compared to when it is made out of steel. In Tata Steel, we are already in Huluman, under Huluman, we are actually providing stainless steel nickel plating solutions for battery casing. However, the problem lies with it not being lightweight. We have also done some competitor analysis. For example, Blue Dolphin, which is in UK, it is providing aluminium battery casing, and the CEO of the company actually showed a report in which he showcased 3 aluminium casing and 1 steel casing, and even then the aluminium casings were lightweight. So they were playing in that field, and AHSs, while actually providing better crash performance, being better cost efficient, sustainable, it is also comparatively lightweight, not as comparable as aluminium, but very close enough. So that is the actual.
I want to add to that. So as you said that we have to develop the product sufficiently, we have the Hyperform where the UTS UK is using AHS's generation 2. We are pitching here AHS generation 3 for the sustainable future. And you mentioned about the demand if it is not there. Tata Steel is also investing 4 billion pounds in Somerset for lithium ion battery production. And as soon as we enter into the lithium-ion battery production, we would be requiring battery casings. So there would be the requirement of battery casings, even just for Tata Steel only, not if mentioned others.
No, there are 2 challenges. One is whether this advanced high-strength steel casing is a proven technology. Is it still developing? Are there other steel industry players who are playing? The size of the pie is too small for a steel company with multiple players. But when you go to a customer's end where you just mentioned some investments, the size of the pie of the electric vehicle is much bigger. So if I were to ask you, just for my understanding, how many kgs of steel is required for a battery casing per vehicle?
So one cell, which is a weight of 38 grams, almost 27% or 10.22 gram comes into for a battery casing. In a two-wheeler, 3,000 cells are used in a battery casing. In a four-wheeler, 10,000 cells, and for a six-wheeler, 30,000 cells. So that's the maths we wanted to do. And also, as you said about the demand, the market share with the size of the pie you were talking about, in the financials, we have only considered the 2% market share for a conservative approach, that too of a JLR approach, which is of 3.6% share in the TS UK market, UK market. And we have not considered the other activities just for the conservative purpose. That's why we have increased it to 7% only considering Tata Aggregators and JLR, not mentioning the strategic partnership which Shrishti has mentioned before. If we enter that, obviously the market would be very much bigger.
Thank you.
So in your opinion, who is your customer? Is it Agratas or a car maker in UK?
So we have divided into three portions: the lithium-ion battery manufacturers, the car manufacturers, and the housing manufacturers. So because we have come up with a two-point approach for a revenue making, the battery casing, and the other version is a battery housing. So every cell, all the cells are packed into a housing. In that also HSS can be used. So these are the three type of customers we are focusing upon.
But there is no other car manufacturing left other than JLR?
No. JLR, Tesla, and...
in UK?
Yes, JLR, Tesla, BMW.
So why are you only taking, if car making is, car makers are also your customer, why are you only assuming 2%?
So the reason...
That may be sales within UK, but Jaguar Land Rover makes it for the world in UK.
Yes. So the 2% share is only taken for the JLR in consideration of a conservative approach. We have considered, because BMW has a partnership with AESC, the strategic
What is
partnership.
the total sales for electric casing and electric battery, holding for, this will be all manufactured in Tata Steel UK?
Yes, sir.
How much is the annual production which will go into this segment?
So that we are not sure of, but 34 million tons of the crude steel is being produced in TS UK. That the...
No. 34 million tons, no. 3 million tons.
Okay.
So out of the 3 million tons, how much will be meant for this segment? Did you ask them? Because this is a very, very specialized segment.
Yes.
So could you get an idea, if you had assumed 2% market share, as in 2027, with battery makers also, with car maker like Jaguar Land Rover, what is the quantity which is there in your mind?
Sir, we are planning that we would be able to capture at least 10%, 20% of the market. We have taken under consideration only 2% just to ensure that the data is not inflated. That was first. Second is, based on our assumption in 2030...
So at that percentage share, how much quantity are you selling?
So the quantity has been 856 tons, and this
856, that is what I thought.
Yeah.
So 856 tons a year.
For the first year, for JLR...
In 2027.
Yeah, in 2027.
And then what is your best estimate? Out of 3 million tons, 827. Are you... am I reading right?
No, sir, you're absolutely right. So here we are saying that the share of BMW, the share of Tesla, the share of JLR, the share of BYD can also be captured by us.
So how much will this
strategic
857
partnerships.
become? What's your outlandish estimate? Everything falls in place. You have the best possible
The
steel.
market share of all these
No,
companies...
your number, not market share.
So for 2027, it would be 856 based on conservative
Correct.
approach. However, if we just have taken 5% of the market share, it would have been 2,000 and more. And
That
is
too I
what-
can calculate, 2% versus 5%. I just want to know, if 227, in 2027 you're 856 tons, let's say 3 years later, 2029, 2030, what's the kind of number which you're
For
selling?
that, we have taken the CAGR of 10%, only considering the growth of AHSs and the EV battery market according to Statista. That's the approach we have taken for the growth. Like, if it's 27, then that's the rate. The KT which we have...
It would be 857 and 10% increase
For
year
the
on
prior
year.
2 years.
That is what we are
That the CAGR we have taken here.
Have you ever thought of exporting steel? Why are you restricted by
So
that?
we are not restricted.
Tata Steel UK sells steel to US as well as to
So
other
right now
places.
we are trying to make Tata Steel UK as, we are going to place Tata Steel UK as a player in the market who will be trustworthy. People will be coming to them. So right now we just want to make a brand presence with AHS.
No, I just want to translate your comment into the number. Then it makes sense to me.
So I will.
So
answer-
intention is there, but can you tell me how much will be?
So the
Because for the 3 million tons Tata Steel UK, all you are proposing is 857 tons.
first
Then,
year, sir. So only for first year.
and then
For
after
year
that
on year,
10%.
10% increase.
So 10% of 900 tons is only 90 tons.
And also the market share has been increasing in the just 2 years
So
only.
in your best possible number, that is what I was asking you.
50 to 20% only considering
So
Tesla.
will become 2,000 tons.
15 to 20% market share only considering Tesla and JLR share if we are capture that and BND share is
3,000
other.
tons?
No, sir. It would be far more.
How much?
So
that
the
we
exact
have to
number we haven't
calculate.
calculated because we were
And no
considering a
exports.
Sir, no,
No, sir, we have
sir,
considered
according
exports.
to the case, it
We
was
have considered exports. For example, in case of cattle.
Don't get beaten up by her. Huh? So we need people like you for steel and all. But thank you.
So for in case of export, we have considered, for example, cattle is actually opening a new manufacturing unit in Hungary, and we have considered that their battery would have the casing that would be made by TSL. So that is an export, and they hold a market share of 30% and almost 200 billion of investment by Tesla itself. So again,
Did you find out how much does a JLR cost when you, as a price as a consumer? How much do you pay
for a car,
in UK
pounds,
or in India or
pounds,
wherever?
it was around 15,000 to 16,000 pounds.
What JLR? No.
Oh,
JLR is 100,000 pounds. Okay. So, but how much is steel in that by value? Would you know? When you, let's say, weigh a car or the thing.
yeah. So for the battery casing which was restricted, that we calculated, the overall weight we are
The
not
question
sure.
which, Mr. Prabhat Kumar asked, what's the value of steel in a car, of a battery, we did not see that.
So EV car batteries weight is 380 kgs, that we know of. The overall weight of the car we are not sure of.
Of which the steel alloys is about 102 kgs.
102 would be, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it also in the value terms. Okay? Then
Sure.
you will be able to see why a 3 million ton company is so much concerned about this.
So,
And we want some more
so
tons.
because more of a vertical integration thing that we came across, because they have the steel, they are making up the lithium-ion battery, and the casing is a raw material to the lithium-ion battery. So it's overall vertically integrated. That's the kind of a solution we thought of. Might be more into it.
No, first of all, very good work. A lot of data and in-depth work. Very good. I had just one point, so you have done what will you demand, what should Tata Steel do, how many tons and all that. Sir. Did you see who is doing this game, the competitive scenario, and why should Tata Steel succeed in this? For 800 tons, is it the effort is too big, or it's a green market for you to take, or it's a struggle for that 800 tons?
So actually, it won't be a struggle. We have taken a conservative approach. We have taken very less
आपने
market
conservative
share.
approach चौथी बार बोला है, I can understand it's very conservative. That I'm fine. My only limited point is, to make a dent in the market. Is there somebody playing this game? Yes. And why should our product be so? What is your proposition that whatever conservatism you have, you'll succeed?
So there are small companies like Autocompu that is doing phenomenal in this particular field. They are actually working in Finland, however. There is ArcelorMittal who invested in 2021 for AHS's products, specifically taking care of AHS's products in battery casing as well. So they are our competitors. They have seen opportunity in this particular market. So that is one reason why we are suggesting AHS Generation 3. Moreover, we have also observed that there is a shift towards using products that are actually lightweight and also they have a better crash performance. So aluminium, although, so the car industry. So for the EV cars, they want to be lightweight. And over the years, we have also observed that battery, the overall weight of the battery has reduced. So that is another thing we have suggested. We as Tata Steel is already providing stainless steel and nickel plating. However, the weight is really higher. So what the customer wants is a lightweight product like aluminium, but also with the benefits of steel. So AHS's third generation is the solution to it.
Well, adding to her point, I believe we are trying to answer the why question, why Tata Steel should get into this market. Now, we could see Reliance getting into partnership with Faradion. Faradion is a company which is trying to get into sodium ion batteries. Now, if Reliance is getting into partnership with Faradion and sodium ion is right now not scalable, the economies of scale would be achieved after 2050 might be best case scenario, but the market is growing. So I believe there is a lot of potential. The latent demand is there. So UK still should tap into this market, sir.
So is this idea, can this idea be brought into India?
Pardon, sir?
Can this idea be brought into India, in Tata Steel India operations?
So actually, yes. AHS is actually
What's
Tata
the potential?
Steel. So Tata Steel is actually working with Nippon Steel in India to bring out AHSs, and we have seen reports of that. However, much detail about it has not been disclosed as of now, but we have seen report of 2023 that Nippon Steel and Tata Steel is actually functioning to create AHSs products.
Okay. The second is your entire idea, or this entire idea is based on the assumption that UK wants to go at net zero by 2030 and EV is the solution for that. What can be the disruptor for this?
So lithium ion could be one disruptor, so the battery itself, because lithium will eventually deplete. So for that
Is Toyota
also,
doing something in this?
yes,
What is
we
it?
have considered sodium ion as well.
And solid state batteries.
Okay.
So not only we are talking about lithium ion, but we are also considering other sources of fuel sources like sodium ion, even solid state batteries, sir.
So what's the kind of, so those potential risks you have already built into your proposal?
That could be a potential risk. And Cattle, the company that we are actually suggesting to do the strategic partnership with, it actually shown a first generation sodium ion battery. And they have also started building a battery case that has both lithium and sodium to reduce the battery cost further. So we have considered.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Metal Kids. That presentation definitely had some metal. Now, can I have the audience reaction, please? Okay, there was one emoji already up. Mind blown, fire, lots of heart eyes reactions as well. Thank you so much.
Moving on to the next case study. This is also from Tata Steel Europe. Today, we are tackling the exciting challenge of enabling the UK hydrogen economy. As the UK targets 10 gigawatt of low carbon hydrogen production by 2030, Tata Steel UK aims to supply innovative steel products for hydrogen storage, transportation, and distribution. However, significant technical and economic hurdles must be overcome. Our participants will address critical questions on green hydrogen's sustainability, market potential for coatings and laminates, and material sustainability. For the same, we would like to call upon the stage Team Legacy from XIM Bhubaneswar, Abhikit Das, Malaika Garg, and Indranil Roy. Let's have a huge round of applause for these kids. They say their favorite movie is The Eye of the Tiger. So let's see how this presentation goes. All the best.
Check.
Good evening, esteemed panelists, fellow participants and guests. We are Team Legacy from XIMB. I'm Malaika Garg and would like to introduce my teammates Indranil Roy and Abhikit Das. In the global shift towards cleaner forms of energy, ever more attention is being drawn towards the smallest, simplest element there is, hydrogen. Currently, the green hydrogen economy is at a very nascent stage. Tata Steel plans to enter the value chain by supplying suitable products. Throughout our presentation, we will probe into the market potential of retrofitting pipes or building completely new pipeline infrastructures. We will discuss the potential bottlenecks regarding coatings, talk about storage, transportation, and distribution, and gauge a solution together. For the moment, green hydrogen processes are more expensive, but the world, with its growing collection of solar and wind farms, believes that the cost of renewable energy and electrolyzers will continue to fall while the prices of fossil fuels rise up with tighter carbon pricing systems. As we can see, IEA states a 43% drop in fossil fuel demand by 2050. The world has more or less hit its oil peak already. This is also substantiated with the shrinking in contract volumes and a decline in production per year. Whereas green hydrogen leads the supply mix for new energy from the get-go, especially from feedstocks such as solar and wind. Further, attempts to revive the oil and gas industry will continue to prove ineffective and costly through bailouts and subsidies as investors are becoming increasingly concerned with the financial risks associated with climate change. If we look at the industries or sectors that are not only impacted by hydrogen but also impact it in its own way, we can discuss derived demand. To build an economy of this scale, we need to have a sustainable yet realistic timeline. Let's begin from the ending. UK plans to achieve net zero by 2050. TS UK vows to do the same by 2045. The strategies or the progresses made so far have set the foundation by injecting around 400 million pounds of private investments. The mid-term scaling would require strategic investments in the pipeline infrastructures with storage solutions in industrial hubs such as Tessady and Humberside. The long-term vision is to tackle the hard-to-abate sectors such as heavy industries and the controversial aviation fuel. As UK advances its hydrogen economy, it aligns itself with the broader European efforts to decarbonize its industries, based their interesting cap-and-trade emission trading system, which Tata Steel can leverage to avail free ETS allowances.
So currently, hydrogen is usually produced and consumed on-site. For an extensive hydrogen transmission network, the most cost-effective solution is to repurpose the majority of the existing gas pipelines. As suggested by the EHB reports, around 70% of the existing gas pipeline network in the European Union is being repurposed, as they are 5 times more cost-effective than building new ones. This is further substantiated by the investments of the current oil and gas giants, for example BP and ExxonMobil, who are investing to grow their existing networks for hydrogen supply, Snam, who is retrofitting their existing networks, and Shell, who is actively investing in the production of green hydrogen. Next slide, please. So here we have tried to estimate the total capital expenditure for Project Union by National Gas Transmission, which seeks to enable 2,000 kilometers of hydrogen pipeline on the east coast of UK through part repurposing and part building of new pipelines. We have estimated 80% repurposed and 20% new pipelines, and then we have tried to extend it to the entirety of UK, and since the west coast has a less developed pipeline network compared to the east coast, we have went with a 60% repurposed and 40% new pipeline estimate. And as we can see, although the length of new pipelines is going to be only 1/5 of the total Project Union, the capital expenditure on them will be 21% higher than repurposed ones. Now, where does Tata Steel come in? So around 26% of this total capital expenditure would be allocated to material costs, and if we go by Trident Steel's selling price data for X65 steel, we are looking at a market of around 0.16 million tons of steel, which is substantial considering UK's current annual steel production capacity of 5 million to 7 million tons of steel.
The suitable steel grade to transport pure hydrogen seamlessly is the X65 API solar grade pipes. These pipes have yield strength of 65 KSI and tensile strength of 77 KSI. Main constraints to its supply to the hydrogen economy lies in the supply constraint and the transportation constraint. In supply constraint, as we all know that the furnaces have been closed down in Port Tableau, so it will actually create problems in the supply chain. Mitigation for that can be the upcoming India-UK FTA that will lower the trade barriers. And second, the green steel production will be start commissioning by 2027. For the transportation constraint, we can see that there has been a sense of puffiness that actually develops while transporting X65 grade pipes. This can be contained by following a strain-based design criteria while manufacturing these grade of pipes. Moving on to the next slide. Here we can actually see the trade map data for oil and gas pipelines made up of seamless iron and steel. From the table we can see that the amount of pipelines that are imported by UK from different countries, and here we can also actually get the data that UK is investing hugely on hydrogen infrastructure. So for this, in order to satisfy this growing demand of hydrogen infrastructure, they need to import from other countries. What Tata Steel can actually do, they can go for best cost country sourcing. They can actually enter into long-term contracts with countries like Germany, China, as well as India by following a sustenance model. So from taking attributes from our primary research and the speaking tree, what we can say that the X65 steel grade can be imported in form of slabs and can be rolled back into pipes at port tableau. Basically, this will actually reduce the costs. Moving on to the next slide. Here we have actually discussed the market potential for coatings, repurposed pipelines as well as the new pipelines. The market potential for coatings will actually reach 7 billion pound GVA by 2030. And for the retrofitting the repurposed pipelines, it actually costs 10 to 35% of the new pipelines. And in the coming years, 50% of the global hydrogen pipelines will be the repurposed one. As per EHB, by 2035, there will be requirement of 35% new pipelines, and in order to link EU and UK, we need offshore pipelines too. In addition to this, we also did a competitive benchmarking of the coatings, which will be necessary to repurpose the existing gas pipeline to make it suitable for transportation of pure hydrogen. Here, PVA and PVDC emerged out as the champion of the coatings. Moving on to the next slide, here we have actually discussed the key challenges faced by the coatings and laminate. What we basically did, we developed an impact score matrix on the basis of 3 factors. Number 1 is the durability, second is the manufacturing cost, third is the integration compatibility. We have allotted the highest score to the durability part because substantiating from our speaking tree and primary research, the impermeable capacity will actually decrease after 10 years. Now I would request Abhikit to continue.
So storage is the second last step in the value chain of hydrogen economy, and the market is growing at a 30% CAGR. Here we have tried to evaluate the different storage options for hydrogen based on their costs. So as we can see, steel plus polymer vessels can store hydrogen at 183 pounds per kg, making them one of the most economical options. Carbon fiber vessels, on the other hand, cost typically 2.5 times to 3 times more. And so we have come to the conclusion that steel plus polymer vessels are ideal for large-scale stationary storage of hydrogen as an industrial gas, whereas carbon fiber vessels are ideal for vehicular transport. Now, if we take a look at the cost breakdown data of 2 baseline storage systems, we can see that in a steel plus polymer vessel, material accounts for almost 32% of the total cost, whereas in a carbon fiber vessel, carbon fiber alone accounts for 70% of the total cost. Next slide, please. So moving on to transportation, we can see that currently compressed gaseous hydrogen is being transported through pipelines and on-road transportation methods in UK, with other methods being under consideration. So we found out that for short distances of up to 300 kilometers, Type 4 carbon fiber tube trailers are ideal, beyond which steel pipelines are ideal because they can be almost 98% cheaper. Also, we can see that for on-road transportation, carbon fiber vessels are better than steel plus polymer vessels, as the former is lighter, which means we can increase our carrying capacity while adhering to the weight regulation limits. Also, carbon fiber vessels can store hydrogen at a higher density, meaning they are more fuel efficient.
Now, at some point, we had to leverage the fact that we are still MBA students. We recently learned about the SDG Compass, which is essentially a tool that allows companies to gauge the impact they have on certain SDGs across various points in the value chain. The objective of this exercise is to narrow down on the SDGs that Tata Steel must focus on and achieve in the near future. The ones that we shortlisted are number 7, 9, and the unavoidable, most important, number 13, climate action. There is no route to net zero that doesn't go through clean hydrogen. Hence, we end here, and thank you so much. We're happy to answer all your questions.
Thank you. It was an excellent presentation with a lot of information and insights. My first question is that you said that a lot of existing pipelines can be repurposed.
Right, sir.
But uh, hydrogen and steel are not good friends. I hope you know that.
Right, sir.
And hydrogen embrittlement
Yeah.
is a key concern. So how did that get addressed in repurpose?
Okay. So basically the coatings actually play a good role here. The PV and PVDC coatings, when they are cross-linked with glutathione, they create a mesh-like structure that actually prevents the nascent hydrogen to break it off. So that will basically prevent hydrogen embrittlement, then hence no permeability will occur. That's how coatings play a role. And in case of new pipelines, X65 is the solution, present solution, because it has a high yield as well as tensile strength. It is cost competitive compared to other seamless pipes that can be used for hydrogen economy.
So if I am listening to your presentation, 80% of the demand is ruled out. Is that the understanding from the new developments of hydrogen economy for steel pipelines?
So, sir, so while going through the EHB reports, we saw that the entirety of European Union, they have estimated that almost 69% of the existing gas pipeline networks will be repurposed, and this can go as high as 80% in areas with already extensive networks. So, if we see the current scenario in UK, National Gas Transmission has an extensive network of 7,600 kilometers, and on the east coast alone, they have a 2,000 kilometer long network stretching from St. Fergus to Southampton, which and since it is so extensive, we can estimate that they wouldn't be in immediate requirement of a lot of new pipelines. There will be some new production centers that crop up, and those can be linked with new pipelines, but the solution will still be repurposing majority of the existing pipelines.
Yeah,
Additionally, just to add on this one fact, so hydrogen right now is at its infancy phase. A lot of sectors are still relying on either electrification or even traditional fossil fuels. So over the years, when hydrogen becomes the primary source for power or energy, we will see that not just the populated East Coast right now, the demand will also grow in all sectors versus the West Coast will also need a lot of development. So for the near future, until let's say 2035, yes, we will require repurposing pipelines because they already exist. Why not reutilize them in a cost-efficient way, get into the game? And when the demand grows in ways that are not foreseen before, that is where new pipelines come into the picture.
So what is the demand of UK?
So, sir, currently the pipeline demand, sir. Yeah. So
potential
from,
demand because.
Yes, sir. So from our estimates, currently the project union that is set to start construction somewhere in 2026. We are looking at 1,600 kilometers of repurposed pipelines and 400 kilometers of new pipelines.
So repurposed pipelines will not use new steel. It is the 20% of it which will be the demand, potential demand. So what is the demand you are looking at in terms of KT? Unfortunately, steel industry works in that parameter. So just trying to understand that.
Right. So we do see that globally the demand for hydrogen.
I'm looking. We are studying UK market, I think.
Yeah. So if we look at the global demand, it first starts at 600 million metric tons. If we shrink it just to UK has predicted by 2050 they want to achieve 10 gigawatts of hydrogen. Right now they're currently at 2 gigawatts. So to achieve that based on the pressure or the density of hydrogen, we're sort of estimating, looking at a market size of 300 million metric tons by 2050.
Also, sir, to add on to that, while the new pipelines will be only 20%, so the total steel requirement for those new pipelines, as we have estimated, would be around 0.16 million tons. And if we go by Trident Steel's cost data for, selling price data for X65 steel, we are looking at a market of almost 400 million tons of steel. And within that 400 million tons of steel market, since Tata Steel is such a major player in the UK market, we can go with an optimistic estimate that we can at least occupy 30% of the market share, which will still mean a 120 million market for Tata Steel. So I think that's a pretty good opportunity for Tata Steel, sir.
In addition to that, if Tata Steel actually want to also want to concentrate on the 80% repurposing thing also. So basically, recently there was an interview of Mr. Sanjay Sahani to India Tubes. He said that Tata Steel Tubes division is actually exploring opportunities on PV and PVDC coatings. So that will be a good opportunity for them to explore the repurposing thing also.
Did you get a chance to understand the approval process of all these steels?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
You want to use the steel, and somewhere in the presentation you mentioned that India could be a potential slab supplier or a steel supplier to UK and everything.
Yes, sir.
Did you get a chance to understand that application of these steels for such critical applications? What is the process of approvals and government regulatory frameworks which work on this?
At present, from the annual report of the Tata Steel 2023 to 2024, what we learned that X65 steel grade is actually being produced in the Kalinganagar plant at a plant scale. And recently, along with the partnership with the Welspun Group, they have also produced X65 steel grade in the Marmandelli plant. So there is a huge chance that Tata Steel India can actually export to European countries to satisfy their demand of X65 steel.
Also, sir, if we look at the trade map data, although the current exports of India to UK in terms of seamless pipes are low, we can see that it is growing it has grown from 2019 to 2023 by 40%. So, and the upcoming FTAs, sir. So, if we are successful in the negotiations and the carbon tax that is being applied on India, if it comes down, then India can emerge as a strategic supplier of this X65 steel grade to the UK.
Yeah, but it would be good to understand the full value chain, supply chain of these oil and gas industry pipelines, because that will give you some more insights into what you are proposing. Secondly, despite Tata Steel having developed in partnership with Welspun, which is very unique, it will take us some time to really get into that value chain. A lot of the steels which these pipes manufacturers in India use Chinese steel. Right, so we have to really evaluate by when we will really make this project successful, but I think it's a good understanding that you have developed. Thank you so much.
So one more thing I would like to add. Tata Steel UK can actually enter into long-term contracts with companies because Nippon Steel, they are actually producing X120 along with ExxonMobil. So they will have a higher advantage if they come to the market. So what we want is that to Tata Steel UK to have the first mover advantage of this growing hydrogen economy in UK.
Plus, the UK government does seem quite supportive of Tata Steel in general, as they have already funded 500 million for their 1.5 Port Talbot project for the EAF, which is yet to be commissioned in 2027. So we do see policy prioritization in this field, and we do see Tata Steel is in the good books. So the idea is to enter the market right now, and yes, it will take time. As the industry grows, Tata Steel should be one of the leaders for this industry.
Wow. So where do I start? From slab or coil or pipe or pipeline? Where do you want me to zero in? I just want to understand.
Pipeline, sir.
Pipeline. So X65 steel is made here in India. It is exported to UK. Somebody in UK will roll the coil. And who will make the pipe?
Tata Steel UK can actually develop
Make X65 pipe.
At present, they might not, but they can gain. They will be gaining the capacity by 2027.
So, sir, right now, Tata Steel is already manufactured. So we have already produced X65 in our Hartlepool 20-inch Hartlepool mill. But the problem is that the Hartlepool mill is one of the few production centers for X65 steel, and therefore there is this huge market, and there is not enough production of X65 steel.
That is right. So this price which you have written of $2,200 per ton for 20 inches, this is the price for the pipe,
This is the selling price of the X65 steel pipeline, sir.
not hydrogen enabled, not hydrogen carrying one. This is not the price at which the coated X65 is supplied.
No,
Or this is the coated price.
No, sir, this is just the pipeline
That's the
price.
pipe, no thing price. And you mentioned somewhere in the presentation that hydrogen price will come down to 1.5 euros a kg, something like that, or $2 a kg, right? What is the current price of hydrogen?
It's way above £3, $3 per kg right now in UK. If we can just go to that. Like you said, all the good stuff lies with the annexures.
Play this video.
No, drop the video. Suppose it is 3 pounds, which is also close to $4 a kg, and it comes down to 1.5. Do you think the hydrogen guys will pay for your pipeline?
So the price
When you look at API, okay, the whole idea was petroleum prices will keep going up, therefore people are willing to pay for the pipeline. And here reverse is happening. Hydrogen which is currently being carried is $4 or $5 a kg. It is going to come down to 1.5. They will demand a lower price of the pipeline. When you pay for the pipeline in which fluid is carried or gas is carried, it is unaffordable. So what happens to your market? You're chasing a market which is only going to go down. Why do you want to chase?
I think number one, the oil and gas industry, the fossil fuel industry itself is dying out. This is not a game of like profit right now. We're talking about a cleaner future. We're talking about climate neutrality over here. So yes, number one, we want to transition from the traditional fossil fuel powering energy systems to cleaner hydrogen. Right now, most of the hydrogen is either gray or blue with carbon capture. We want to move into
That is a
cleaner
different
green.
problem altogether.
Yes. So once
I'm talking about as a steel company, as Tata Steel UK, you make an investment to make pipes of hydrogen enabled carrying pipeline, only to find that market is going to keep going down because the customers will not be willing to pay. This is different from any other commodity which is being carried today. So you're chasing a market which is only going to shrink. And in any case, pipeline is not the best of the solution. So are we getting caught up in a euphoria of hydrogen?
yes, there's a lot of negative press definitely surrounding
No,
hydrogen.
not negative press. It's just you mentioned that you're an MBA student, or an MBA manager as well. You're chasing a market which is only going to get shrunk. So why would you want to chase that?
So, sir, these pipelines, they have a depreciation lifespan of 40 to 45 years. So it is not the capex.
All the more reason there is no reordering. Once it is laid, one lifetime is gone.
Yes, sir, but
So why would you want to? You would rather be in a product in which people are coming back to buy from you every 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years.
So, some European countries actually want to be dependent on hydrogen looking at the scenario of the Russia-Ukraine war. Because when they saw that there is a gas crunch they might face in the severe winters, they are now looking for alternative fuels. So for them, they actually need offshore pipelines. For that offshore pipelines, X65 is the solution.
But
And you sort of
you intend to use the UK pipe plant to manufacture for the world or only for UK?
Currently just for UK, and you sort of want these prices to decrease because you want the demand for hydrogen itself to increase. You want every single sector, you want every single industry to be dependent on hydrogen, not completely in a lot of ways, but shift from fossil fuels or shift from where electrification is not possible. So when your primary energy or power source tends to be an alternative fuel, you do want prices to decrease, you want the market to grow. So yes, we may be chasing a declining market, but not in a lot of ways if you have a larger market to cater overall.
So what is the other benefit for any steel company? once you make a hydrogen like a carrying pipe, steel, what other benefits are there? You're getting stuck in my question because I have brought it down to the shrinking market. But is there any rub-off benefit you can think of?
The other
Why
benefit
do you think
that
UK steel company is so keen to get into?
the
Other
other
team talked about 857 tons. Your number is also not going to be very high. So why do you think they are worried about these small tons?
So I think, sir, it is not just about the pipelines. So what Tata Steel, so we will start with the pipelines, but what we should plan for the long term is in the entire value chain of hydrogen economy, there are a lot of entry points for Tata Steel. For example, starting with the production of green hydrogen. So UK is planning to produce around 10 gigawatts of hydrogen by 2030. And among
How
this,
much do you think India will be wanting to produce? Given that India is such a big market,
pipeline or hydrogen, sir?
hydrogen, or for that matter, pipeline. If you make hydrogen, then you also need pipeline.
Sure, sir.
So why are we not thinking of India market? You leave the country and go somewhere else, when in fact this market is so much bigger.
At present, we are not thinking about India because the goal of India to achieve net zero is 2070, while for UK it's 2050.
And what is the goal of India by 2030? There's also an intermediate goal announced by India.
Yes, sir.
What
They
is that?
actually want to step up their renewable energy production much more, but they are
How
lacking.
much more?
I can't actually recollect the data, but when Mr. Modi said this in the recent climate accord, he specifically said that India is on the track, like for leading the International Solar Alliance things. But the fact is that we are still lagging in investment, and that's true.
So if 2030 is the announced number, what is there, it is certainly going to be more than UK. So why would you not set up something here? Isn't that a rub-off benefit which you thought of?
That is true. We do identify a lot of parallels between the market in UK and the market in India. But focusing a little bit more on UK, right now they have a very clear hydrogen strategy. They've already had a lot of policies in place. The regulations have decreased in a lot of ways. They want to be
Like what is one policy which they have which India does not have? Or any regulation?
Yeah, for the carbon credit thing, they are actually giving funds. For example, the UK government gave £500 million to Tata Steel to manufacture green steel. So for India...
Don't go that path because that's not what it is. But is there any other policy or regulation which UK government has announced which promotes use of hydrogen? Are you aware of it, which India does not have?
So not sure if India doesn't have that, but if we take a look at our timeline, we see that over the years, multiple policies have been put forward. There's a lot of funding, not just from the private sector, but the government is actively pushing it. They're quite urgent regarding this field because they want to be energy independent, because they faced a serious crunch when Russia, invaded Ukraine. So they want to achieve that by 30. And if you look at it, they have launched a fund of 240 million. It's called the Hydrogen Fund. Overall, UK itself is until 2050, they're going to contribute 1.8 trillion pounds of investment. So as we can see across this timeline, over the years, we can track the progress of these funds, we can track the progress of these pilot projects. And it's not just UK. Europe as a whole sort of has this, as we say, woke mentality, but in the right sense. So possibly that is why UK is looking at it at a more focused view than India. But India, I know, does have a Niti Aayog roadmap ready for 2030, of course, which the numbers we're not quite sure of. But India's target is a little far off for 2017.
So between electrical steel, casing steel, which the other team talked about, or hydrogen, enabled carrying steel, which one do you think is a more bigger opportunity? For a 3 million ton steel plant which we have in UK, which one do you think is a bigger opportunity?
So hydrogen is often, quoted as a champagne of fuels, or it's even analyzed with this analogy known as the Swiss knife. Just because you can butter your bread with the Swiss knife or cut your hair with it, it doesn't necessarily mean that you should. So there are a lot of sectors or there are a lot of industries where hydrogen is much better than electrifying, such as, let's talk about the controversial aviation fuel. So aviation...
Now, from a steel company point of view, there are two opportunities. Supply steel for electric casing, supply steel for hydrogen carrying pipelines. And given that it's a UK market, both of which have got an export potential, which one do you think is a more doable thing, more attractive thing from a UK steel company point of view?
So we do see that UK is, really pushing ahead with this hydrogen policy because they have an extremely airtight strategy in place. They're not only gunning for government subsidies or government fundings, they're even reaching out to private investors. And they're competing highly with the Brazilian or the US market across all sectors. So we do see electrification has sort of, they're already phasing out by 30, UK wants to phase out all diesel and petrol vehicles. The electricity part of it or the EV part of it is more applicable to the consumer or the small
Can you answer the question between the two?
So if you are asking in the perspective...
That is what I thought I was doing.
Tata Steel UK perspective, if I am saying that, I would say it would go for the hydrogen economy because it carries the first mover advantage.
So hydrogen?
Yes.
Hydrogen with a little asterisk because of the kind of industries or the applications that it's catering towards. That doesn't mean that the EV market is not going to want green steel.
But there are a lot of competitors in their market where it is at a nascent stage, they can actually gain heavy advantage by investing in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Team Legacy. That was indeed a wonderful presentation. Now moving on to our next case, case study 7, harnessing wind to propel the Tata Steel UK business proposition. As the UK targets net zero electricity by 2030, the wind energy sector is booming. Tata Steel UK seeks to capitalize on this growth and expanding its steel production to support offshore and onshore wind farms. Let's see what our participants have prepared in order to solve this case. So please put your hands together for Team CN from IIFT. Please welcome Rashi Agarwal, Shreyansh Agarwal and Abantika Chatterjee. So the hashtag for this team is Andaz Apna Apna. Let's give the floor to the team and see their Andaz.
Good evening. We are Team CN and we are here to present before you Business Case 7, which is harnessing wind to propel TS UK's business. So for that, we have created a comprehensive business case outlining whether TS UK should go for producing thicker gauge steel for the wind sector, as we can see that there is a current push from the UK government towards the renewable energy sector. Moving on to the executive summary part of it. So as you can see on the beginning of the slide, there is an approach that we have taken for our slide, and this entire slide outlines what we are going to explain in the further slides. Moving on to the industry and market overview. The wind energy production capacity of UK has grown 60 times over 20 years from 2000 to 2020, and the number of wind mills in UK is 2000 with an installed capacity of 30 gigawatts. And the value of the iron and steel industry of UK is 9.9 billion pound as on the base of revenue. And as I mentioned that there is a huge push from the government. The government has allocated 1.1 billion pounds to bottom fixed offshore wind turbines alone. And there you can see that there is a huge wind turbine and there are the major parts of the wind turbine outlined and the grade of steel and the gauge of steel required. There are 4 grades of steel that are available in the market, which all 4 are produced by Tata Steel. But the most prevalent and suitable gauge for wind turbines is S355. And the gauge of steel requirement ranges from 8 to 100 to 150 millimeter, and that thickness completely depends on the structural requirements of the wind turbine. moving on to the next slide, which is the competitive landscape. We try to understand where TS UK stands and what is the competitive landscape of TS UK. So we have taken 5 competitors who are producing steel for the wind sector and tried to benchmark them on the basis of their products, their low carbon products, their net zero initiatives, and their ESG scores. So all of these 5 competitors have their own way and their own line which they are using to produce low CO2 products. And 4 out of these 5 competitors have a gold ESG rating by EcoVadis. Moving on, it will be taken up by Shreyansh.
So now that we have seen the industry overview as well as the competitive landscape, we'll come to the question, is there a market for Tata Steel to get into the wind sector, to produce thicker gauges to get into the wind sector, and if there is a market, whether the market is feasible, financially feasible for the company to get into it. So first of all, the current capacity of wind sector in UK currently is 30 gigawatts, and the UK government has an ambitious goal of increasing it up to 90 gigawatts by 2030. Growing at the current rate, we can estimate that by 2040, the total wind capacity in UK would be somewhere approximately 160 gigawatts. Using that data, we have calculated the market size, the steel requirement, the steel that will be required in order to service the wind sector. So we have estimated the number of turbines that will be set up, and multiplying it by the amount of steel that is required each turbine, we have calculated the amount of market size that Tata Steel potentially can have. So now that we have seen that there is a market for Tata Steel here, we come to the financial feasibility part. So here we are analyzing it through 3 routes. The first is cannibalization, second is import from Tata Steel Group, and the third one is increasing in production capacity. So we'll be going through this one by one. So first is cannibalization. So Tata Steel UK is primarily serving the domestic and the EU markets, but it is not servicing wind sector majorly. So that is why if we want to service the wind sector, we will have to reallocate the current resources in order to service the wind sector, which will have certain benefits like diversification of TS UK's product portfolio, increase in revenue and market share in the wind sector. But at the same time, the risk would be potential disruptions in customer relationships and loss in domestic market share. At the same time, with this route, we cannot expect a very high revenue or profitability growth, but at the same time, we will have to make certain changes to the plant for it to be able to produce thicker gauge steel. That's why it is not a very financial viable strategy. The second route is import from Tata Steel Group. So right now in India, Rohtak has a 0.5 MMT capacity plant, which is an EF electric arc furnace plant, and the plant in Ludhiana is also expected to get commissioned by March 25. So Tata Steel, so from India, we can supply steel to Tata Steel UK. So there will be synergy benefits between the Tata Group companies, and there will be no major capital investment required in this route, but there will be certain logistical challenges. So we worked out the profitability from this route, and which is coming to approximately 10%. Coming to the third route, which is increasing production capacity. So it can be either done by upgrading the existing plant or establishing a new manufacturing facility, which will have a gestation period of approximately 2 years. So by 2027, we can expect to start production in UK. During that time, we can think of going through the second route and exporting the steel from India to UK to service the wind sector so as not to lose the market share. So the biggest benefit would be that the UK would be have a long-term self-sufficient steel supply, which is actually aligning with the UK government's goal for the steel industry. But at the same time, there's going to be high upfront capital investment and uncertainty in demand. So we have calculated the profitability, the return on investment through this route, which is coming to approximately 8.4%. Further bottlenecks will be taken up by Rashi.
Hello. So now that we have seen that 18 MMT is the market that TS UK can look for, and financially also it makes sense to delve into the sector. Now let's look at certain inherent bottlenecks that's existing in the UK wind energy supply chain, which eventually TS UK would have to face. So we started with bifurcating the bottlenecks across in terms of supply chain and technological bottleneck. Under supply chain bottleneck, we started with the very first component, which is the sourcing bottleneck. So through the TSUK annual reports, we figured out that currently TSUK majorly imports from South America, South Africa, and Australia. And iron ore and coal are the two critical elements needed for European wind energy sector. The other critical elements have been discussed in the appendix. So through our what we suggest is diversifying our import partners to countries like Peru, Chile, Turkey, which has reduced the cost by 4% for iron ore and 6% by coal. Now coming to the manufacturing bottleneck, from 2008 to 2022, approx 30 billion pounds were lost in terms of revenue by the UK government due to lag in manufacturing capabilities. And currently it has an expertise in wind deployments services, but not wind manufacturing. There is recently a plan developed by Siemens in Hull for rotor blades, but again, it's the first of its type local manufacturing capacity, and not full course manufacturing is happening. We went ahead and understood the workforce constraints, which is the last under the supply chain bottleneck. By 2030, it's expected that approximately 1 lakh offshore employees would be needed. And what we suggest is on skill transferring and giving active role to digitization so as to meet the correct skills that would be required. The last bottleneck is the technological bottlenecks, which again we bifurcated as transmission and the storage bottleneck. And what we suggest is giving an active role to private owners with wind turbines who can engage in smart export steel. Can we go ahead? Now that we have spoken about the bottlenecks, we would like to emphasize on the decarbonization strategy. We have made a 360-degree circular model wherein we start with the very first component, which is a scrap steel. We use that scrap steel in our EAF plants. Now there would be two outcomes. The first one would be emission, which is the CO2 emission, and the second would be the steel, which will be a final output. Now with the CO2 emissions, Port Talbot has the capacity to utilize technology like CCUS because it can embed gases. So we plan on suggesting CCUS technology to embed the CO2 emissions in Port Talbot. And in terms of final output, we want to replicate the Tata Steel initiative in India, which is the SRB model, steel recycling business in UK, so that in its end of life phase, the steel goes back as a scrap steel and then could be further used as steel is a forever element. Now, this was the 360 decarbonization structure we had created. We would like to emphasize and close our presentation by emphasizing how technology could be a game changer in the UK wind energy by suggesting technologies like digital twin, collaborative robots, and 3D printing. This is how we close, and all our calculations, our research have been added in annexure, and we are open for questions. Thank you.
A very simple question. Windmill, how much steel does it consume per gigawatt, which you have assumed in your calculations?
So, sir, for each wind turbine that is required, for a 6 megawatt wind turbine, we require approximately 800 tons of steel.
I asked you per megawatt.
Sir,
you can do your calculation. You just mentioned the numbers.
800 divided by
6.
कितना आएगा? So 137.
No. Why I'm asking is to estimate the demand. It is not a calculation question. It is just to understand the kind of potential demand that you're looking at. And did you get a chance to study where will this wind turbine or windmill be manufactured, and therefore which geography will the demand be generated?
So yes, so currently, as I mentioned, UK does not have a wind manufacturing capabilities. It has wind deployment. So because our end customers would be either OEM partners or manufacturing suppliers who would be giving components for the wind turbine, we have identified certain locations. For example, we have looked around North Sea as well as the Celtic Sea. Around North Sea majorly because there are two major ports there, port of Hull. So Hull is one city that we are looking at, and another one is the Gimsbury. So Siemens currently also established its blade factory in Hull. So these two are the primary focus for the starters for now.
So what will be the role of Tata Steel UK in that?
Sir, so steel is one of the major components for setting up a wind turbine, as a lot of it goes into the foundation part.
Tata Steel UK is capable of supply?
Sir, the problem at hand was whether Tata Steel UK can cater the thicker gauges, which is the requirement for the wind turbine. And currently, Tata Steel UK does not majorly caters in wind turbine industry, and we wanted to predict what if Tata Steel UK goes that way, what is the market potential, which was 18 MMT. So currently, no, Tata Steel UK does not provide, and that is why 3 approaches were adopted as to this is the market size 18 MMT and how TS UK can adopt the thicker gauges pathway to actually cater the UK wind energy sector.
No, the query I have is, first of all, what gauges are used for the wind turbine? Whether Tata Steel UK has the capability to manufacture from a facility point of view. Whether they manufacture or don't manufacture is a separate point. But from a capability point of view they have. And what is the kind of market size they are trying to address, whether it is attractive for them. So that's the kind of frame of question.
So currently, the Port Talbot plant that does not have a lot of facility to produce thicker gauges. And when I say thicker gauges, the requirement is up to 150 mm. Currently, TS UK produces up to 17 mm, and that is why it has a very negligible share. That is the reason we mentioned that since Tata Steel UK does not have the manufacturing capacity right now, so cannibalization was the approach we rejected because again it was not financially making sense to upgrade the plant. Secondly, in India, Ludhiana and the Rohtak plants are getting commissioned soon, and it's an EF plant. So we see.
No, that is not the question. That is actually not going to happen because the Ludhiana plant is separate and it has nothing to do with plates or plate. It will make a rebar. So this understanding is incorrect, right?
Sir, our third approach was actually increasing the production capacity. We have the entire financials around it, and we figured out that if Tata Steel UK delves into producing that thicker gauges, approximately 8.4% is the return on investment that we are looking at if Tata Steel UK gets into that way.
Okay, thank you.
Going on the same line, if it is such a big attractive market, why do you think Tata Steel UK is not supplying this steel compared to electrical steel or the steel for EV vehicles which we saw? Then we saw another one which was hydrogen carrying pipes, and now you've got your windmill. So why is Tata Steel UK not supplying? Have you thought about it?
So, sir, basically, the UK government has recently started giving a push towards renewable energy sources.
Just stay for Tata Steel UK. You've got 3 opportunities as a marketing. You can either supply for electric battery making, or hydrogen carrying pipes, or windmill. Why do you think Tata Steel UK is not supplying to this segment? Despite the market being 16 million or 18 million tons.
So, sir, one reason could be that currently UK only out of the total steel requirement that UK needs, 45% is produced in-house and the rest is imported. So Tata Steel already has the capacity that Tata Steel is already producing. That is already being sold in the UK market, domestic markets, as well as the EU markets.
But why do you think they will leave such a big market unattended?
So that's why, sir, they are trying to venture into that.
No, why have they not gotten into such a big market already?
Sir, it's not like Tata Steel does not contribute, Tata Steel UK does not contribute to wind sector at all. It was doing it in minimum capacity because...
Why do you think they have not thought of it?
Sir, they had a capacity constraint. So
Why would you not make the steel such an attractive market of 16 million tons? Or even today also 30 gigawatts is the current market. Why would they leave such a big size market?
Sir, because the gauges that they were producing in the Port Talbot, which was up to 17, they were able to sell it across different sectors. It was automobile.
Think marketing. When you have got 3 segments, what decides you to choose a market segment?
Sir, it's growth potential.
What else?
Sir, if it can have a first mover advantage.
What else?
Sir, profitability.
What else?
If it's feasible in the long run.
What else?
So the number of players in the market.
What else? Something to do with the revenue?
Yes, sir. Revenue
So how much do you think is the revenue per ton?
Sir, the revenue per ton that, according to the annual reports of Tata Steel UK, it's
Not
approximately.
Tata Steel UK, for all the three segments.
Apart from the wind sector, the three segments or the three
Other
approaches?
three segments. So you can supply steel to an electric casing fellow, you can supply steel for hydrogen carrying pipes, and you can also supply steel to windmill.
So if we consider the gauge required and the grade of the gauge required, so it is a huge investment. Tata Steel UK is currently producing 17 millimeters of thickness, and which they are into wind sector, and the Dodger Bank wind farm, which is coming up in 2026, they are supplying steel to that. But to reach up to 150, they need to be sure that there is a market potential, and it is certain and it will go on. So that's why they are supplying.
So in future also, you will not make steel of that thickness. They are not setting up another hot strip mill.
Sir, but here we do have a certain demand, sir. So our secondary data also indicated that there are two major steel making players in UK right now, the British Steel and the Tata Steel. Other competitors like that we discussed, ArcelorMittal, SSAB, they are majorly importing the steel because of two primary reasons. First is the financial constraint. Second is the uncertainty of demand. Here, Tata Steel UK will invest because of a lot of push.
Invest in what?
Invest in the producing thicker gauges. So
Is
they
it?
invest, yes, sir. So because here there is a certainty of demand, which is the 18 MMT market that we are looking for. Plus, there are a lot of grants, especially directed towards Tata Steel in the Port Talbot plant to convert into an EAF. So there is a huge government.
So suppose you make that steel. Who is the windmill maker in UK?
So currently, there is no maker who's completely making the entire wind turbine. There are component makers. For example, OEMs like Siemens Gamesa is doing. For equipment manufacturing, it's Pixeler.
So Siemens Gamesa is where? Not in UK.
Sir, they have recently launched a blade facility in Hull in UK. But majority of the other components they are importing.
But if we speak about blades do not necessarily need a lot of steel. The rotation part of it, 1 second. So the entire blade is made up of celluloid material, but there is the rotation. But there are internal joining components which are made of steel, which require steel. So blade will not require that much steel, but there are other components which require steel. For that, there are not many big facilities in UK, so it will be exporting most of the steel that it will be producing.
Sir, so the leverage for us is providing steel for all the other components to OEMs, to equipment suppliers and to manufacturers. Not necessarily be located in UK, they could be located anywhere in the EU. And importing the entire structure of the wind turbine in the UK.
And did you consider that China can easily supply these steels to these windmill makers, and the windmills can keep coming
Yes,
into?
sir, but there comes the EU carbon tax and the CBAM and everything that is there. So, like EU.
So carbon tax is not prohibitive.
It is not prohibitive, but
One can easily pay the duty and take the advantage. It's an $870 per ton steel. Even if you put a CBAM and put a duty, it is still attractive to bring an imported windmill.
But so it will be cheaper to have steel from UK.
Sir, so actually that would contradict the UK government's goal of making everything locally. So they have a certain ambitious goals that 60% of the 40 gigawatt offshore unit should be locally produced. So if we import the entire turbine from the China, that would explicitly contradict it. And sir, our secondary research showed that if we import the steel from Asian countries to UK, and then we take the help of OEM partners, it's still cheaper than directly importing it from China.
So strategically speaking, is this an internal challenge that between electric battery steel and a hydrogen enabled steel and your steel for windmill, you will fight internally for the Tata Steel UK to which one segment to cater?
Sir, absolutely not. We do not think that EV sector or hydrogen or offshore there would be a problem, because we are suggesting a totally different market, which is an 18 MMT growing market. So here there is a huge potential for Tata Steel to supply the steel, and this steel is not, which is the steel of thicker gauges, and thicker gauges are not a requirement for a EV or a fleet management or any kind of other segments.
Total quantity is 3 million only.
Sorry, sir?
Total quantity is 3 million. So which one would you cater? You will exhaust the entire thing. So will you not internally fight with each other?
So that is why can we go to the next slide?
It's okay.
So that is why the first one was the cannibalization, where we are insisting that if you reduce your current market share and move towards the sector to wind energy sector, you would gain a market share, but at the expense of profitability. That's why we have this approach rejected. That's why we are suggesting other two, that you continue with your current production of 3.2 and you cater to the markets you're already existing. But we suggest you increase the imports. You import the required steel of the required gauge, and then you use that to cater your new demand to meet the 18 MMT market. This is the short to medium term approach, because what we analyzed was when we are suggesting to set up a plant that will have a gestation of 2 years, 24 months. So that you do not lose the opportunity of the 24 months, you can fulfill that demand through the import route. And once the plant is operational, then this is a more long-term solution. And this is where you can actually set up the plant and actually produce the 150 gauge, which is directed specifically for the wind energy sector. So that was the idea. And these are the three approaches we analyzed, and we rejected one and accepted two in terms of the timelines. So.
Thank you.
No, a lot of answers you have already done. So let me understand. So you are saying that the whole game is to get a 150 thicker gauge to make the steel, to give to this very promising segment, which is the wind energy segment.
Yes,
that's the game, correct? And your proposal or your team's suggestion is, the first one you've written it off. Second is, boss, you get it from your other Tata Steel material. Do you know whether you make 150 steel, thick steel, in any part of the country? Whether Ludhiana, Rohtak, whatever you've written.
The idea is the two plants that are in Ludhiana and Rohtak, they are EAF plants, which is an emphasis towards green steel. Coming to the part that if they are producing the thicker gauges or not, currently up to 150 no, they are not producing, and the Ludhiana one is going to be commissioned next year. Sir, so because it's an intercompany and because we are planning on having a synergy benefits here, Tata Steel India does have the capacity. Sir, so maybe if we see a potential, we can have some collaborative approach, and this is the approach we are suggesting, that if there is a production capacity, then the required gauge that is up to 150 millimeter can be made in the TS India plants, and then that could be imported to the UK. But currently, if we ask that it's a yes or no answer, then no, sir, currently they are not.
So just for your information, the product which you're making in Ludhiana is a completely different product. Okay, it's not the game of gauge and all that. The product is completely different. It will never, that 6 whatever to 150 plates, what you're suggesting, is not making plates. So it will not go over. So
because it's an EF plant that we...
No, forget about EF is a way to make steel. Finally, when you make a steel, there's a product which you make out of it, correct? So it's not going to work out. Anyway, that's more than... Thirdly, so then you come to the third option. Yes. I'm assuming the second is not there, whatever, fine. Third option, when you calculate all your financials, have you considered the capex to put up for putting a 6-inch plant?
Yes, sir. So for the capex, the data we had available, so there was...
For a 6-inch plate mill, have you put the capex on top of that? You get the numbers of financials. Where's the capex here?
Okay, fine. So basically, sir, we have estimated that around 400 million pounds will be required for if you are setting up a 1 million ton production facility. So we have calculated this by estimating, taking the average of the amount that is required to build the EF facility, and the amount that is being required to build the Ludhiana facility. So if we have taken an average of the investment that is being required in these two plants, and that's what we have taken. We have assumed that would be somewhere around the capital investment that will be required.
A little bit of a more thing, just taking for that's only steel. The 6-inch will be a plate. The separate capex will come. It doesn't happen like that. Huh? So I'm just making you think aloud a bit. Okay.
So
maybe
sir,
later on you can think
yes,
about
sir. We'll definitely check on that. But the information that we had on hand was not specifically about how much investment will be required to produce like thicker steels. So what information that was available to us, we try to estimate accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
So the cost of production in UK is certainly going to be very high as compared to what you are going to produce in India. Okay. So what is the kind of cost of production you have estimated out there per ton?
So basically, sir, right now, if you're going with the cost of production in India, that means we're taking the import route. So if you're taking the
No,
import
I'm saying, have you done the analysis with respect to producing it in India, exporting it, paying the duties, vis-a-vis putting up a plant over there, and then producing it in UK?
So can we show the working Excel that we have created, because that has the comparison analysis.
I'll go by your. I'm not wanting to look at the figures, but I'm saying, have you done those kind of analysis?
Yes, sir. So on the basis of that analysis itself, we were able to figure out that if we actually make it in India and export it to UK, we are getting a profitability of approximately 10%. But vis-a-vis, if you're just setting up a plant in UK and manufacturing it there, our return on investment hovers around 8.4%. So in terms of the cost, what is the cost per ton?
So why is India profitability only 10%?
So this is the cost we have taken from trade map, which shows us that what will be the cost that that once we are exporting it to UK, then at what cost we will be able to export it. So the profitability that the Indian counterpart will earn, that will be separate.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
A very well-researched presentation indeed. So can we have the reaction from the audience, please? The right half of the audience as well. Okay, so I can see a lot of thumbs up and fire emojis. Okay, so now guys, let's move on to the last presentation of Business Track, Case Study 2, that is Tata Steel Flat Products Strategy for Growth in Rapidly Transforming Indian Construction Industry. Let's see a little about the case. As India's construction industry evolves, driven by urbanization and sustainability demands, Tata Steel aims to shape the market with its flat products portfolio. With a century-long legacy in nation building, Tata Steel seeks to innovate and expand its offerings to meet modern construction demands. However, a lot of challenges persist, including a cost-centric approach, fragmented value chains, etc. Participants are supposed to analyze market trends and develop growth strategies to help the flat products segment. Now, please welcome our final team for today, Team Jinxed from IFT. A huge round of applause, please. Please welcome Madhi Vamsi Krishna, Kashish Pava, and Sakti Subramanian. Their team's personality hashtag is breaking the mold. Let's see what they've got in store for us. All the very best, team.
Good evening, everyone. We are Team Jinx from IFT. Here with me, Kashish and Shakti, and myself, Vamsi Krishna. Today, we're going to present the case regarding the Tata flat steel products. So, coming to the case, we've gone through the entire details of the project details and also the case statement. And we understood by starting analyzing and comparing Indian construction landscape with international practices, particularly UK, Europe, India, and South Korea and Japan. And there we understand three quintessential differences. The first is technology adoption and also the market preferences. And for instance, for example, when we look after the BIM adoption, it is 73% in Europe, but it is around 30% in India. Similarly, when we look after flat steel use, it is around 15% more in these countries, which is in comparison very less with India. Looking after the key trends and drivers, the first driver that we look after is the 3D printing and DFMA technology and the use of prefabricated and modular construction. And fourth is there is a great emphasis upon green certification and green procurement initiative. Moving towards, we looked after the kind of interviews we done with the stakeholders, particularly the stakeholders involves our construction companies and also contractors, architects, builders and distributors and the customers too. Through interviews, we got to know that what is the challenges that are going to take care and what are the factors that they consider when they purchase a steel. So the first factor is the kind of steel, whether it's a sustainable product or not, and also the what kind of specific factors that they look after in specific sectors. And we move towards what kind of insights that we got from all the interviews. The first insight is the missed opportunities because of the product gap, and second is the price sensitivity, and it's still persistent. And the third is the sustainability is as an emerging opportunity, and for the healthy friendly construction too. So we did a global analysis of the total products that we inspired from the countries like South Korea, Japan, and other European countries too. And we found 4 suitable products which fits for the Indian market. And we try to rebrand these products with little adjustments necessary for the Indian production and Indian market. The first is Tata Insular Wall Panels, which is for prefabricated and modular construction. And next is Tata Marine Guard 500, which is for the marine industry, which is with high corrosion resistance. And the third is Tata Health Guard steel. This particular steel is regarding antiviral and antimicrobial properties, which is for health-friendly construction. And fourth is Tata Galva steel, where we're proposing a zinc, aluminum, and magnesium coating, which is going to help in the heavy cell infrastructure and the further uses in that particular industry.
Moving on to the market opportunity for the proposed product portfolio. For Tata Insular Wall Panels, we'll be primarily targeting on modular and prefab construction market. And this particular segment is driven by 2 trends. First is the So this particular segment is primarily driven by 2 trends. First is the rising adoption in the construction industry, and second is the government initiatives. One of the interesting things that we observed is that, that as India becomes a global data center hub, within the next 2 years, there is an immediate need of 10 million square feet. And this is also primarily driving this segment. And moving on to the next product, Tata Marine Guard, our focus will be on ship port infrastructure firms. And this particular segment is primarily driven by government initiatives like Maritime Amritkal 2047, through which the government has proposed to build 6 mega ports across the country. And for Tata Health Guard Steel, we will be focusing on real estate developers, both the residential and commercial. Post-COVID-19, people have become more health conscious, and Indians are ready to pay a higher premium for products with a health or wellness tag. And this particular trend is driving this segment, and traditionally this segment has been dominated by the Asian markets. For Tata Galva Shield, we'll be focusing on heavy civil infrastructure firms, and again this segment is also dominated by the government initiatives like National Infrastructure Pipeline, where the government has imposed various projects under its wings, focusing on the overall infrastructure development of the country. Moving to the segmentation part, we understood who are the key stakeholders who are involved in the entire purchase journey of the customers, and we realized, like in the B2B segment, corporate procurement managers are the decision makers, while architects are the influencers. And in B2C segment, we have homeowners who are the decision makers, while architects and contractors are the influencers. So we try to identify their buying decision factors and preferred communication channels so that we could tailor our entire marketing strategy more effectively. So coming to the value proposition, we would like to put the proposed product portfolio under a separate product line called Tata Sustainable Flats. There are 2 reasons why we would like to be attached with the sustainability tag. One is there is a significant rise in the adoption of flat steels, as well as there is a significant rise in the adoption of sustainability. So we would like to have a first mover advantage in this segment. And second, the most important thing is the price factor. This particular segment is highly competitive in terms of price, and we would like to quote a higher premium using the sustainability tag. And as far as targeting is concerned, based on the segments that we have discussed in the earlier slide for all the products, we have identified the various companies that we could actually target. Now, the route to market will be discussed by Kashish.
The route to market strategy, well, let's start with the route to market strategy, and wherein Tata Steel leverages through the 4 distinct channels, typically called the SEED program. Well, you ask what is the SEED program? SEED, S stands for Strategic Partnership and Alliances, wherein we collaborate with government and large infrastructure firms for construction projects and urban development projects. We go on to e-commerce, wherein through our platform Digeca, we actually streamline the steel procurement process for our emerging corporate accounts, or we could say typically SMEs, wherein we enhance the pricing, negotiation and delivery for them with the use of blockchain technology in place for supply chain automation. Moving on to, we have the export market, wherein we recognize that there are certain markets like Southeast Asia and Africa which do not have, which lack the domestic supply chain production, steel production, wherein we found an opportunity to export. And then moving on, we have direct sales to the key industries. We'll be targeting directly the consumers through B2B contracts and long-term contracts, and using our wide distribution networks of stockists, dealers, making sure that no market is untapped internationally as well as domestically. Moving on, we have our key business strategies. Well, our whole key business strategy centers on the point Tata Connect. Tata Connect is a comprehensive digital platform for our Tata sustainable flats, wherein let me walk you through the stages of Tata Connect. The first one being Tata Intelligence. Tata Intelligence has a dedicated team of seven members comprising of distributors and insight specialists who tell you about the market intel on the upcoming projects in the industry itself. Moving on, we have Tata Project, wherein project management tools and business information modeling tools like Autodesk Revit, wherein the stakeholders can access the real live tracking data and dynamically change the steel inputs according to the project progress. And then we have Tata Connect Code. Well, Tata Connect Code is basically a unique code, a project-specific code for its key stakeholders, wherein they have access to the real-time data and project management pages. This enhances the overall order flow, wherein it starts from order placement till order delivery. Moving on, we have our marketing strategies, ATL, BTL and TTL marketing. Through above-the-line strategies, we'll be enhancing brand visibility through trade publications and featured ads. Along with the ATL strategies, we'll be targeting BTL campaigns as well, wherein we'll be introducing referral programs for our professional like architects and builders, wherein they get an incentive to recommend our products. And then TTL campaigns wherein we'll be implementing VR and AR showcase booths, telling the customers about our product benefits and community engagement programs. Well, looking at the GTM impact, we have employed a premium pricing strategy for our products according to the superior benefits that they provide. Moving on, we have our evaluation metrics in place, wherein we have identified the high impact campaigns being sales visit, featured ads in the B2B segment, enhancing the brand credibility. And then in the B2C segment, we have influencer marketing, wherein we'll be targeting general public and we'll be educating them about our products. Where in conclusion, I'd like to say that here lies the opportunity and the gap. We're trying to mix it up. Thank you so much. We are open to questions now.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand what is the size of the flat product construction market and the opportunity that you mentioned about?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you please repeat the question?
As we asked other teams, what is the size of Indian's flat product steel market and what is the size of the construction flat product demand in that?
So we didn't focus only on the flat steel usage entirely in the construction industry because it's difficult to focus on. So we focused on product-wise, what are the different opportunities that we have.
So you concluded that these are the main requirements of the construction industry as far as flats is concerned.
Yes, sir.
What was the basis of that?
Sir, actually, when it comes to the calculating, how we proceeded with is, like, we first calculated the use of steel in the entire projects. So we took after the calculations like 10%, 5%, 3%, 2% respectively. Post that, we understand the requirement of flat steel in this particular industry. Let's say for Tata Marine Guard, where ports, we
No,
represent...
you have arrived at certain
Yes, sir.
product and
Market.
But how did you arrive there?
Yes, sir.
Without understanding the full lay of the land.
So entirely we calculated like, let's say 1 lakh crore for particularly the market of the entire prefabricated concrete. Then we took after the 5% of it. After the 5%, we took the 10% of the market would be the flat steel only, dedicatedly of the total steel.
Now, are these assumptions validated or it is, where did you get this data
So we
from?
did around 52 interviews with a lot of stakeholders. So we understand from these stakeholders that the average standards in the market, there might be 1 to 2% up and down towards this particular whatever the assumption we took. So the error might be there, but it is around 10 to 12% when it comes to the flat steel of the entire use of the steel, and it depends on the sector to sector. In the marine guard, when we're talking about where the steel use is much higher in terms of the ports, let's say it's around 30 to 40% of the entire steel that we're proposing. So that's the calculation that we arrived at, sir.
So, however, if I would like to add on one point. You are asking us that how did we arrive to these particular 4 products in the flat steel market itself. We actually did some secondary research and the primary research that we focused on in the previous slides, wherein we identified that there was a gap to fill in. We were actually importing the marine guards, basically the corrosion resistant marine steel from outside, and wherein the competitors were POSCO and Nucor. And Helgard steel with COVID-19 advent, we recognize that even hospitals and our basic homes require that kind of steel. And
I understand that you concluded on certain 4 products and you're trying to say that this is all that is there. I'm saying that, do you know the full construction, flat construction products which goes into it, and then from that, which one?
Yes,
typically, if I were in your shoes, I would like to understand which are the applications, which are the maximum demand, and which. So, how, did you do that kind of exercise, or you zeroed in from somewhere?
So we took the exercise of what kind of products in the prefabricated, particularly prefabricated construction. We look after the panels.
Can you help me with a typical application of flat in construction?
Yes, sure.
What are the major categories?
Yes, sir. So for regarding the prefabricated construction, it is panels, and also for the mid-rise and high-rise buildings, it is cladding, and also the I-beams, C-beams and T-beams that is going to come after structural products. When we're talking about heavy steel infrastructure like bridges, and there we use this particular product in the girders and also the deck. When it comes to ports, in the port piles also we use particular this product like the marine guard we proposed. So these are the applications, and still the floor systems and the building cladding systems, here also we use this. So we arrived this number using the number of, the percentage of steel used in the particular building. Let's say 100% is the steel used in the particular building, the 10% will be the flat steel use. It is high in the mid-rise and high-rise building, and it is much more higher in the port industry, wherever the construction is going to happen.
Thank you. But I would recommend that you do a little more examination of the market.
Sure.
As to what is construction and how does different flat products go into what kind of applications, where the steel intensity is high, and how does it work. So there is something which probably you need to capture, and I'm sure with this project work and the kind of insights you have generated, probably there is scope for more.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So staying on this particular chart only, just want to understand when you say, just go back to the chart, please. So you are saying that in the year 1, you will generate a revenue of 1,000 crores.
Yes, sir. Around 920 crores.
Right. And the total money which you are spending is 1.5 crore.
No, sir. 1.4 crore is the promotional
Promotional
budget.
expenditure.
Yes.
Obviously, there will be some cost in making steel, but
Yeah.
your promotional expenditure is 1.5 crore.
Yes, sir. That is only for the ads and other things. When it comes to market, we included this cost in the production only. Like around 200 crores will be awarded for the entire implementing the operational cost. 50% is 50 crores is a part of the R&D, and rest 150 crores is the operational costs.
So actually, we have estimated it, we have divided it into 5 years. 1.5 would be for 1 year, wherein the marketing cost is eventually being distributed 1.5 for second year as well, and third and fourth year as well.
So 1.5 crore every year is the marketing
Till
spend.
5 years, yes.
Yeah. And every year you will generate 1,000 crores of revenue.
No, sir. Actually,
We took a 4.67% growth rate for particularly year to year. From 920 crores, it is goes to 960 crores, and then it's keep on increasing. It might increase depending upon the kind of promotion that we did. And in the second year, we might increase the ad promotions and revenue and other things. So the sales would also increase.
So make up your mind, are you going to spend 1.5 or more?
1.5 crores in the second year, also 1.5.
Also this is. And you are getting very precise 4.67% growth.
Yes, sir.
And what's the denominator market size? What you have written there, that's about 60,000 crores.
Yes, sir.
Go back to that slide which Mr. Prabhat Kumar was asking, and you were showing that. Revenue, yeah. So the total sum of those four things is about 60,000 crores, right? 13 and 6 and 26 and 18.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Right?
sir.
So on a denominator of 60,000 crore market, is that a market for steel or market for that kind of construction?
For the flat steel only, sir, particularly that kind.
Steel is 60,000 crore.
Flat steel, we calculated 60,000 crores. Yes, sir.
And then you're chasing a 1,000 crore market in that.
Yes, sir. I mean,
So
we are
why
being
are you being so conservative? It's a product which is nicely branded. It is a product which we can make. You've got the mill source also.
True, sir.
So I am unable to understand about why are you so conservative?
I think we
It's
took
a domestically produced product. People will make steel. People will make the houses here and these products. And you will be import substituting like she was saying. So I just want to understand why are you being so conservative?
We took a very pessimistic approach, sir, like in terms
Conservative,
of...
means.
Yes. Conservative.
Do you want to
approach.
revise it now?
sir, however, this is still a pilot project and we were not really sure how this would work out. But considering the...
1,000 crore revenue and it's a pilot project.
Sir, this would actually be a 5-phase program and it would not be just a 1-year phase program itself.
So I'm asking you, 1,000 crore in the year one a project gives you.
So we are actually delivering 4 products as well. So which
So,
is 1,000 crore revenue.
Correct. So, but in a market which is already there at 60,000 crores.
Yes, sir.
That would still be a pessimistic.
Still.
So what's the problem other than the fact that this is conservative and you've got a huge upside, to it? Who can spoil your party?
So the decision makers, like when we talk about the recruitment, like who are the procurement managers.
That too you have already taken
yes.
in the conservative thing.
Yes, sir.
Is there any production problem? Is there any other problem which you think is there in these products?
No, sir. In fact, like we assume that in Kalinganagar, the expansion is going to happen, like with 5 million tons expansion is going to happen with the capital expenditure that was mentioned in your website, around 23,500 crore. We assume that it is going to help in this. That's the reason we implemented that the whatever the steel production, cold roll steel is going to happen.
So since you mentioned that number, thanks for reminding us. So you spent 24,000 crores to generate a revenue of 1,000 crore. Is that a good idea?
No, sir. That is for the production of 5 million tons, which was mentioned on the website.
But this is the best possible product in which you generate only a revenue of 1,000 crores.
1,000 crores for 76,000 tons. Very less tons. I mean, the volume
But
is
you're
very
going to
less.
spend 23,000 crores. So where is the revenue to asset
Yes,
ratio?
sir. I think we took a conservative approach. It might be grow from 3,000, 4,000 crores, much more than that.
Okay. What else can spoil your party?
Sir, consumers understanding, if the consumers doesn't understand, in terms of our consumers, here are might be like the architects, or if they're not suggesting our product, it's not going to work. And they may think that local domestic products which are there with high resistance, even Tata Steel existing, Tata Galvano is also
Have you
there.
done a per ton pricing on these 4 products? You've shown us the rupees crores revenue.
Yes, yes, sir.
What is the approximate per ton price which you've assumed?
Yes, sir.
And maybe another annexure will be there.
Yes, sir. In that last. For Tata Insula wall panel, we measured according to the square meters, that is rupees 2,400.
No.
Tata
We are
Marine.
a steel company, so you would be selling that steel which is Tata Insula wall panel or Health Guard steel. So you will be pricing in per ton, right?
Yes,
Dollars per ton
per
or
ton.
rupees per ton. What have you assumed?
The cost that we got is from likely imported cost. For example, Tata Marine got it for 1 kg, it is costing around 78.50. So as we are actually promoting it as a premium product and added a 30% premium upon it, we are quoting a cost of 100 rupees per kg. So that's how.
Also, if we distribute the premium around, it is based on 3 factors, which is value addition.
No, I just wanted to understand. So this is what your pricing is, right?
Yes, sir.
And what about the first one?
First one is Tata Insula wall panel, sir. We got the price only to the square meter only. That's why we calculated in the square meter only. The rest products we got the pricings in terms of kgs. So that's why we quoted the cost account to the kgs only.
And when you are looking at the sources of it, who is your competition?
Sir, the competition is even, for example, Tata Galva Steel, we have Nippon Steel. Nippon actually doing the ZAM, that is zinc, aluminum and magnesium. So this might be the competitor, and several companies like even the new port that is going to coming in Varinium in Kerala, they are importing the steel from Newcar, from USA. So they are also be competitors. So we might be careful in terms of these imports and other things.
So these are the only 4 products, or there is something more which can be done as part of the flat? The whole case talks about flat steels in construction.
Right now we suggested only 4 products as in first, like after evaluating in comparison with other products, these are the 4 products we feel that there is a huge market for it, and there is an value addition that can be done with our resources that we have.
Would you have any idea of the total construction market? What Mr. Prabhat Kumar was asking. 60,000 crores is these 4 products.
Yes, sir.
What's the total construction market where flats is used?
It might be 2 times of it, 2 to 2.5 times might of it, sir. Definitely.
Thank you.
No, very simple question. Just go back to the first slide which Prabhat was asking. वो जो revenue वाला था. Revenue. Whatever that 4 brands, whatever it said, na. Yeah. So I'm not understanding what is the product here. It's the brand name, na? Tata Marine Guard.
Yes, sir.
It's like Tata Tiscon, Tata Insula Wall.
Yes.
What is the product?
Yes. Yes, sir. So the Tata Insula wall panels, it's a sandwich panel which happens with the insulation that is going to happen. Right now for Tata in UK, we have a product called Triosmet, which is also having PU, but we are suggesting where the insulation will going to have a PIR, polyisocuronate, which is much have high R resistance value. And Tata Marine Guards are which are proposing a metal where we have high corrosion resistance.
So corrosion resistance can be any product, no, Baba?
Yes, sir.
So that's a steel. I put some alloying elements to make the corrosion. What is the product?
Sir, for example, they have an alloy of chromium, which is much more
Again,
costly.
that's a steel.
Yes, sir.
So alloy, chromium, nickel, fickel. So how to make steel? Correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the product?
The product is the differentiation comes only in the type of manufacturing and what is inside it. Let's say the yield strength that we're quoting, that is 380 megawatts.
So steel to bana rahe ho. What is the car hai?
So stockpiles, like for example, decks. For the port, it is the stock iron piles that you use in the foundation.
So be very clear. I think
Yes,
we are getting slightly entangled in this game, but I think be very clear. For example, if you tell me what to make, I don't know what to make.
Iron piles and also the girders, C-section and structural beams, everything.
Anyway, so just be very careful there. Sure. Second, in the first slide, in the first one, it's a world is doing this, that, and all that. You all talked of lots of solutions and new thinking which is happening. No, the other one which is BIM, somewhere there I had DFMA and all that stuff. Wherever. Yeah, here, hang on. So all that what you said over here, it is not reflected in your proposal. BIM, DFMA, modular offsite. So not able to relate as to.
So we have the Tata Connect, sir. In the
Tata
slide,
Connect.
Tata Connect. So the BIM adoption, what we here we proposed a program called Tata Connect, where we have it particularly Tata project, where we are saying that Indian construction companies are not using BIM to calculate the steel, and if they're doing it on their own end. We say that through Tata Connect, they can use this software called Tata Autodesk Revit, through which they can calculate the amount of steel that is going to take care of. So that we are integrating this particular software with Tata Connect, and also project management tool. To attract stakeholders, we are including the project management tools like Gantt chart and other tools which are usually used to measure that entire project, including with this Tata Connect. So the BIM adoption we're trying to include with this Tata Connect. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Jinx. That was indeed a very good presentation. Now we will take a short 10 minutes bio break before moving forward with the most awaited segment of tonight, that is the results declaration, for which you all are waiting since a long time. So be back in 10 minutes, guys. Okay.
From the bustling streets of Mumbai to a serene landscape of Odisha and Jharkhand, Tata Steel has been a cornerstone in crafting architectural marvels that blend tradition with modernity. Our journey is a testament to the strength, versatility and sustainability of steel, shaping the future while honoring the past. The 36 feet high charkha in Cross Maidan, Mumbai, crafted with Tata Structura steel hollow section, symbolizes self-reliance and the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi. Inspired by Odisha's heritage, Rath in Biju Patnaik Park, Bhubaneswar, integrates the strength and flexibility of Tata Structura steel hollow sections, honoring the state's rich cultural legacy. In Jamshedpur, the Jubilee Diamond sculpture at Dorabji Tata Park, crafted from 45 tons of tubular steel sections, celebrates resilience and commitment to the future. The Agni structure in Jubilee Park, Jamshedpur, symbolizes the undying flame of innovation and progress, embodying Tata Steel's dedication to contemporary architectural marvels. Now, Tata Steel presents Billion Impressions Unique Identity in Steel, set up at Bhagwan Birsa Munda Smriti Park, dedicated to the people of Ranchi. Crafted with Tata Structura's YST 355 steel sections, Billion Impressions weighs approximately 16 tons and stands 12.5 meters tall, seamlessly blending into Ranchi's landscape. Billion Impressions is more than just a sculpture. It's a celebration of unity and diversity. The sculpture highlights the importance of being bound to and learning from our heritage as we progress towards a brighter tomorrow and aims to be timeless. Just as a fingerprint that once was a signature to its contemporary use in privacy technology, the monument pays tribute to the indelible mark made by those who have shaped our past, connecting with those who will shape our future. As we look to the future, Tata Steel continues to innovate and inspire, shaping monuments and sculptures that honor our heritage and illuminate the path to a sustainable future. Together, we build, we create, and we celebrate, because at Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow. From the bustling streets of Mumbai to a serene landscape of Odisha and Jharkhand, Tata Steel has been a cornerstone in crafting architectural marvels that blend tradition with modernity. Our journey is a testament to the strength, versatility and sustainability of steel, shaping the future while honoring the past. The 36 feet high charkha in Cross Maidan, Mumbai, crafted with Tata Structura steel hollow section, symbolizes self-reliance and the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi. Inspired by Odisha's heritage, Rath in Biju Patnaik Park, Bhubaneswar, integrates the strength and flexibility of Tata Structura steel hollow sections, honoring the state's rich cultural legacy. In Jamshedpur, the Jubilee Diamond sculpture at Dorabji Tata Park, crafted from 45 tons of tubular steel sections, celebrates resilience and commitment to the future. The Agni structure in Jubilee Park, Jamshedpur, symbolizes the undying flame of innovation and progress, embodying Tata Steel's dedication to contemporary architectural marvels. Now, Tata Steel presents Billion Impressions Unique Identity in Steel, set up at Bhagwan Birsa Munda Smriti Park, dedicated to the people of Ranchi. Crafted with Tata Structura's YST 355 steel sections, Billion Impressions weighs approximately 16 tons and stands 12.5 meters tall, seamlessly blending into Ranchi's landscape. Billion Impressions is more than just a sculpture. It's a celebration of unity and diversity. The sculpture highlights the importance of being bound to and learning from our heritage as we progress towards a brighter tomorrow and aims to be timeless. Just as a fingerprint that once was a signature to its contemporary use in privacy technology, the monument pays tribute to the indelible mark made by those who have shaped our past, connecting with those who will shape our future. As we look to the future, Tata Steel continues to innovate and inspire, shaping monuments and sculptures that honor our heritage and illuminate the path to a sustainable future. Together, we build, we create, and we celebrate, because at Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow. From the bustling streets of Mumbai to a serene landscape of Odisha and Jharkhand, Tata Steel has been a cornerstone in crafting architectural marvels that blend tradition with modernity. Our journey is a testament to the strength, versatility, and sustainability of steel, shaping the future while honoring the past. The 36 feet high charkha in Cross Maidan, Mumbai, crafted with Tata Structura steel hollow section, symbolizes self-reliance and the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi. Inspired by Odisha's heritage, Rath in Biju Patnaik Park, Bhubaneswar, integrates the strength and flexibility of Tata Structura steel hollow sections, honoring the state's rich cultural legacy. In Jamshedpur, the Jubilee Diamond sculpture at Dorabji Tata Park, crafted from 45 tons of tubular steel sections, celebrates resilience and commitment to the future. The Agni structure in Jubilee Park, Jamshedpur, symbolizes the undying flame of innovation and progress, embodying Tata Steel's dedication to contemporary architectural marvels. Now, Tata Steel presents Billion Impressions Unique Identity in Steel, set up at Bhagwan Birsa Munda Smriti Park, dedicated to the people of Ranchi. Crafted with Tata Structura's YST 355 steel sections, Billion Impressions weighs approximately 16 tons and stands 12.5 meters tall, seamlessly blending into Ranchi's landscape. Billion Impressions is more than just a sculpture. It's a celebration of unity and diversity. The sculpture highlights the importance of being bound to and learning from our heritage as we progress towards a brighter tomorrow and aims to be timeless. Just as a fingerprint that once was a signature to its contemporary use in privacy technology, the monument pays tribute to the indelible mark made by those who have shaped our past, connecting with those who will shape our future. As we look to the future, Tata Steel continues to innovate and inspire, shaping monuments and sculptures that honor our heritage and illuminate the path to a sustainable future. Together, we build, we create, and we celebrate, because at Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow. From the bustling streets of Mumbai to a serene landscape of Odisha and Jharkhand, Tata Steel has been a cornerstone in crafting architectural marvels that blend tradition with modernity. Our journey is a testament to the strength, versatility, and sustainability of steel, shaping the future while honoring the past. The 36 feet high charkha in Cross Maidan, Mumbai, crafted with Tata Structura steel hollow section, symbolizes self-reliance and the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi. Inspired by Odisha's heritage, Rath in Biju Patnaik Park, Bhubaneswar, integrates the strength and flexibility of Tata Structura steel hollow sections, honoring the state's rich cultural legacy. In Jamshedpur, the Jubilee Diamond sculpture at Dorabji Tata Park, crafted from 45 tons of tubular steel sections, celebrates resilience and commitment to the future. The Agni structure in Jubilee Park, Jamshedpur, symbolizes the undying flame of innovation and progress, embodying Tata Steel's dedication to contemporary architectural marvels. Now, Tata Steel presents Billion Impressions Unique Identity in Steel, set up at Bhagwan Birsa Munda Smriti Park, dedicated to the people of Ranchi. Crafted with Tata Structura's YST 355 steel sections, Billion Impressions weighs approximately 16 tons and stands 12.5 meters tall, seamlessly blending into Ranchi's landscape. Billion Impressions is more than just a sculpture. It's a celebration of unity and diversity. The sculpture highlights the importance of being bound to and learning from our heritage as we progress towards a brighter tomorrow and aims to be timeless. Just as a fingerprint that once was a signature to its contemporary use in privacy technology, the monument pays tribute to the indelible mark made by those who have shaped our past, connecting with those who will shape our future. As we look to the future, Tata Steel continues to innovate and inspire, shaping monuments and sculptures that honor our heritage and illuminate the path to a sustainable future. Together, we build, we create, and we celebrate, because at Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow. From the bustling streets of Mumbai to a serene landscape of Odisha and Jharkhand, Tata Steel has been a cornerstone in crafting architectural marvels that blend tradition with modernity. Our journey is a testament to the strength, versatility, and sustainability of steel, shaping the future while honoring the past. The 36 feet high charkha in Cross Maidan, Mumbai, crafted with Tata Structura steel hollow section, symbolizes self-reliance and the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi. Inspired by Odisha's heritage, Rath in Biju Patnaik Park, Bhubaneswar, integrates the strength and flexibility of Tata Structura steel hollow sections, honoring the state's rich cultural legacy. In Jamshedpur, the Jubilee Diamond sculpture at Dorabji Tata Park, crafted from 45 tons of tubular steel sections, celebrates resilience and commitment to the future. The Agni structure in Jubilee Park, Jamshedpur, symbolizes the undying flame of innovation and progress, embodying Tata Steel's dedication to contemporary architectural marvels. Now, Tata Steel presents Billion Impressions Unique Identity in Steel, set up at Bhagwan Birsa Munda Smriti Park, dedicated to the people of Ranchi. Crafted with Tata Structura's YST 355 steel sections, Billion Impressions weighs approximately 16 tons and stands 12.5 meters tall, seamlessly blending into Ranchi's landscape. Billion Impressions is more than just a sculpture. It's a celebration of unity and diversity. The sculpture highlights the importance of being bound to and learning from our heritage as we progress towards a brighter tomorrow and aims to be timeless. Just as a fingerprint that once was a signature to its contemporary use in privacy technology, the monument pays tribute to the indelible mark made by those who have shaped our past, connecting with those who will shape our future. As we look to the future, Tata Steel continues to innovate and inspire, shaping monuments and sculptures that honor our heritage and illuminate the path to a sustainable future. Together, we build, we create, and we celebrate, because at Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow. From the bustling streets of Mumbai to a serene landscape of Odisha and Jharkhand, Tata Steel has been a cornerstone in crafting architectural marvels that blend tradition with modernity. Our journey is a testament to the strength, versatility and sustainability of steel, shaping the future while honoring the past. The 36 feet high charkha in Cross Maidan, Mumbai, crafted with Tata Structura steel hollow section, symbolizes self-reliance and the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi. Inspired by Odisha's heritage, Rath in Biju Patnaik Park, Bhubaneswar, integrates the strength and flexibility of Tata Structura steel hollow sections, honoring the state's rich cultural legacy. In Jamshedpur, the Jubilee Diamond sculpture at Dorabji Tata Park, crafted from 45 tons of tubular steel sections, celebrates resilience and commitment to the future. The Agni structure in Jubilee Park, Jamshedpur, symbolizes the undying flame of innovation and progress, embodying Tata Steel's dedication to contemporary architectural marvels. Now, Tata Steel presents Billion Impressions Unique Identity in Steel, set up at Bhagwan Birsa Munda Smriti Park, dedicated to the people of Ranchi. Crafted with Tata Structura's YST 355 steel sections, Billion Impressions weighs approximately 16 tons and stands 12.5 meters tall, seamlessly blending into Ranchi's landscape. Billion Impressions is more than just a sculpture. It's a celebration of unity and diversity. The sculpture highlights the importance of being bound to and learning from our heritage as we progress towards a brighter tomorrow and aims to be timeless. Just as a fingerprint that once was a signature to its contemporary use in privacy technology, the monument pays tribute to the indelible mark made by those who have shaped our past, connecting with those who will shape our future. As we look to the future, Tata Steel continues to innovate and inspire, shaping monuments and sculptures that honor our heritage and illuminate the path to a sustainable future. Together, we build, we create, and we celebrate, because at Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow. From the bustling streets of Mumbai to a serene landscape of Odisha and Jharkhand, Tata Steel has been a cornerstone in crafting architectural marvels that blend tradition with modernity. Our journey is a testament to the strength, versatility and sustainability of steel.
Steelathon Season 9 Business Track winner. Mr. Rohan Chauhan, Steelathon Season 10 People's Track runner-up. Mr. Ayush, Steelathon Season 10 Value Track winner. And Ms. Riya Goyal, Steelathon Season 10 Business Track winner and overall champions. Guys, can I hear a huge round of applause for them, please?
Hello, hi everyone. My name is Tanmay Mahapatra and I'm from Maika, Ahmedabad. I have done media specialization over there. And so I've been asked to just tell a little bit about my experience in Steelathon as well as Tata Steel. So I'll try to keep it as short because I know we are the ones standing between you and the results and the dinner, of course. So I'll try to keep it as short. So I just want to give you a small scenario. Most of you are from second year of the MBA, right? And this competition I had participated when I was in my first year. So just imagine you are in your first year, in between of the placement season, the assignments, the deadlines, sacrosanct, they call it. And in between of that, you get the opportunity to attend Steelathon. So what do you do? Go to Steelathon or sit for your placements? Just a show of hands, just a short one. A show of hands. Yes for Steelathon? Like, would you go for Steelathon? Okay, so yes, so that's what I did. I did come and attend the event over here. So a lot of people ask me कि आप तो media में हैं, you have done the media specialization, why are you in Tata Steel? आप कैसे Tata Steel कैसे आ गए? So the answer I have for them is that only one word, that is Steelathon. Because this platform gave me this company gave me the platform in the form of Steelathon to be able to participate and present that I know more than media, I know more than communications. I know a little bit about marketing and sales here and there. And that is what we were able to, me and my team members were able to present in the final round. So I remember sitting exactly where you are right now, and it's a pleasure for me to say that, not a pleasure actually, but I was scared at that point, especially because जो मेरी presentation थी, it was at the very end. So तब तक I had already seen Ashish sir, your questions, आपके questions, Zubin sir's questions, Piyush sir's questions, and I was so scared. Will I be able to answer them? Do I have that much clarity of thought? The fundamentals am I that prepared? I was just 3-4 months into MBA. I didn't know exactly. But fortunately, the competition itself is designed such a way that the rounds have given me the exposure to learn it step by step. So that is how I was maybe fairly able to keep my clarity better in the competition. And just I would like to say the one last thing, that today, no matter what, if you win or not win, please remember that you are the top 16 teams out of 12,000 plus registrations. So it's a huge round of applause. Please, let's have a huge round of applause for ourselves, because it itself is an achievement in itself. So please be proud of yourselves, and all the best for your journey ahead. Thank you.
So, my name is Rohan Chauhan, and I'm an HRBP in Tata Steel. So, Steelathon, I'll share a segment of my journey. So, in the first round, what happened was, all of us, especially my team, we had in mind that we've brainstormed all the ideas, and we have one more day to work on the PPT. So, I was just having a conversation with a friend of mine at around 11:30 p.m. at night, that okay, how things are going to be done, and he said the deadline is 12 p.m. and not EOD next day. So I called up Srija, who's sitting in the crowd right now, and I said ki we don't have one full day, we just have 12 hours to complete the first round of PPT. And we sat from 12:30 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. that night, and at 6 a.m. I texted Dwipayan Mishra, who was a third teammate, to complete his part, and he worked till 11:30 a.m. And that is how we submitted our first round of PPT. So as this example tells, that some things are just meant to be, and teamwork I can't define in a more better way than that. When it comes to Steelathon, I feel it is a very good platform to actually get a holistic view about how things are done, and to actually broaden your perspective about how to tackle problems, how to get new ideas out there in the open, and also to learn and get the exposure that we get from this particular event. As Tanmay said, you guys are already winners. You've already, beaten more than thousands and thousands of teams to be here, sitting right in front of us. So a huge round of applause to you guys. It is an experience that you will never forget in your life. And I'll just talk a bit about the people track that we have on. So when it comes to people track, it becomes a bit tricky because there is no one right solution to it. So what we try to do, and what I saw today people doing it as well, that each and every solution has to be very hyper-personalized. So that is what we also tried to do in our case study, and I think that helped for us. I would always be obliged to Tata Steel for giving us this opportunity, and I wish all the best to all the participants today.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Ayush, and last year we were the value chain track winners. So the one thing that has stood out for me this year is that last year, while I was a participant of this event, this year I've got to be on the organizing side of things. So firstly, I was there involved in the case creation. Then with Piyush sir, we had a session on Steelathon Q&A for the colleges that participate in this event. And lastly, the management was kind enough to entrust me with the responsibility of evaluating some of the cases as well. So the one thing that stood out for me in this entire span of time was the reach that the event gets inside the organization. So while people from lower levels like IL5 like me are involved, it involves people like IL2s, the senior management, and the reach that it gets inside the organization. It touches almost everyone. And the other thing that stood out for me was the meticulous planning done by the talent acquisition group for planning out this event. It starts off, while we are today witnessing this event, it starts off around 2.5 months ago, where they nominate people for submitting cases, then the evaluation of submissions goes on for the first round, then the final presentations, and now what we see. And every year, these guys just keep making the event bigger and better. So what we are witnessing tonight is a culmination of incremental benefits and improvements that have added on over years. So we would like to applaud them also, Aishwarya ma'am, Garima ma'am, Sneha ma'am, Vipin sir, all of this, the organization team behind this has made this event happen today. So thank you for providing us this opportunity. And like Tanmay mentioned, that 48 of you are among the 12,000 people that wanted to sit here tonight. So all of you are winners. Take home with this fact with you, and you'll always be the finalists of Tata Steelathon, one of the most prestigious B-School competitions. So thank you everyone.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ria Goel, and as some of you might know as Rio. I was the business track winner last year in Tata Steelathon, and I still remember it was right here on the stage when we were crying our eyes out, and we were just taking the trophy. And right after getting the trophy, when we were getting down the stage and Yamini was still crying, we were all offering her a tissue paper, and this was right at the moment when we were called back up on the stage and announced as the ultimate champions, X Factor champions. And I think that was the moment when I knew it that, okay, we have done something. We have made it to Steelathon season 10. From my learning so far, what I've understood, that Steelathon is not just about presenting a case here. It's so much about team spirit, teamwork, time management, perseverance, and whatnot. As like students presenting in front of IL1s, presenting in front of people who have been in the industry for so many years, it takes courage. And Steelathon is also about that courage. I still remember, I was an Inspire intern at Tata Steel. And that's where I resonated with the values of Tata Steel. I found a mentor here, a manager here, and I knew that this is the company I want to join. Right after that, I pulled in Yamini for a case competition which is called Querious. We made it to the finals, but we couldn't win. And this was the moment where we knew that we want to still make it back to Tata Steel. It was her dream company. This was the time we pulled in another friend of ours, Chirag Dash. He's not here today because he was sick. But Chirag Dash, me, Yamini, a team that was made out of sheer curiosity, made it to the finals, and not just made it to the finals, made it as champions. And I think that has been a moment we all hold forever for us, forever with us. As Tanmay has also mentioned, and Ayush has also mentioned, today some of you will win, some of you will not win. But what's not going to happen is that none of you will lose today. You all are going to have a victory here, maybe in learning, maybe in terms of experience, maybe in terms of something you will hold on to forever. And that's the kind of learning we also got as being on the other side of the table today, sitting in the end, listening to the presentations. What is one thing I can say is, at the end of the day, all of us here are learning something or the other. So just know in your heart that you have already won. And one thing I would like to say is all the very best, not just for today, but also for all the future milestones that you will achieve. Because Steelathon is a milestone, yes, but there's so many milestones to come. So all the best and congratulations, you made it till here.
Thank you so much, guys, for those inspiring words. I hope now our audience is ready for the results. For that, I'd like to invite my co-host, Adrija Moitra ma'am, on the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So participants, nervous? Well, nerves are healthy, right? It's time to sit up a little straighter, regularize those heartbeat monitors on your smartwatches, and take some deep breaths. For us, all our national finalists are winners in their own way. However, as is the norm, we do have to announce the overall champions of Steelathon Season 11. This year, the jury had a really tough time to decide, And guys, you have to give it up to them for their patience and resilience and the way they've grilled you to decide the winners. May I please call upon our esteemed jury on the stage. Sirs, may I request you to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm sure the contestants are eagerly waiting to hear from you before we announce the results. So your words of wisdom to guide them, to inspire them.
So good evening, all the teams. Very happy to be here, and I was most delighted to participation which came in. So first of all, a huge round of applause for all the teams who have made it to this page. I know exactly what it means to pull out those hours from your MBA program. Whether you're in first year or second year, this is a very important phase in the MBA curriculum. And yet you took out time to spend on the cases which were there. So my first thing is appreciation for all of you. The second thing is, of course, what we were looking for is how do you approach a business problem? These are not problems which have been pulled out, and these are very real problems. Those of you who will join Tata Steel, and I expect everybody to come in, you will actually experience these problems which we are facing. And I have no problem in confessing that we don't have the solutions. Many of the problems are going to hit us in 2027 or 2030, but we were very keen to know what approach you guys have taken to find that solution. We were also looking for realistic, some kind of realism which is required whenever you solve a problem or make a recommendation. Many times when we are making a proposal for approval, we would require that practical test whether indeed the solution will stand out or not. So some of the solutions which were there, what we were looking for is how much realistic are they in terms of the assumptions which are being taken. And that's very important in your career as well as in life, wherever you go on to work in whatever businesses. Please be very double pinch yourself whenever you are putting a number on the paper. And that's what we want to test out, in Stillathon. It's not the end of the competition, it is beginning of a career for many of you. Those who are in second year, you will start to begin your career in a few months' time. And I'm sure this whole experience of Stillathon will take you in good stead, whether you work with Tata Steel or any other company. But this kind of experience hopefully will remain with you, and you will carry many of the learnings of working together with a team and standing up to defend your solution, making a proposal of that solution. And that's what, of course, Stillathon is. It's kind of a marathon because it's very grueling competition, and it has got more and more difficult with each passing year. But we were delighted to see the kind of knowledge, the kind of effort which was put in, not only in the slides which were shown, but also in the thinking and to learn about a product called steel and how it is applied. So once again, in advance, congratulations to all the teams who made it to this stage. And of course, congratulations to winners and runner-ups who will be announced in next few minutes. Thank you.
Good evening and greetings to everyone who has participated in this Stillathon 11th season. I think I'm coming after a very long time in the jury panel. I had been in the jury, I think must be the first or second edition of Stillathon. And what it has evolved is mind-boggling. It's improved quite a bit, and it has seen the participation of more and more institutes, very prestigious institutes, and the very talented set of people who are in this room. So I take this opportunity to really tell you that it is not only a proud moment for all of you for having reached to this stage, but also a very proud moment for us because we get to see the bright talent and the best of the minds from the B schools of India. And especially when you are dealing with real life problems and real life issues that experienced managers like us are grappling with. So it is an early start. It gives you the feel of things to come, and it hopefully is motivating you to look at the challenges of our business, our industry, and gives you a first-hand feel of how things shape up. So I know that it's late in the evening, everyone is really curious to know the results, so I'll not stand in between, but wish you all the best, and I'm sure I congratulate everyone who is in this room, and especially those whose names are going to be announced. Thank you for having me here and being with us today with Tata's team.
So first of all, many congratulations to all of you all. Doesn't make a difference to me whether you win or lose. Because what you take back is a huge learning and the networking which you had over here. I think Piyush and Prabhat has already articulated what I think is the leaders like all of us today face challenges and face very different things in today's world for which, what is important is not solving the problem, but how you approach the problem. Because unlike the previous decades, where the problems used to come very rare, today the problems come very often for which we don't have an answer. For example, when COVID came, we didn't know how to run the company. You face a different problem, correct? So the idea what we look at is how you approach the problem, correct? How you handle the situation, how you handle questions. Obviously, we don't expect you to give the best of answers, neither we don't know the best of answers, by the way, as Piyush mentioned. But more importantly, you are going to become the leaders of tomorrow. And in this uncertain world, the challenge for the leader, tomorrow's leadership is how you take such situations, which is going to come from the bolt from the blue, given the disruptions which is happening in the business and the market. So I think that is something which you learned phenomenally, hearing each other, taking all the questions from all of us, and also the depth of the presentation, the approach of problem you have adopted for this. So many congratulations to all of you all, and look forward to you all. A great career for all of you all, wherever you are, doesn't make a difference. Very best to all of you all. Thank you very much.
So first of all, I really admire with respect to the way all of you presented. And we really grilled you, but it was only to take out the best out of you. I really mean, sitting over there, I was just thinking, I wish 25, 26 years back when we were in college, we had something like this, because it's in a span of, I really admire that in a span of 3 months, it's not only the challenge you need to understand, it's the entire industry need to understand. And that's something which gives you a quite of insights and gives you the confidence that tomorrow, if you are going to go in any industry, you are going to go with the kind of mindset which is going to be open, which is going to look at the problem from the right perspective, look at the problem from the thinking perspective of solving it, and coming up with solutions which are really unique and not the traditional way of solving. So thank you all of you, and wish you all the best.
Request the jury to please remain on the stage. The moment is finally here. We will now announce the runners-up and the winners in each category. The runners-up team will receive a cash prize of rupees 1.5 lakhs, and the winners will get a whooping rupees 2.5 lakhs and the bragging rights to call themselves champions of Stillathon Season 11, and of course to put that up on your LinkedIn profiles. We'll begin with the value track. The runners-up award goes to Team Metallics from IIFT. May I call on stage Shriya Malik, Kanchan and Divakaran P. Guys, please cheer them on. Request all the winning teams to stay back. We'll have a group photo at the end. Now, the winners of the value track. Team, the Alloy Analyst, I am Shillong. May I call on stage Parijat Das, Kashish Sharma, and Sampada Dubey. For the people track now, and to our budding people leaders, the runners up are the Iron Fisters from XIM Bhubaneswar. May I call on stage Milan Mohapatra, Aditya Mohapatra, and Lisa Acharya. And that's the spirit we are looking for. Guys, please give them a huge hand. Requesting all the winning teams to please stick around. We'll have a group photo. Now, the winners of the people track. I think they chose their name really, really well. They indeed are Team High Flyers from MDI Gurgaon. May I call on stage Shomadev Datta, Sana Naeem, and Shagnik Datta. Guys, तालियों की गूंज. And now for the most coveted business track, our runners-up are a team that's going to leave a lasting legacy, Team Legacy XIM Bhubaneswar. Abhikit Das, Malaika Garg, and Indraneel Roy. for the final award of the night. For this, I request you to really bring the roof down with your applause. The winners of our business track are the Metal Kids, IIM Shillong, Srishti Gupta, Udisha Sahai, and Vyankatesh Shetwalkar. Please give them a huge round of applause. May I call all the winning teams to the stage for the group photograph? Requesting all the winning teams along with your trophies, please come on the stage for the group photograph. And very, very well done to XIMB for their 2 awards and for IIM Shillong for getting the winner category in the value track as well as the business track. To each one of you, please applaud yourselves. Congratulations, you're all winners tonight. We also have the participation certificates for all of you. I request you to please collect it from the registration desk. Some of you can please come to the bottom of the stage. It will be a more compact photograph. Very carefully. Please hold back. I'm sure you also want to share the moment with those who gave you such tough competition. Requesting all the participating teams to please come on stage and join our leadership team and the winners to make this moment a forever moment. Requesting some of you to take a seat, some of you to stand in the front. Please huddle in close together. Request everybody to please, some of you to take a seat in the front if you can. Guys, huddle in close together. Some of you can take a seat in the front. College photograph. Some of you can take a kneel down. Come on guys, be a sport. Awesome. Let's make this more compact so that we get all of you in the frame. With this, we come to the end of Stillathon Season 11. Thank you so much, everyone, for making this a huge success. And a huge thank you to the Tata team for all their support throughout the night. Dinner is now open.